Oh, really?
If I could have everyone take your seat.
It says John Doe from those horrible consumer electronics people.
I know we have a lot of greetings, and it's great for everyone to welcome each other this morning, so I apologize we're starting just a few minutes late. We'll try not to do that next time. But I want to welcome everyone to the Consumer Advisory Committee. We have 31 members, and I am so pleased to see the table just about full in the middle of August, so thank you all for coming this morning. The Consumer Advisory Committee had about 100 applicants, so you all have risen to the top, and I'm so pleased that we have representatives from a real great cross of consumer organizations and industry representatives, diversity of representation from different interests. And I think the Commission has done an excellent job of bringing this group together. We have a lot of work to do. We will be talking during the day today about exactly how we will accomplish that work over the coming months and during the next year or two. So thank you all for rolling up your sleeves to join us all in that endeavor. First, I should introduce myself. I'm Deborah Berlin. I chair the Consumer Advisory Committee. I represent the National Consumers League, and I will tell you a little bit more about myself when we go around the room in just a minute. The Consumer Advisory Committee was first chartered in 2001. Since then, over 100 Consumer Advisory Committee volunteers have served. This is currently the 6th two-year term. Is that right, Scott? And I'm the second chair to serve in this capacity. The first chair is sitting right to my left, Shirley Rooker, who did a fantastic job of serving as chair for 3 terms. And then turned over the reins to me. We have a couple of members who couldn't make it today. Actually, only 2 organizations are not here today, which I think is amazing, and that's the representatives from AARP. Actually 3. AARP, NASUCA, and the Rochester Institute of Technology. So we look forward to welcoming them to our next meeting. We have some alternates here from some organizations, so we appreciate your serving today for the representative from your organizations as well. The other practice that we have at our meetings is that we ask one of our corporate industry representatives on the CAC to help us, to help the FCC with its budget by sponsoring the meals for the day. So your breakfast, the coffee and breakfast, and then our lunch today have been sponsored by the Consumer Electronics Association, and we thank Julie Carney. Julie, you want to raise your hand? So we thank Julie and CEA for sponsoring our meal today, so thank you. And it's great. Thank you very much, Julie. Now, we have, in just about 15 minutes or so, we will be very fortunate to welcome the chairman and Commissioner Copps to the CAC. We always invite all the commissioners to come and address the CAC, and of course in the middle of August it's amazing to have to be blessed with 2 of them this morning. So we will interrupt whatever we are doing to welcome them to the CAC for a few remarks. But what I'd like to do this morning, usually we just quickly go around and introduce ourselves, but this morning, because this is our first meeting, and we have about half of the CAC returning from our last term, and about half of the CAC are brand new. What I'd like to do is have each of us introduce ourselves, and not only say who you are and your affiliation, which is the usual introduction, but also this time, if you could just say why you're here. So what it is that brought you to apply to the Consumer Advisory Committee, and what you hope to bring to the table, and perhaps the issues that you're interested in. So if you could just give us a little bit of an expansion in terms of the introduction. And I will start, why don't I start right here to my left to our esteemed former chair, Shirley Rooker.
Thank you, Deborah. I just want to say that we are extraordinarily fortunate to have Debbie doing the chair, and she's a great leader, and she knows a heck of a lot more about subjects than I do. I'm Shirley Rooker. I'm the president of Call for Action and the director of WTOP Radio's Call for Action, and we've been here in the Washington area for almost 35 years. Can't believe it. But I'm really here because Scott Marshall twisted my arm. But truthfully, I think that we address issues that are very important to consumers. They're important to broadcasters. We cover a broad spectrum of issues, and it's wonderful to have a balanced and a group that has a variety of opinions. It's extremely knowledgeable and helpful for me to be here and participate in this panel.
Shirley, before you go any further, there's a couple things that I forgot. Number one, when you speak, they like to turn the mics on. When you're not speaking, the mic will be off. So when you go around the room, it's a little easier for them to know who's speaking, but in most cases, what you need to do is to raise your hand so they know in the back who needs the mic turned on, and then identify yourself so that they also know for the record who is speaking, because this is being recorded. The other thing that I want to do, and I didn't do most immediately, is recognize Scott Marshall, who is our designated federal officer for the Consumer Advisory Committee. Scott Marshall has been doing this steadily for all the years of the Consumer Advisory Committee. He does a fantastic job. We could not do this without him. He is just a great person to work with. I think you will all enjoy working with him as much as I do. So he will be speaking in just a minute, but thank you, Scott, for everything that you do for the CAC.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So, Scott, do you want to, actually, before we continue around the room, do you want to just say a couple words?
Certainly. Welcome, everybody. I'm on. Okay, mic's on. Great. I'm Scott Marshall, and thank you for the kind words, Debbie. Just a couple housekeeping details. First of all, the restrooms, for those of you who are just joining us today, are directly to my right and down the hall to your left. Should you need anything while you're here, please let me know, or my capable assistant, Debbie, well, she's capable, she's not my assistant, though, Betty Lewis. Betty, are you in the room?
She's right.
Just want to identify yourself. She's the one that really keeps the train running, and if you need anything, just ask her. And again, we would like to stress people identify themselves when they're speaking. This helps our interpreters. And makes our meetings all the more accessible. We will be having this afternoon a tour of our Technology Experience Center. The manager of that center will be talking to us at 1 o'clock, and then you'll have an opportunity to go over and have some hands-on with some pretty cool stuff briefly thereafter, and then we'll resume back here at 2:10. Finally, if I have very limited travel funds, as you know. We're not sure whether we're going to be able to have travel money in the next fiscal year. But if you do need to do any travel paperwork, please see Betty. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. And before we continue going around the room, I want to introduce one other person at the table so that he doesn't have to introduce himself. And that's that Joel Gurn is at the table, right to Scott's, my right, Scott's right over here. Joel Gurn is the Bureau Chief for the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau, and we're very pleased to have him join us. He will be speaking to us shortly. So thank you, Joel.
Well, thank you, Debbie, and welcome everybody. This is a fantastic group, and really I'm looking forward to hearing from you all in a minute. So thanks.
Okay, continuing around the room.
Is it on? Yeah. Hi, my name's Mary Crespi, and I'm one of the representatives from Verizon Communications. I'm actually half of the representative. For those of you who know us, we're a job share team, so my partner here to my left works the first half of the week, and I work the second half of the week, and luckily this meeting fell on a Wednesday, so today we're both here. And we're honored to be here. We're honored to be back on the committee. We work on a variety of consumer and accessibility issues for Verizon, so this committee is just excellent for us. We hope we can bring our perspective to the committee, but almost more importantly and selfishly, we learn so much at these meetings from the group that we can bring back to the business. So, thanks.
Hello. Hi, Donna Reinex. I'm Mary Crespi's job share partner representing Verizon. I am the other half and the first part of the week. So just ditto everything she said. We were part of this committee last time. It's our second term. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's just a great opportunity to gain the perspective of what the consumers want and how we can better serve them. It's a great forum for us to get that feedback from you. Thank you.
I'm Irene Leach, and I represent the Consumer Federation of America. I'm involved in one of their member groups, the Virginia Citizens Consumer Council, and in my work life, that's my volunteer work, in my work life, I teach consumer studies at Virginia Tech. And I've been involved with telecommunications, particularly on the state level, for a long time. I also live in a rural area that lacks infrastructure and have a lot of concerns for some of our rural areas across the country.
I'm Mark DeFalco with the Appalachian Regional Commission. My constituency is 420 counties in 13 states, and primarily rural, so we're very interested in rural broadband issues and watching very closely the Universal Service Fund proceedings at the FCC.
Good morning. My name is Mia Martinez. I'm representing the National Asian American Coalition. We're actually headquartered in California, and I'm based out of our DC regulatory office. Our major concerns include consumer protection and broadband adoption issues, particularly as they affect our 18.5 million Asian Americans, and also, of course, the low-income community, as well as the truly small business communities. So thank you.
Good morning. I'm Clayton Lewis. I represent the Coleman Institute for Cognitive Disabilities at the University of Colorado. Our mission is to catalyze developments in technology, supporting improvements in living conditions and independence for people with cognitive disabilities. Our focus is a number of technology initiatives, including in cloud computing, web accessibility, and mobile platforms. So expect to learn a lot here.
Hi, my name is Mitsuko Herrera. I am the Cable and Broadband Administrator for Montgomery County, which, for those of you who don't live in this area, is directly adjacent to Washington, D.C. We have about just under 1 million residents, 500 square miles. A third of the county is agricultural reserve, so we are familiar again with the rural issues, surprisingly. We are part of the One Maryland Broadband Project, which received a $115 million BTOP grant to bring broadband services to 1,000 community anchor institutions throughout the state. Approximately 400 of those will be places where the public can touch the internet. Including in Montgomery County, that will bring broadband to 93 elementary schools. We're particularly interested in the E-rate, the Universal Service proceedings. It also mentioned that we resolve cable complaints and broadband complaints on behalf of consumers. We do approximately 1,200 of those a year, which result in about refunds of about $70,000. I note that I was lucky enough to attend the CEA, where they're meeting this year, convention in January, in which there was discussion about the Allvid proceeding. We're hoping that there will be more discussion about closed captioning in any future equipment. and having that be an effective means for folks. I do note that Montgomery County does closed caption 100% of our programming on our government channel. It's now August, and we still haven't seen anything in that proceeding. In June, at the cable show, we were pleased to hear the chairman announce a broadband task force. We note that we haven't heard anything further on that, but that we look forward to it. And in July, we filed comments in the proceeding about cable competition, and I realized that as we were filing those comments that we filed comments last year and no report had been issued. So primarily what we're here to do is that we hope to advocate on behalf of consumers and to help give an additional positive push for the Commission to complete its work on these very important orders so that we can go about the business of implementing them.
So, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. My name is Dorothy Watt. I'm a regional representative for the Northwest region for the Helen Keller National Center. My agency, the Helen Keller National Center, is located in New York. We are responsible for, we are a national organization. We are responsible for providing evaluation and training to individuals who have both a hearing and a vision loss. We work with individuals from age 16 up, and we provide a wide variety of services for these individuals to help them to live independently in their own choice of community and to find employment. Most importantly, to find employment. There are approximately 1 million people in the United States with a combined hearing and vision loss. The biggest population are the senior citizens with age-related hearing and vision loss. We have 11 regional representatives throughout the United States. The Northwest region, for which I am responsible for, has 4 states. It's Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Alaska. And we are now currently involved with the 21st Century Telecommunication Accessibility Act, the Deaf-Blind Equipment Distribution Program. We are very excited about this, and we are working with individual states who will soon apply for certifications to provide free equipment for the low-income individuals who are deaf-blind or who have dual sensory loss. We are very concerned about communication, and we want to make sure that everybody, regardless of what kind of disability they have effective, successful communication, whether through technology or through training or learning how to adapt to different communication modes or whatever is needed to be able to have access on an equal basis with everyone else. And I myself am deaf-blind myself. I use interpreters for communication. I also use technology also. And I'm very happy to be here. And thank you all, and thanks also to FCC for inviting me to join the committee.
Thank you very much. Fernando, we are going to take a break from our introductions, and we will continue, so we'll remember where we left off, to welcome Commissioner Copps once again to the Consumer Advisory Committee. But this is our new Consumer Advisory Committee Commissioner, and they, as always, will be absolutely thrilled to hear your remarks.
Okay, I see my chairman has come in there, so
okay, so
let him go.
So we have the chairman.
Do you want me to move over? I'll move back.
No. We actually have 2 chairs here.
Oh, you do?
Yes. So we have 2 chairs. So Scott?
Sure.
Chairman, welcome. Thank you so much. Here we go. Welcome, Chairman. Thank you so much. So, Chairman, we are so pleased to have you with us as well. Thank you for joining us. This is our newly formed Consumer Advisory Committee that you have welcomed here, and we are so pleased. We have a great group. We just started with introductions and heard some of the issues and the organizations that they represent, and I honestly think we're going to have a great term. We've got some excellent organizations, so thank you so much for putting this group together. It should be a great one, and thank you so much for coming down this morning, so welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, let me first thank you again. Thank you for doing this again. Thank you. We appreciate it. This committee's been incredibly helpful. It's been run very effectively. It's been an important help to our work, and I thank you. I thank everyone who's part of this mixture of old and new. We know that signing up for this kind of advisory work for the government, it's something that I personally regard as a very big deal. Unless something has changed dramatically, none of you are getting paid for this, and we're going to ask you to work. And it means a lot. I mean, it's a contribution of public service to our country and our government. We really value that a lot, and we know that we have a responsibility here to do our work to make sure that a group like this has a point of contact at the agency, that there's a channel for your input and questions and advice and everything else. We take that really seriously. I'm happy that Joel Gurin is here and Scott Marshall is here because they've been tasked with making sure that the work that you're going to put in as unpaid public servants is respected and honored as it should be. I want to thank Commissioner Copps for being here. Of course, it's no surprise at all that Commissioner Copps is here because he's been an extraordinary champion for consumers for a very, very long time, starting before he was appointed to the FCC, and certainly in his time here, a consistent advocate and friend to the interests of consumers. Let me say to just tee up some thinking about the work of this advisory committee going forward. We're in, of course, a very, very challenging time in our economy. There's obviously no disputing that. And consumers everywhere in our country are under tremendous pressure. Prices for basic staples are not lower than they used to be. Food is more expensive. Gas is more expensive. And obviously the number of unemployed people in the country or people underemployed is much, much higher than it should be, and people are really struggling. At a time like this, it becomes more important, not less important, to think about the world from the perspective of an ordinary consumer seeking to navigate in this economy, seeking to provide what they need to provide for their kids education, to put food on their plates, to think about their future. And so while there might be some people who say, oh, you know, in a tough economy, there's nothing to do on the consumer agenda, I think the opposite is true. I think our obligation to think about the real challenges that ordinary consumers face goes up, not down. Now, we do have to think about what kinds of actions to help consumers make the most sense in an economy like this. And one of the things that I'm so excited about at the Federal Communications Commission is that the kinds of issues that we can wrestle with here are ones that can help consumers dramatically and be sensitive to the need to encourage private investment and job creation in our economy. And that's because we're dealing with areas involving information and communications technologies, areas that are making it easier for people to live their lives, communicate with their families, telecommute. help with their kids' education through things like distance learning, healthcare, things like remote diagnostics. These are all incredibly important. We spend all of our time really thinking about how to harness information and communications technologies to benefit our economy and to benefit every American. And it enables us to think about 21st century ways to empower consumers in the marketplace. And of course, as you know, many of you have been involved with this, our consumer transparency agenda is a very important part of what we're trying to do, which is a way to make sure that consumers have the information they need to make the market work and to not be treated unfairly in the marketplace. And some of the initiatives that, with your help, we've worked on over the last year are initiatives like mystery fees, and making sure that consumers aren't surprised by various fees that can appear on their bills, either because they're there because of unauthorized third-party charges like cramming, or because they're surprised that they've exceeded a limit that they didn't really understand, like a data limit or minutes limit, roaming limits. So we have done a series of initiatives on these, as you know, and I think we continue to look for ways to empower consumers with information using technology to make sure that consumers are being treated completely fairly in the marketplace. The consumer agenda informs, as I was indicating before, virtually everything that we do. You know, we're in the middle, thanks to the help of Commissioner Copps and my other colleagues, of a major transformation of the Universal Service Fund. It's all about consumers. It's all about making sure that consumers who live in areas that are unserved by broadband get broadband, and so can do the things that other people can, but they can't. Look for jobs online. 75% of Fortune 500 companies do all their job postings online. Be able to participate, be able to start a job, or if you have a small business, be able to expand it, be able to participate in distance learning, digital textbooks, remote diagnostics. So we're obviously spending a lot of time on this. There's really no issue that comes up where we don't focus on the consumer agenda. Joel and the Consumer Bureau have done a very good job, not only with the initiatives that they have been driving, but also in horizontally working with the other agencies, the other bureaus of the Commission, to make sure that consumer interests are always taken into account. And finally, of course, we're very energetically implementing the important law on disabilities that Congress passed last year. We're doing a lot of work on that. Joel is in the middle of it. I don't know if Karen Peltz-Strauss is here today, but many of you know her. But it's another very important consumer agenda that will take up a significant amount of time this year as we implement the law. So again, with that, I thank you all for participating in this important work. I ask you all to be energetic with your ideas for us on how we can wisely make sure that in the communication space, the interests of consumers are very, very well served. Be proactive. And Joel and Scott, thank you for being proactive on your end to make sure that we're getting every ounce of benefit from this important advisory committee. And Deborah, thank you again for putting all the time that you do into this effort. We really appreciate it. It's very important for the Commission and the country, and we really, like everyone else in the committee, we value and honor your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't know if you want to take any quick questions, or what's
I'm
your...
happy to take a couple questions, sure.
Does anyone have a quick question for the Chairman? Burning question? And if you could raise your hand so they turn on the mic and then identify yourself, please.
Mitsuko Herrera with Montgomery County, Maryland. We're very pleased to hear the announcement of your broadband task force. Do you have any update?
None other than the recent announcement. So, listen, it's very important that federal, state, local, that all of the partners on these issues work together on the issues that we have. And I'm very pleased that in addition to the different forums and interactions that we've had before, that there's now this concrete forum to exchange ideas, to talk about policies, and to talk about our common interests and desires in making sure that new communications infrastructures and technologies and investment in them can get rolled out as quickly as possible.
Paul? The hand, Paul, the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, it'd be Paul Schrader with the American Foundation for the Blind, and it would be grossly inappropriate if we didn't take a moment to thank Karen and the rest of the staff for the work and you moving the rules forward on the Communications and Video Accessibility Act, the act you were referring to. The disability community has been waiting a long time for that kind of access to occur, and we are very thrilled that the Commission is taking responsibility seriously to move that rule forward in a timely fashion, some of which has already been taking place. The other thing that I would say that hopefully keeps not runs afoul of any ex parte requirements is that we're also hopeful that the Commission will continue to look for opportunities to expand its staffing and expertise in the disability community. I think we have sent you a note to that regard with outlining not concerns about the current staff, but concerns that we want to make sure that the expertise at the Commission is as broad as possible with respect to disability issues in the communications area, which are somewhat complex and somewhat specific around various disability needs. And then lastly, of course, we want to reiterate the importance of continued enforcement of rules that are on the books, namely the Section 255 and caption requirements 713 that have been long established, long practiced. So we appreciate all of what you've been doing with the Commission, all the visibility, and we certainly do hope that the rules on the CVAA will continue to come out in a timely fashion, and that as that moves forward, enforcement and perhaps more important opportunities to remind industry and consumer communities of what the Act requires will be coming to the fore at the Commission.
Well, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Well said on all fronts. I'm sorry that Karen's not here, but she and her team have been doing a terrific job together with Joel and others, Sharice Smith in my office, and all of the legal advisors on the 8th floor. So it's an area that it's just such an enormously important area. Many of you have heard my own connection with this. My father, who's an immigrant, came to the U.S. to study engineering and worked his way through grad school at MIT trying to, and this is 1960, 61, working on a device that he would help blind people read ordinary books. Anyway, as I've told the story before, he was a mechanical engineer, and electrical engineering took him by, and so he didn't get the big patents and everything. But I grew up taught by my parents the importance of making sure that as we think about these issues, we think about all the communities, in particular people with disabilities, and make sure that we have a society and economy that's accessible to all Americans.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for coming down this morning and speaking to us, and we look forward to doing some great work for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Commissioner Cox going to speak on that?
Yes. Oh, good. Okay. Well, as the chairman mentioned, Commissioner Copps, at one time our acting chairman, has done an excellent job for consumers during your service at the Commission, and has been a regular here at the Consumer Advisory Committee, and we are so pleased to welcome you back this morning. So thank you.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you, Deborah, for undertaking this job again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for for your comments. First thing I want to do is welcome everybody. I see a lot of old friends around the table. I'm happy to see them. I see some folks who I hope will be new friends too. Among the old friends, I see my friend Rick Chesson over here. It's apropos where it was yesterday to wish him happy birthday. This is the first time I've seen him the first day after he has entered his second half century of life. He doesn't look too much the worse for wear, so happy birthday to you. I always enjoy coming down. This has always been one of my very favorite committees. It's been a very proactive committee, unafraid to tackle some very difficult issues, and we've got a bunch of very difficult issues in front of us now, as the chairman has explained, so I'm looking forward to an active term of office for all of you. And I want to thank you. As the chairman said, this is a big deal. You folks make real sacrifices of time and effort and your dedication to be here. In my previous job, and some of you have heard me say this before, but some of you are new, as Assistant Secretary of Commerce, I had responsibility for all of the international trade advisory committees over at the Department of Commerce, and a lot of private sector folks. We had, I think, maybe 10 or 15 industry sector ISACs and some IFACs, ran the President's Export Committee, and I really saw firsthand the dedication of folks, and we could not have done what we did at the department, just as we can't do here, without the constant input and the valuable insights of the private sector. So please know that your work and your sacrifice is appreciated. And in turn, I think you have a right to expect some things from us. That your hard work will be recognized that, and the best way to ensure that is that your recommendations are taken seriously by the Commission, and I think you will find that to be the case now. It has not always been the case here that recommendations filtered up and were acted upon. So you should always expect that. I think as a group you should be able to follow up on issues that you deem important to consumers. I know you'll be asked to do certain things, but you may have some priorities of your own, and I have always encouraged advisory committees to be proactive and to discuss your own priorities and act on them too. Okay, getting a little more specific, this place was designed as a consumer protection agency that puts you guys right in the middle of the action. And I must say, I think we made good progress on advancing a consumer agenda under the current chairman, Chairman Janikowski, both from the standpoint of the good people that he has put to work on consumer affairs, starting with Joel Guerin over here, I think has conferred remarkable leadership on the Bureau, people like Karen Pell-Strauss, Jeff Blackwell, many, many others. So good people and good processes we have now under Joel, kind of a cross-cutting consumer task force, so that when any issue comes up, no matter what bureau has original jurisdiction or what province it's in, Joel and his group get a crack at it. To look specifically and always at what are the implications for consumers. So that's something we have long needed here. And as the chairman said, I won't repeat what he went through. We have a consumer empowerment agenda here now that's being actively dealt with. We're making progress on it. We've got a lot more tough issues that we need to take on and will be taking on in the months and years ahead. One issue has already been alluded to, and that's the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. I am thrilled that Congress took this action. I was very happy that they put specific deadlines on it, and even happier that we took those deadlines really seriously, and that the chairman put into place the people and the resources necessary to make sure we can meet those deadlines, to make programming more accessible to the blind and visually impaired, and to craft rules that ensure that persons with disabilities can really take advantage of all of the awesome and opportunity-creating tools, technology tools of the 21st century. So we need your counsel on that as we go along, and your help in creating opportunity for the 54 million American citizens who have disabilities. The chairman has mentioned universal service, I think intercarrier compensation reform. Both of these things are on the front burner at the commission, will be acted upon early this fall. This goes to issues of broadband deployment, of course. It also goes to issues of broadband adoption, and that's where we need as much or more help in the adoption issues, so that people really understand what these tools can do, so that people know how to use them, so people understand how they can be used by them if they're used wrongly. Understanding how really we can present the opportunities to people so that they will be willing to adopt tools that are going to be absolutely essential to them in order for them to survive and compete in the 21st century. We've begun the process of strengthening the Lifeline and Link Up programs. That'll be a process that's ongoing in the months ahead, and a place where your input would be helpful. The chairman mentioned transparency. We have made progress on transparency. I would also emphasize, in addition to being a consumer protection agency, we're an enforcement agency, and that is always vitally important. I think the advisory committee previously spent some time examining where there are opportunities for better cooperation between the states and the states and the feds on such things as handling consumer complaints and knowing each one knows what the other one is doing. And I hope you'll continue that work. If there are complaints pouring into PUCs at the state level or attorneys general about early termination fees and things like that, we need to know about that, and similarly they need to know what we're doing here. So we're working on that, but we all need to be working on that. And I think one of the central tenets of the 1996 Telecommunications Act was to encourage close federal-state partnership in implementing the Act. And I'm especially conscious of that as we go in now to universal service and intercarrier compensation. We need to realize that. Finally, and you know I never come down here without talking about media, which is always, I hope, on your agenda and is always first on my agenda. And this committee has been involved in the past, has dealt with public interest guidelines, obligations, and responsibilities. I take that very seriously because, as you know, the term public interest, convenience, and necessity occurs. We researched this when Rick was back in the office 112 or 115 times in the Telecommunications Act. So I think Congress was serious about it, and I think it's a charge that we should take seriously, even though some people who have been at the commission before had trouble defining the public interest or finding where the public interest was, but it's right there 112 times. And I think right now where the real need is to make sure that consumers have access to a vibrant media landscape that arms each citizen with the news and the information and the facts that they need in order to make intelligent decisions for the future of the country. And that's true regardless of whether they get their media from traditional outlets or from new media, new online sources. But never forget that the continuing importance of that traditional media, because roughly 90% of the news, over 90%, that's viewed on the internet still comes from the traditional newsroom of the television station or the newspaper. So we have an important role to play there. I think there are millions of Americans from coast to coast who know that something is not quite right. I've met with them in communities throughout the country throughout the 10 years that I have been here, who understand the consequences of fewer voices, fewer newsrooms, fewer investigative journalists, fewer facts, and more opinions which are usually based on other opinions rather than facts. So there is less news, and we have a problem. Our civic dialogue has a problem. Democracy has a problem. So I think we have an important responsibility here as we exercise our public interest responsibilities to to make sure that we have a news and information infrastructure worthy of our democracy. It's a problem that goes back to the beginning of the United States. Washington and Madison and Jefferson talked about it when they were putting together a government for this fledgling young country. How do we keep the people informed? This is a brand new experiment here. How are we going to make it work? It's the same challenge we face today. The technology may be different, the media may be different, but it's the very same problem to ensure that citizens are well informed and are capable of making decisions that will benefit the country in the long run. We have a number of issues I hope will be taken up here in the months ahead. I think we will. One of them is broadcaster disclosure. This was something that was mentioned in Steve Waldman's report put together under the chairman's guidance on the future of the media. I don't think it's onerous or burdensome for broadcasters to provide critical information online so that citizens can determine on their own whether stations are meeting their public interest obligations. I applaud the Public Interest Airwaves Coalition that has worked tirelessly over many years to make this important step a reality. Right now, stations only have to provide this information in a public file, which is often hidden away somewhere, very difficult to understand, to access in the broadcast station. I think the 21st century demands that we have that kind of information online, and it needs to be searchable online and aggregatable, if there is such a word. I don't know if there isn't. Maybe we should invent it, but there should be an integrated database that makes comparisons between stations possible, and I would welcome the committee's input on how to proceed on that. And another area that I'm interested in right now with regard to transparency for consumers is political advertising disclosure. It's extremely important that as a democratic society we are informed and can make informed choices in the political marketplace, and our sponsorship identification rules give us, I believe, legal authority to provide our citizens with critical information about what they're getting. And there's a lack of transparency often in these ads. You know, how many times have you seen an ad for brought to you by Citizens for Spacious Skies and Amber Waves of Grain, or Citizens for a More Beautiful America? But who knows who's behind that ad? Who knows if it's a chemical company refusing to clean up a toxic dump, or some company that's polluting a river? We don't know. If we're serious about something like product placement, you know, if you have a can of Coca-Cola or Colgate toothpaste on a table, you're supposed to acknowledge that in the program. If we can take that seriously, shouldn't we be taking seriously who's really putting the money in, trying to buy elections through sponsoring these ads? I think that's important to us as a democracy, and I think it's one of the issues that we should be thinking about here. It's about transparency, it's about consumers, and it's about democracy, and I think it's important. There are lots of other things we could talk about this morning. The chairman is a huge believer, and I'm a huge believer in the new literacies, call them digital literacy, media literacy, news literacy, whatever you want to call them. This is some place where folks around this table working together, private sector, public sector partnerships, can do so much to educate people about the opportunities of all the new tools of the 21st century, and again, how to use them and how to avoid being misused by them and how they can serve the higher purposes of our country. So we've got a lot to do at this commission, and I think with your help, all pulling together, we'll be in better shape to do that. So I appreciate your willingness to serve. I appreciate you being here today, and I look forward to working with you in the months ahead. And I'll be happy to answer a question or two also if you have any.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Copps. We do have a quick question right here. Is there a question right here? Can you raise your hand? We make sure you have the mic on.
Good morning. I'm Dorothy Ward.
Could you?
I'm a regional representative for the Helen Keller National Center. I have a question for you. What is the process for us to provide advice and feedback to the Federal Communication Commission outside of CAC's meetings?
Okay, I think that's probably a question that your advisors to the committee from the FCC can answer in more technical terms. But I hope in that process, as you put these things together and they filter up to the office, I hope that all the Commission's offices would be in receipt of the recommendations that you make, and I look for expansive processes so that your advice and counsel is known. I've always been a devotee, and I don't know if I think there are maybe some limitations to this, but I think there should be some interaction amongst the various advisory committees, and I think again your technical folks and the Bureau folks advising the committee can tell if there's some limitations, but certainly at the leadership level or informal discussions, because you may be dealing with something and 2 or 3 other committees are dealing with different aspects of it. We have for example, the Native American Broadband Task Force now, where they're dealing with stuff obviously that's very important to what you're dealing with here. So we all need to know what the other folks are doing, so that we don't waste resources, and so that we can really coordinate and target problems that need to be addressed, and hopefully have some commonality in the recommendations that go forward to the full Commission.
And we'll talk some more about the process that we have with our recommendations this afternoon. Is there another question? Yes, and raise your hand high if you can. The booth in the back has to see you there. I think they've got it now.
Hi, Mitsuko Herrera from Montgomery County, Maryland. Commissioner Copps, just would urge you that we're delighted that the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act is going to take effect later this year. What would be very helpful is to have either some short fact sheets that are available at the local level that help local governments enforce them, or to have a mechanism, a simple mechanism that enables, as it rolls out, enables consumers in an accessible way to bring issues to the Commission's attention or to lodge complaints, so that the implementation can occur as quickly as possible.
That's an excellent idea. I would wholeheartedly agree with that, and the fellow can make that happen sitting right down here at the end of the table, and maybe hard at work on it already. So thank you for a good suggestion.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Copps, once again for coming down and talking to us. Thank you so much. Joel is our next speaker. Oh, you want us to go around the room? Well, I can stay later. Okay. All right. We'll wait for you to come back then. Okay. We'll go back to our introductions and give Joel a little break here. Fernando, so you want to go next with introductions?
Thanks, Debbie. Hi, everybody. My name is Fernando LaGuardia. I'm at Time Warner Cable here in the company's Washington office, and I guess I'm here on behalf of the 45,000 employees of Time Warner Cable in 28 states across the country. We're an independent, publicly owned company, no longer affiliated with Time Warner, although with a confusingly similar name. If we're going to talk about consumer confusion. And it's a real privilege to follow the chairman and Commissioner Copps, and I was furiously scribbling down notes thinking about their challenge to us and the value we can provide. It's great to be here because really I'm here to learn on behalf of my company and to try to make an effort through this work to bring to life our mission and values, to connect people and businesses with entertainment, information, and each other, and to give customers choices that are simple and easy. I think the work of this committee can make a difference to the private sector and to the work of the Commission, and that together we can meet the challenges that the chairman so eloquently laid out. I want to just add on a personal level and with respect to one specific interest that my company has, we were very pleased to have made a small contribution to the enactment of the 21st Century Act, and I'm very happy to see the Commission working diligently on implementation. And I'm here especially to learn about and to contribute to the work of inclusion for customers with disabilities and also for employees with disabilities. Inclusion is one of our company's most important values, and I think that that is something that this committee in particular can contribute in its work to both informing us and also in bringing the talents of our employees to the work that we're doing here. So thank you, and I would invite and encourage any of you whom I don't know already to please look forward to introducing yourselves and to asking me how Time Warner Cable can help you and help the work of this committee. And thank you also, Deborah, for your leadership. I really appreciate the opportunity to serve with you here.
Are we on? Great. I'm Julie Carney. I am Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for the Consumer Electronics Association. This is our fourth tour on the CAC, and I'm thrilled to be representing CEA and our 2,100 members who represent about $186 billion to the U.S. economy. And these days, the economy needs all the help it can get. Our members range from large corporations like Panasonic and Samsung and T-Mobile and others to small businesses, and actually the majority of our members are small businesses. Some of the areas that you probably know about CEA, we produced the International CES in January. Thanks, Mitzi, for giving a hat tip to that. We do market research to really stay in touch and have sort of hands-on access with consumers. We've launched a tech enthusiast category where individuals can join CEA and do beta testing. We also have, some of you are involved, we have an accessibility working group within our TV manufacturers caucus. So there's a lot going on at CEA. I could probably take about 20 minutes giving you the full gamut. On the policy regulatory front, we were active in the legislative process for the CVAA and are now actively involved at the Commission to ensure that it is implemented successfully, and we're very pleased with the work that's going on here. Other issues of interest to CEA are retail market for set-top boxes, and Fernando and I can duke it out later in the hallway. Broadband access, spectrum for wireless broadband and other services. These are just some of the issues, and of course we're working on video description as well. I'd also like to congratulate the FCC on the Technology Experience Center. We encourage you all, I know you'll get a presentation this afternoon, but many CEA members are there, and it's a great way to really get your hands down and dirty with the technology. So congratulations to you all. It's phenomenal. I'm here as a resource for you. I take complaints, many of them, but I take compliments too, and CEA is very committed to the work here at the CAC and to making technologies accessible, but to ensuring that our consumers are happy. Thanks.
Okay. And I don't know if they see me up here. And I was thinking that our visit to the FCC's Technology Experience Center today, that maybe you can give us some pointers based on the International CES. So, you know, it's kind of like a little mini CES this afternoon that we'll get to see the hands-on devices. So, but thank you for being here again. Barry.
Good morning, I'm Barry Umansky. I represent the Digital Policy Institute in Indiana. I've known many of you in my long and winding career in communications. I joined the FCC right out of law school, and for 7 years did cable TV and broadcast policymaking. Then spent 20 years as the Deputy General Counsel of the National Association of Broadcasters. Several years of private practice after that. But about 8 years ago, life changed. I was lured out to Ball State University to take an endowed chair in telecommunications. And shortly after I arrived, we set up the Digital Policy Institute. It's an interdisciplinary association of faculty with a collective interest in digital communications, law, policy, economics, technology. We have written several reports, white papers. We put on several conferences, symposia, and we try to really stay on top of communications policy development and technology. Our next symposium is actually on September 15th. It deals with mega mergers in telecommunications, and no, it's not being sponsored by AT&T and T-Mobile, but we tried. Okay. Amalia.
So my name is Amalia Deloney, and I work at the Center for Media Justice. I'm the policy director there. And the Center for Media Justice is based in Oakland, California. It's a national intermediary. We work on communication strategy and media policy to end racism and eliminate poverty. We're also the home, I actually work out of Chicago though. We're also the home to the National Media Action Grassroots Network, which is a network of more than 125 organizations, social justice and economic justice organizations that are community-based who work at the intersection of media policy, and they're all over the country. So we're really excited to be part of this gathering and these meetings, and particularly to bring home and present the voices of communities who live outside of the Beltway but have deep concerns about their communications needs. So some of the issues that we're hoping to tackle, many have been mentioned already, but we're very interested in the USF proceedings and have been actively involved in that. A lot to say on Lifeline and LinkUp, so it's exciting to see that on the agenda. Broadband adoption, something obviously that we care a lot about. And then, of course, cell phone issues, and we're particularly interested in open internet protections there, as well as all of the consumer issues that arise for the 16% of Black Americans, 18% of Latinos who can only access the internet through their cell phones. So those are some of the things that we'd like to talk about while we're here. Thanks.
Halito, my name is Tracy Morris, and I am a member of the Chickasaw Nation of Oklahoma, and I am also the Director of Operations for Native Public Media and the former Policy Director for Native Public Media. And we represent, specifically, we represent the 45 tribal radio stations. That's one of our constituents. But we also work with the National Congress of the American Indians and their Telecom Policy Committee, representing all 565 tribes and the leadership there. So we do a lot of work on behalf of tribes, basically. We also, in addition, like I say, we do advocacy work for our tribal radio stations, and now we are branching into digital literacy. Yesterday we announced our new program in digital literacy that will be administered by the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe. Next summer we'll have our first group go through that training, and it'll be the first training in Indian country on digital literacy. We also do a significant amount of policy work on a number of the issues that Amalia had mentioned. We're part of the network as with Andrea Quijada. And so we do the policy work, and we also do research work. I'm also an affiliated scholar with Fordham University's McGannon Center in Communications. And prior to that, I co-authored a study on broadband or new media use in Indian country with Sasha Meinrath at the New America Foundation. So we're sort of tentacles and a little bit of everything on behalf of tribal communities.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Quijada. I'm with the Media Literacy Project. We're based in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We are also, as mentioned, a member of the Media Action Grassroots Network. We define media literacy as the ability to access, analyze, and create media. So we work with communities on, in terms of the access piece, that's where we do a lot of our media policy work. Similarly, we're working on issues of USF, Lifeline, and LinkUp. And in terms of the analyzing, we do a lot around consumer issues and marketing and breaking down how communities are marketed to. And we're really excited because we're going to be launching this fall a collaborative project on a cell phone literacy toolkit. And we're doing that with People's Production House, Voces Moviles out of LA, and the Center for Urban Pedagogy. So we're really excited about that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Oxley, and I'm here representing the National Association of Broadcasters.
and we represent thousands of television and radio stations across the country. Certainly big companies like CBS, more mid-sized companies like mine, Hubbard Broadcasting, which I'm the general manager of WTOP and WFED in town here, and also smaller broadcasters all across the country. Anything from very rural stations that only have maybe one AM signal or FM signal to ones that have groups. So I'm very interested to learn more about how we can help the consumer. Ultimately, that's our job in broadcasting, is to serve the consumer, because if we don't, we don't have ourselves a business, but we also aren't doing the right thing. So I'm very interested to see how our organization, the NAB, can be more helpful, but also on a local level to see how WTOP and WFED can make a greater impact on the consumer. Thanks.
Hi, Is this on? Okay. Hi, I'm Darlene Wong from the National Consumer Law Center. Olivia Wine, my esteemed colleague, is the representative for NCLC, and I'm sitting in here today as the alternate. And thrilled to be here. We thank Deborah and Scott and the Commission for the ability to participate in this really interesting and important work of CAC. Some of the issues that we've been working on and that we're really interested in, number one, our broad umbrella is accessibility of telecommunications services to low-income consumers. Along the lines of accessibility, we've appeared in both federal and state forums, and definitely support the Commission's objectives of working with federal and state partnerships, and would also insert the important role of CBOs in that process, or community-based organizations. We have found that in outreach and enrollment and really making the beneficiaries of low-income telecommunications programs aware of what they can benefit from, community-based organizations are so important. And we're really interested in bringing them and their participation into the efforts of this group. The other thing that we've been working on is the one per household administrative barrier to enrolling low-income eligible customers in the low-income discount lifeline. And as some or all of you may know, for shelter residents in particular, whether they be consumers in battered women's shelters, could be folks who are temporarily displaced in places like the YMCA or other such temporary living environments, because of the way that the current enrollment process proceeds, those eligible customers cannot currently benefit from the low-income telephone discount. They often have difficulties enrolling. So we're very interested in working with this group on that as a lifeline issue. The other lifeline issue that we're interested in working on in particular is something that we've seen, which is, at least in Massachusetts, where I am based in Boston, a lot of the new enrollments in the low-income telephone discount are on wireless, and that is the preferred mode of telecommunication services for low-income customers. They find it a lot more convenient for answering that call when the employer calls, and for consumers who do live in temporary shelters and may be extremely mobile because of their circumstances. The mobile telephone and mobile services are really important. What we've been finding, however, is that there's only about a 30% enrollment of those that are qualified and eligible. And some of the problems that we've identified are they do have to do with, as I mentioned, the one per household rule, but the other significant problem is simply administrative barriers within the provider's customer service process. I think that those could be some things that would be very helpful to talk about, and really having informed staff all around and who work with CBOs and community providers, clients, and work to really train their staff about how to enroll low-income consumers. It's often the case that actually staff within the telecommunication service providers are not aware of all of these offerings. So those are some of the issues that we're really interested in, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Hi, I'm Linda Sherry. Is it on? Okay. Hi, I'm Linda Sherry from Consumer Action, and I'm the DC team leader for Consumer Action. I'm sitting in for Ken McEldowney, who many of you know. He's our executive director based in San Francisco. Consumer Action is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. We're a 501(c)(3) nonprofit. We've started off as a California organization many years ago, but we've really grown to our work now encompasses more of a national scope. We work to help people prosper financially and avoid wasting money and avoid scams and fraud. Many of the people we work with are low-income, limited English speakers, and unsophisticated consumers, as we call them. Our work is in 3 areas. We work in policy advocacy and encouraging grassroots support for becoming more civically engaged, making your voice heard. Second area we work in is a referral and advice hotline. That's a free service to consumers. It's not a toll-free number, but they can call and get help on the phone or by email with their complaints. We log those complaints, and we can see trends, and we can also provide victims to the media in some cases for their stories, depending on what they're writing about. And the train the trainer area, Darlene was right on when she said a good way to reach people is through the CBOs. We work with a lot of community-based organizations. Over the years, they've ordered our free publications, and via that mechanism, we've been able to grow a database that's now at 8,000 community-based organizations nationwide and 12,000 people at those organizations. We do train the trainer, regional meetings. We do free consumer education materials, curricula, and PowerPoint slides for the trainers. All of this is available on our website and our 5 sub-sites, topical sub-sites that we have at Consumer Action. For us, telecom is one of our core areas. Telecom and media are core areas of financial empowerment to us. You're lifting people out of poverty. You are bringing them information, news, services, possible information about jobs, assistance, and entrepreneurship. Our concerns specifically are cost, access, appropriateness of the services, customer service, and companies that are just getting too big to serve through mergers and acquisitions. The specific areas that we have worked in telecom and media are the digital divide, getting people onto the internet, ensuring that they have access to the internet, cell phones, how to use them, how to get the best deal, including prepaid cell phones, wireless and cell phone lifeline, nuts and bolts stuff about getting enrolled, mobile data services. We're finding that these are a source. A lot of people are spending a lot of their money on mobile data services now. The piece of that chunk of the household income that's going to that now is increasingly high. And of course, you know the companies have been changing the way that those services are priced in a way that is completely detrimental to consumers in our eyes. Pay as you go rather than unlimited services. We've worked on universal service fund issues and retransmission issues. We also work on online privacy and security. So thank you for having me in lieu of Ken, and I hope to get to know all of you. Thank you.
We're going to have one more introduction, and then we're going to do a hold again, go back to our agenda, and then continue a little later. So thank you. One more.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Ledoux.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Ledoux. I'm representing Speech Communications Assistance by Telephones, Inc. I've been on this committee before, and to be renominated is an honor. I represent speech-disabled people who often have difficulty with using the telephone. Indeed, some of them are afraid to use the telephone due to the difficulties they have with it. Our goal is to reach out to these people, to train and educate them about the services and technologies that are available to them. In this way, we work to provide this population group with the same communication abilities available to the rest of the populace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. It's great to have you back on the CAC. Your perspective is really important, so thank you for being back here. Well, we're going to take another break from our introductions. I know this takes a while, but it is really helpful for us all to have this sort of introduction. We're going to talk about how we're going to do the work of this committee, and I think it's great to hear the type of issues that you are working on within your organization that will help define what your interest is in terms of what we're going to be doing with the CAC. So thank you all for sharing so far. We'll continue this later. Now I'm going to turn to Joel Gurin with the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, our Bureau Chief, and it's great to have you here. Thank you for sitting so patiently, Joel, as we've done our morning business. So thank you.
No, it's am I on? Yes. It's been a pleasure. I want to say I think this is a phenomenal group. We were very pleased to see the applications come in and to have a role in selection, and it's actually been a pleasure. I'm sorry I can't stay until we go all the way around. It's really been a pleasure to hear these introductions and to hear what you're all working on. It's just really, I think, going to be a phenomenal committee with the mix that you represent of different kinds of groups working on accessibility, representing communities and constituencies from around the U.S., consumer groups, regional groups, industry representatives. I think you're going to have a lot of fun, and we expect and know that you're going to get a lot done that's really going to help the Commission. So thank you. Debbie, how much time would you like me to take? I know we have a flexible agenda apparently, so I have till 11. What would you like?
We have about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
So you know, we want to make sure that the group has time for questions.
That's fine. So why don't I'll just kind of go through this in overview. I think some of you may be more familiar with the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau than others, so let me give you a sense of what we do. The first thing to know about us is that we actually have several different kinds of modes of action. So we do, of course, do rulemakings. We're working now on some proceedings, one on bill shock around mobile cell phone charges. We also have just initiated a notice of proposed rulemaking on cramming, working on a number of other issues like that as well, and I'll talk about those a bit more. But that's not the only way in which we work. We also do workshops, we do events, we do all kinds of outreach to consumers, publications, and so on. And we are increasingly looking at what's possible for us to do through information and education. In other words, not just sort of flagging an issue. A lot of the issues that consumers face now are things that you can't really quite lead them through in 2 or 3 paragraphs online. Some of the choices are very complex, some of the issues are very complex. We're looking at ways of using the web, using other kinds of communication to really help reach consumers on those issues as well. So in all of these ways, we really are looking for your input and looking to you also to flag issues that you may feel are very much of importance that we may not be paying sufficient attention to in your view. As you heard from the chairman and from Commissioner Kops, one of the wonderful and unique things about this bureau is that we work across the commission. When I first got here, going on almost 2 years ago, hard to believe, the chairman set up the Consumer Task Force, which I was asked to chair, which includes all the bureaus of the FCC plus the Office of the Managing Director, Office of Engineering and Technology, and Office of the General Counsel. And we evolved fairly quickly from having frequent formal meetings to just evolving a way of working where our bureau works with all of those different areas on any kind of rulemaking or other kind of activity that really affects the consumer interest. My own background, as I think a lot of you know is that I was at Consumer Reports and Consumers Union for many years. I was the editor-in-chief of Consumer Reports, oversaw the launch of their website, which is now 3 million active paid subscribers and counting. I can never mention the website without mentioning that. It's actually the largest subscription-based paid information site in the world as far as we know. So I have a long-standing interest, and then I was executive vice president there for almost a decade, so I have a long-standing interest in consumer issues, communication, advocacy, publishing, and all of that. So let me go through the different parts of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau and tell you what we do. One of the most active right now is the Disability Rights Office. We are very, very busily implementing the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act under the leadership both of Karen Pelt-Strauss as one of my deputies and also Greg Leibach as the chief of that division. And I noticed that the CVAA is not on your agenda for today, and it would probably actually take quite a bit to go through it. I think many of you are familiar with it already, of course, but you may want, Debbie, I don't know, at some point, I'm sure if you wanted Karen and Greg to do an overview. That's a very central piece right now of what CGB is doing, and it's a major direction of our rulemaking activity. We also have the Office of Native Affairs and Policy, which I think is just now, within a week, give or take, celebrating its first anniversary, led by Jeff Blackwell, who we were able to bring back to the Commission. This has been, I think, just a huge, huge step up in the Commission's work with Native nations. We had, before ONAP, as we call it, was started, we had one, sometimes two tribal liaisons, which, given that the work that we need to do is heavily focused on consultation, on really getting out into Indian country, bringing people here, having one or two tribal liaisons was just not nearly adequate for what the Commission needs to do. We now have an office led very dynamically by Jeff with, I think we're about 7 or 8 people. He actually came on board and got it fully staffed within about, or almost fully staffed within about a month. And there's just a lot of work and a lot of opportunity for us to do there. Some of that is in a rulemaking context. We do have a notice of inquiry out asking a broad range of questions about these issues where we've just gotten comments in and we'll be sorting through those. But a lot also is our work with the Wireless Bureau, with the Wireline Bureau, with USF, with other parts of the Commission that are actively involved in issues that affect native nations and people in Indian country. So that's been a huge part of our work, and also is very much part of the work of the National Broadband Plan as well. The Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, which is part of our bureau, has ramped up quite a bit in the last year. This is an office that works with NARUC, with NASUCA, with I think about 10 different organizations that have different acronyms that are not quite pronounceable, but, you know, National Association of Attorneys General and many others. What they've done in the last year has been two things that I think have been especially noteworthy. One of is they've begun a series of webinars, which is a way that we can really increase how we do our coordination with these groups and with state governments and local governments around communications issues. And we also have, just in other ways, really ramped up our communication with the states in a way that is two-way communication. So, for example, when we did our recent rulemaking on cramming, we got a lot of information from the states on the incidence of cramming and different kinds of evidence that really show this to be a problem. California, for example, has a unique law where wireline carriers are required to report the number of cramming complaints that they get. We found from California that they were getting about 120,000 or more complaints a year. That has enabled us to really develop an estimate of the incidence of cramming annually, and we've also been working with a great awareness of what's happening on a congressional level as well. The Consumer Policy Division, Colleen, welcome, is going to talk about some of the work that they're doing. And this is really where the rulemaking part of CGB comes into play. We began shortly before I got here in August of 2009. The Commission released a notice of inquiry on consumer information and disclosure, which was, again, a very broad NOI, asking for a lot of input about disclosure in 4 different levels. I always talk about this one as sort of truth in billing on steroids, because truth in billing really began by saying, you know, telephone bills have to have clear information. And what this notice of inquiry did is it expanded that concept in 2 directions. One is it said it's not just phone bills, and the other is said it's not just bills. So the first thing was to say that we were interested in 4 stages where consumers need information. One is when they're choosing a provider. Second, when they're choosing a plan from that provider. We know, for example, that cell phone companies, a given company may now offer more than 1,000 plans with all the different combinations of equipment, plans, you know, and so on. So that's a difficult decision for consumers as well. Third is people have to understand their bills when they get them. And fourth is if somebody is considering changing a provider, they need to know what goes into that decision so that they can make that decision intelligently. We also are looking here not just at telephone service, but also at broadcast, satellite, you know, wireline, you know, cable, etc. So it's a very broad-reaching inquiry, and we've gotten a lot of comments on that. We've done some follow-up on that. We're continuing to work on all those areas, and that's very much, I'm sure, what you'll hear about from Colleen. 2 most active areas right now. One is bill shock, where we have had a notice of proposed rulemaking out and are now figuring out the last stages of taking action on that. And that's the effort to get alerts that people would get, so that if you are about to go over your limits for voice, text, or data, that you would have an alert that tells you, that warns you before that happens. And cramming, which, as many of you know, is the unauthorized placement of charges on phone bills. We're looking at that primarily in a wireline context, and we've just proposed some rules that we think will be helpful there. Both of these proceedings and a lot of what we're doing are very much in the context of consumer information and disclosure. So the theory is that the first line of defense for consumers is to help them figure out what's going on. So, you know, in bill shock, for example, we're not making any judgment about how wireless companies should charge people when they go over their limit. We're just saying if they do, they should know before it happens. And that's very much the spirit of how we're approaching cramming and a lot of other issues as well. Just very quickly, I'll mention 3 other areas of CGB, and then I'll be happy to take any questions. One is complaint handling. We handle, I don't know, I always lose track, but it's in the hundreds of thousands of complaints a year. A lot of those are indecency complaints. Every time there's a wardrobe malfunction or what appears to be almost every single episode of Family Guy results in some flood of complaints to the Commission. So that's just an interesting thing. And as you may know, the whole question of how we handle indecency complaints is now under legal review at the High Court level. But even if you factor those out, we handle a large number of complaints about junk faxes, about issues arising under the TCPA, the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Act, and a number of complaints about billing, rates, et cetera, et cetera. What we do, which is quite unusual, I think, for a federal agency, is we don't just log these complaints in. We actually mediate between consumers and the carriers and try to help them see eye to eye and to get satisfaction on these issues. We're now looking at ways we believe that we can make complaint handling here, that we can sort of modernize it. We're looking at our coding systems for complaints. We're updating that. We're looking at what we can do online. And I think within 6 months, you're going to see that we're able to do this in a very consumer-friendly way that really allows a lot of input from consumers and enables us to track trends across these industries more and more effectively. We have the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division, which I think I mentioned earlier that we do workshops, field hearings, events, tech showcases, any number of kinds of things like that to reach consumers. That's all part of CAOD, which I think had a hand in putting on this event today as well. That's now Roger Goldblatt has headed that up very ably. He is now detailed to the chairman's office, but continuing to work with us. And Susan McLean is the division chief for CAOD and fairly new and doing a terrific job. And then finally, the newest part of CGB is the Web and Print Publishing Division. This is a division that we've started to really focus both on our consumer fact sheets, our print publications, and the increasing opportunities that we have to reach consumers through the web as we continue to work on the FCC website together with our new media group. So we have a lot going on. And the one area that I didn't mention, that I want to mention, but that actually cuts across a lot of what we're doing, a lot of different parts of CGB, and is also a good model for us, is the work that we've done on broadband. In addition to being involved in broadband adoption, USF, and other kind of policy making that the agency does, we're very, very focused now on helping people understand broadband, understand what they need, and working with the industry on this effort. A couple of weeks ago, we issued a report on called Measuring Broadband America that's available online. This was the result of a year-long effort that we did with a company called Sam Knows that has done similar work in the UK, where we actually measured, did on-the-ground scientific, technical measurements of broadband speed in about 7,000 homes across America. And a few things were noteworthy about this. One was this was the commission in information gathering mode. So this was a way that we could really make a difference simply by collecting and creating a data set that had never existed before. And we found, by the way, that by and large, the different internet service providers generally do provide the speeds that they advertise, which was very good to know, and which was something that had not been clear before. We also found some issues that show up around hours of peak usage and other kinds of issues that I think are very helpful for consumers and as feedback to the industry as they continue to constantly improve performance. So we have, I think, about 1 billion data points that we have now put online. So this is a data set that not only led to an important FCC report, but that we've made available now for the industry, for academics. All of the data is publicly available for anybody who wants to use it. But the other thing, two other things were noteworthy about this. One is that when we issued this, we issued a consumer guide that walks people through the process of how to use this information, how to choose broadband service, and that's a model for something we really want to expand and deepen as we go forward. And I think perhaps the most noteworthy thing is that this was a remarkably effective and productive collaboration between the FCC and industry. We put together an industry, actually the industries themselves, service providers themselves had begun to work together. We then worked with them in a very strong collaborative process that went on for about a year. We had a number of meetings with 20 people in the room and 30 on the phone. Representatives of the service providers were just extraordinarily diligent, committed, and patient to working together to get this right. And I think in the end, we came out with a product that that everybody participated in, and that we feel could not have been done without that kind of dialogue. I think that we are going to find that there are other areas like that where it's really in everyone's best interest, both consumers and the industry, to figure out how to communicate about these issues, how to give people information about these issues that really helps them make choices in the marketplace and ultimately makes the market itself more transparent, more efficient, all to the good. So we saw that as just a terrific experience. A next step on that is to talk about what we have for shorthand called need for speed. We hope to work with the ISPs and with application developers and others to really refine the kind of information and advice that we give consumers about how to figure out what they actually need in broadband performance and how to do that in a way that may become more of a kind of common language or common set of principles used across the industry. So that's what we're up to, and I'd be happy to take any questions or comments of any kind.
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah.
Remember to identify yourself after I call on you. Lisa?
Hello. Hi, this is Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association. Thank you, and I first wanted to say thanks for all of the great work that you guys are doing. I've been involved with CVAA, and that staff that you have there is just extraordinary, doing incredible stuff. I wanted to ask, last year, one of the things that came, we were looking at complaints with captioning, and one of the things that was really helpful was that after looking at the complaints, the department created a report that then consumer could see, not consumers, everyone could see, where were complaints going, how are they doing. So to me, it was really valuable to have not just have you guys take the complaints, but to compile them and then create reports. Do you see that happening again? Well, certainly for us in terms of captioning I was looking at, but there must be other complaints that you take and trends, and I would love to see those kinds of reports come out, but I don't know what your plans are.
Thank you. I'm glad that was helpful. I don't know particularly what our plans might be around captioning. I would have to talk to Karen and Greg Leibach about that. But I can tell you, as I mentioned briefly, that we are looking at the whole issue of how we take in and analyze complaints. I think there's been a lot of desire from all sides, industry, consumers, government, to figure out how to do this more efficiently. And I've actually found in talking to people at other government agencies that a lot of agencies are now looking at how to modernize complaint handling and complaint tracking. We have a very good team working on this. We think we'll be able to make a lot of progress quickly, and more to come. But definitely the idea of really being able to synthesize complaints and report back to the public much more quickly than we do now is high on our agenda. Great. Yeah.
Irene?
Yes. Hi.
Irene Leach, and thank you for all that you're doing. We got the microphone on?
Not yet.
Thank you for all that you're doing, and it's been exciting to watch this Bureau grow over the last several years. One thing that I wanted to share, and maybe I should have shared earlier when the commissioners were here, my college roommates experienced a tornado in the mid-spring. And immediately after, and they live out in a very rural area, the roof of the house was gone. They probably won't be able to live there for more than a year. It was pretty badly damaged. None of the cell phones worked after the tornado went through, but they were able to get help on landline. And when I went to see them and they were showing me the destruction and so forth, one of the out-of-the-blue comments that they made to me was, "We'll never give up our landline." After this experience. And so I thought that was worth sharing, and in a world where I think a lot of people think we're going wireless only, we're a long way, I think, from having the kind of reliability with wireless that we do with landline.
That's a very good observation. Thank you.
Okay, so 2 more questions, and then we'll have to let Joel go. Paul and then
Mitzi's fine.
Paul?
Hi, Paul Schrader with the American Foundation for the Blind. Again, want to thank you for excellent staff and the work that the Bureau is doing, echoing many others and echoing what I said to the chair earlier. I do want to make a point, which is that there are several key provisions in the Communications and Video Accessibility Act, and there is a long history of relatively poor implementation of accessibility, especially for people with vision loss, whether it's in the area of video programming accessibility, TV accessibility, cell phone accessibility, or emergency information accessibility. With all that in mind, I'm wondering what plans you might have to add expertise that would relate to the needs of people with vision loss to the Bureau as you look at staffing, because it seems as though that is an area of great need given the requirements of the new law.
Yes, no, duly noted. We're definitely considering that, Paul. We're hoping that we can continue to grow the Bureau. As you know, times are a bit tough, and there's a lot of belt-tightening going on all over government. But at the same time, I think what's been set out in the CVAA is such a huge initiative, not just for our Bureau and for the agency, but you know, just for the country as a whole, that we are hoping we can continue to bring people in, and that's definitely going to be a consideration of ours. So thanks. Yeah.
Yes. Mitsuko Herrera from Montgomery County, Maryland. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing on the mobile bill alert and the cramming. One thing I note, we've had a lot of conversations about broadband, but there doesn't seem to be a proceeding in which you have addressing the billing practices for broadband. And consistent with what you're saying, what we'd just like to suggest is something that looks similar to what you get with a credit card application, which has a simple chart that lays out specifically monthly charges, additional fees, taxes, potentially one that's got a here's the promo rate and here's how long that rate will last, and then here are the ongoing rates. Most of the, just similar to your fourth quarter report, more than half of our complaints on that are related to billing, in which people signed up for something, they weren't aware of it, there's no requirement that they have to get anything in writing that tells them, and oftentimes when they do get something in writing, it's simply the promotional flyer with whichever offer you got circled, which is not really a substitute for what your prices will actually be. So I would encourage you to sort of proactively look at that. And again, consistent with providers are free to charge what they will, but having a chart that allows consumers to easily compare and to be aware of what they're signing up for would be very helpful, particularly as we try to tackle those folks who have access, the 76 million people who have access to broadband, but who have opted not to purchase it.
So just since we're on that subject, and thank you, let me just ask you a couple of questions, if I could, because
Sure.
this is good input for us. One question is, in the complaints that you see, are you seeing this more with bundled plans or with plans generally?
I would say that the majority of consumers opt for a bundled plan because the incentives are so strong. It's very difficult for consumers. I mean, it is, you could have a debate about consumer choice, but in fact, they have very little choice to not choose a bundled plan because the cost incentives are so strong.
Okay. And do you make your complaint data public?
Yes. And in fact, my staff is working on releasing our report this week, and so I can provide that.
If you would please make sure, if anybody needs to reach me, my email is very obscure. It's joel.gurin@fcc.gov. So you please do send that to us and to me, particularly when that comes out. We'd be very interested in following that.
Sure. And one thing, just housekeeping note, it would be helpful if on the membership roster internally could be circulated something that includes everybody's contact information.
Well, we will definitely have that. And I just want to follow up on that, Joel, because you know we worked a lot on this sort of information for you in our last CAC, and I know we will want to follow up and go a little more deeply into that sort of suggestion as we move forward, because that's a great point.
Well, I think this is one of what I'm sure are going to be many really good examples of exactly the kind of input that we're looking from. Looking to the CAC to give us. So thank you everybody again. So glad to see you all here and so engaged. This is a phenomenal group, and as I'm sure you've heard this morning, you're all here for a reason. People around this table were selected very carefully, and I can see very, very well. I think it's really going to be great working with you, and thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Joel. We've all been sitting for 2 hours now. We need a short break. This isn't optional. So let's take a 5-minute break, please. This is truly just a need-only break, and then come back to the table. We have our next speaker lined up and ready to go. So thanks all. If everybody could get seated, we're going to get started again. If everybody could get seated, we're going to get started again. There we go. Good morning again, everyone. So back on your agenda, what was 10:20 is now 10:10 is now 11:10 on our schedule. We're not doing too badly. We'll figure this all out. We now have Ann Bushmiller, who is Deputy Associate General Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel at the FCC, who's going to tell us about the world of Federal Advisory Committee. So thank you, Ann.
Well, am I on? Yes. Thank you to you for such a fabulous turnout here in the middle of August. Yes, I am here with a nuts and bolts discussion of the Federal Advisory Committee Act and some of the guidelines that we have to observe as we do our work in light of the goals of the act and the actual restrictions that are contained in it. Let's see, I have made my talking points available to Scott electronically, so he can circulate them after the fact to everybody. But if you're on this committee, you've probably heard of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, and it governs the operations of this and all of the official government advisory committees. There's a link to it in your handout. Now, the guiding principles of FACA are to promote openness in government and to widen the areas from where the government can draw advice. Also to ensure that we've got diversity and balance among the membership of a committee that's giving advice to the agency, and that this committee, like the commission itself, is subject to public accountability. So, in order to help achieve these goals, there are some things we got to keep in mind. One is we have to have timely and sufficient public notice of your meetings. Usually it's a 15 calendar day notice in the Federal Register. So this requires a lot of advanced planning, which poor Mr. Marshall here is going to be tending to. Not only the Federal Register, but other ways to reach out to interested members of the public. So we could do it by a regular release. We can do it via the internet, other media. We look for suggestions, how best to get the word out to the people that you work with. Meetings may include other meetings like today where we get together in public, but also teleconferences, video conferences, doing things by internet. We'll try to use all ways of meeting that make sense. The second thing is the public can attend our meetings. The FACA requires us to permit interested members of the public to attend meetings and, subject to reasonable regulations, to be able to submit written statements and say what's on their mind. Under limited circumstances, we may decide to close a meeting, but that has to be done ahead of time. If there is something that's either involving trade secrets, and sometimes if new methods of technology are under discussion, it's conceivable you might have something that isn't ready to be broadcast to the world at large yet. You can close it, but that also has to be in the Federal Register that we're going to have a closed portion of the meeting. We can't say get here in the morning and decide, oh boy, you know, from 10:30 to 11, we'd really rather have it closed. It's too late at that point. Documents also, to the extent that we generate documents, that minutes are prepared of this, the documents are submitted to us. These are, in general, all available to the public. Scott, again, is going to take care that minutes are prepared. Not that he has to prepare them, but he's going to task somebody with it. So they'll be available for public inspection and copying via the FOIA or somebody just coming here. If there's an applicable exemption to the FOIA, for example, personal privacy, not every document is necessarily going to be made wholly available to the public, but that's something to bear in mind, that in general all our work is available to the public. So the role of the committee chair, Ms. Berlin sitting right here, and the vice chair are serving as the focal point for the members of the committee who have questions, who have suggestions, things like that. The chair and vice chair will establish any informal working groups or subcommittees that you may decide would be useful to you, subject to a couple more restrictions I'll mention in a minute. And they will conduct the committee meetings. They'll suggest the agendas. They'll, they'll keep you guys moving forward. The designated federal officer is Scott Marshall. He is an FCC employee, and he will he'll call the committee meetings. He'll make sure that there's adequate notice. He'll approve the agendas that the chair and vice chair are putting together. He attends the meetings. He will close them to the public when necessary and pursuant to rules. And he'll maintain the committee records, and that's a pretty big job. He and his staff will make sure that that the minutes are all kept, that they're accessible, they're organized, and he'll ensure that minutes are taken. In my handout, he's probably given you his reach information already. It's also available on the handout that you'll get. Now, you may decide that it will be useful to have specific working groups, and I don't mean to presuppose you will. Okay, you will. Just giving you the FACA rundown on that. To facilitate your work, you may create these. Now, one thing to bear in mind is if you're assigned to a working group, you can't send a substitute without clearing it through Scott or somebody he designates at the FCC. And that's to facilitate some of those goals we referred to at the top of the conversation about diversity and balance. Several of you are here representing specific populations and viewpoints, and we just got to make sure that the balance that we put in place when the committee was set up is maintained in our working groups. So these working groups or subcommittees may gather information, develop work plans, draft reports, and discuss preliminary findings. Now, if the working group or subcommittee develops a report, a draft report, it should be delivered to the full committee sufficiently ahead of time so that everybody on the committee has a chance to review it and think about it, that it's not just there for rubber stamping. That leads to the last point here. The subcommittees and the informal working groups should not function as a de facto advisory committee. And they shouldn't make recommendations or submit draft reports that are expected to be rubber stamped without thorough discussion and analysis and understanding by the full committee. No surprise, shouldn't make decisions that are binding on the full committee or even speak on behalf of the committee without approval. It may be that there are circumstances where you would be speaking on a specific topic for the committee, but be sure to get the green light from your chair first. And the subcommittees and the working groups don't make direct recommendations to the FCC. That is definitely something that only your full committee can do, is make direct recommendations to the FCC. Now, when these requirements are met, then meetings conducted by your working groups or the subcommittees aren't subject to the public participation, the 15 days advance notice. So it means that the working groups are a little more, well, they're a little more nimble. They can just get more done in a shorter period of time. But they definitely act just to assist your full committee, who takes in the information ultimately and makes the decision. So if you have, that wraps up my prepared speech. And if you have any questions, feel free to hit me right now. And otherwise, just direct questions you've got to Scott, who will enlist the lawyers from the FCC in answering them. Another woman who is on vacation today is like the world's leading expert in FACA, and she'll be sure to answer any questions that you've got. Thank you. Yes.
So I have a question, Ann. With the working groups, it's always been my understanding, but I want to clear this up. Can anyone participate in a working group, or is it only the members of the Consumer Advisory Committee? So can someone who's not a member of the Consumer Advisory Committee participate in a working group discussion?
They can, subject to some restrictions. You need to invite them, and they shouldn't participate as if they were a member. But if you have, on a one-off or two-off basis, if they have expertise that would be useful to you, sure, you can invite them to come in and assist you. That's good. Okay. But we would try to avoid a situation where people thought that this person was actually a member of your committee. They're outside consultants. Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Oh, I love this. Lawyers so rarely get applauded.
And I always say I'm a lucky guy. I'm a lawyer that has a lawyer to keep me out of trouble. All right.
Okay. So we are now moving to the next topic. So we have, you'll see on your agenda, as Joel Gurin mentioned, the Bureau did the broadband speed report recently. I'm sorry?
We're looking for the laptop at the table here for PowerPoint.
This one right here? Can you use this one? The one that you have right in front of you?
Okay, is that FCC PC? Okay.
Yep. Hold up.
Oh, cool. All right, excellent. Excellent, very good.
Okay, perfect. No, they're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Ellen Satterwhite, consumer researcher with the Bureau, and Deborah Broderson, attorney advisor, who are both going to talk to us about this new report that the FCC has issued. So thank you both very much for being here.
It's our pleasure, and I promised Scott that I said we'd talk very quickly and that brevity is the soul of wit, that we're available to answer questions. We've also prepared a PowerPoint that hopefully will appear. Oh, here it is. It's been sent to all of you, and it's in the packet. So we'll give the briefest of overviews of the Broadband Measurement and Transparency Report that the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, along with the Office of Engineering and Technology, released on August 2nd, called Measuring Broadband America. So as Deborah mentioned, my name is Ellen Satterwhite. This is my colleague, Deborah Broderson, and we will hopefully go very quickly and tell you a little bit more about broadband measurement and transparency. Let's see. How many folks are familiar with the National Broadband Plan? I love these rooms. So for those of you that aren't familiar,
lonely souls that have nothing else to do.
That's right. And how many have read all 257 pages? A few hands. I have read every page, so pity me. But in the Recovery Act, Congress directed the Federal Communications Commission to develop a national broadband plan. The text of the relevant text from the act is on the presentation. And essentially, we were charged with creating a plan for the universal deployment, adoption, and utilization of broadband. And we were given a year to complete that task. We asked for a month extra, but we did complete the task in a year plus a month. We did, I think it was 36 workshops. We did field hearings. It was the largest data collection effort that the Commission has ever undertaken. We spoke with many of the people in this room, actually. Deborah was one person who was very helpful to us. And in the course of developing the broadband plan, we came across the best available evidence at the time that suggested that the broadband speeds that consumers receive at home may be close to half of what they think they're receiving, what they think they're being provisioned by broadband providers. So that was the best available data at the time. We also found that in the course of a couple surveys that many consumers don't necessarily know what they're paying for or what they should be getting. That broadband speed and performance is very confusing to consumers.
And so just a few words about some of the terms that we end up using, that we use in the broadband plan and that we used in the what was initially called the SAMNOS report, because our contractors from England were the SAMNOS company that we ended up calling Measuring Broadband America. And forgive me if you're already familiar with this, those of you who've already read the entire broadband plan know this. So everything on the internet travels in packets, which are just bits of data, and how the metric that we use to measure the speed of packets is megabits per second, Mbps. Broadband connections have two speeds, the download speed and the upload speed. Those are not usually provisioned symmetrically by providers, mostly for reasons of demand. That may change, but generally consumers want faster download speeds than they do upload speeds. And we also, the last critical term, which we struggle with defining for consumers because it's very difficult to measure from a consumer perspective, is latency, which is just a measure of time lag in your network. Latency can cause a problem with programs or applications that need real-time communication, online calls, video conferencing, gaming. And the report that we ultimately issued covered 3 different kinds of broadband technologies. There are others, but the 3 we studied are cable, DSL, and fiber. So as I think Ellen might have mentioned in the broadband plan, we found that consumers, one of the ways to address the confusion that consumers experience in the broadband speed, the difference between actual broadband speed and advertised broadband speed, was to increase transparency. So to that end, we assembled a group, a collaborative, which ultimately consisted of the 13 ISPs, 13 major ISPs that represent 86% of all fixed wireless subscribers in the United States, as well as academics, public interest groups, maybe some of you all. Had some open meetings, ended up the bulk of the meetings when the process became more technical were with the ISPs themselves, all of whom signed up to participate in this study, and we couldn't have done the study without the participation of the ISPs. It's one of the big differences between this study and the study that Ofcom, the UK regulatory agency, drafted for their broadband speed, is that with the participation of the ISPs, we hoped that we would get much more accurate data because we could test the actual speeds versus the advertised speeds for individual consumers. So one of the other benefits of this program going forward is that we created this standardized testing methodology that we hope ISPs will continue to use because transparency in broadband performance is very important to the FCC, not just for this project but going forward. We decided we used a hardware-based test where each consumer got a little white box that they plugged into their internet connection instead of a software-based connection because we felt that it would give more consistency. That way you don't have consumers switching off their computers. If it's a software-based test, then you're not getting results. A hardware-based test, the white box that as we call the device, can constantly check a consumer's broadband speed. We also had to figure out when and where to measure. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into the weeds. And then it was important that we release this publicly, not just the report, which we released on August 2nd, but also the data itself so that anyone interested can get their hands dirty and play around in the data. And all of our data sets, up the raw data sets and the data sets that we used to prepare the actual charts in the report, are all available online. So briefly, how we did the report, how we recruited panelists. We used a bunch of different techniques: social media, traditional media, email campaigns. Results were, initial results were, showed a great deal of enthusiasm by consumers to participate in this report. We had way more volunteers than we could ultimately use, and we wanted to be distributed evenly across the United States. We ended up having volunteers in 49 states. We didn't have any volunteers in Alaska. So out of the 75,000 initial volunteers, we wintered those down after we had them each perform an online speed test. Then there was a second screening process. We had consumers sign a privacy statement, and that is also available. That privacy statement is available online as part of the report. And then we ultimately ended up sending out about 7,000, a little over 7,000 of these white boxes, these consumer measurement devices.
So the second part of the methodology is how we actually ran the tests. And there's an entire technical appendix. I think it's 30 some odd pages, though it's written in lay terms. It's, I think, if you're familiar with broadband, you could at least make your way through the technical appendix, and there's more detail in there, certainly. But the first thing that the collaborative had to do was settle on a set of design principles. And luckily, as we've discussed, the company that we contracted with, Sam Knows, had done this before in the UK, or done a similar, had done something similar in the UK, and in fact are about to do something similar across the entire EU, which is very exciting. But there's a longer set of design principles available in the technical appendix, but first and foremost, one of the principles was this measurement program should not interfere with the consumer's use of the internet. The measurement program should be about the part of the connection that providers control. Providers, one thing that we found, and there's a lot of confusion about, is that there are many aspects of the home network that impact what a consumer experiences on their desktop, their laptop, their their device that they use to connect to the internet. So what we wanted to measure was what part of the network the ISP is responsible for. There were two parts to the testing program. There was the white box that Deborah has mentioned, which was self-installed by the consumers. Sam Knows had done a lot of consumer testing with this process and offered support all the way through the program, and is continuing to offer support to consumers with that white box. There's also the server side. So each white box would communicate with one of 9 servers distributed throughout the United States, which were our test nodes, which would tell the white box when to run certain tests, would also receive the results of tests and report those back to Sam Knows. And finally, each white box performed 13 separate tests. We ultimately decided to report on 5 of those tests, probably the 5 that are most relevant to consumers, we felt, in the broadband measurement report. Those are sustained download and upload speed, so a longer period of time speed, burst download and upload speed, a shorter period of time, and a couple of tests for latency or web browsing.
And our next slide gives a little more detail about those tests. So sustained download speed, as we mentioned before, for consumers is probably one of the most important metrics, because that's what you end up doing a lot, mostly on your home network, is downloading data information packets from the internet. And sustained upload speed, important for people who share files, who need some kind of real-time communication, increasingly important for cloud computing. And so the sustained upload and download speeds were, as the name suggests, long-term. There's also burst technology, which is used only by cable companies. But we wanted to highlight that because services, they're called Power Boost or something like that, can give a temporary burst of speed that is useful, as we found, for some applications, less useful for applications that need a longer sustained delivery. So that's also included in the charts that we incorporate into the final report. We also measured web loading time because most of what consumers do is surf the web. And included in that was the latency that we talked about before, the kind of delay. I think the test itself had the white box load the front pages of 10 popular websites in succession to see how long that would take. Because as a consumer, that's what you end up doing the most, is clicking from one website to another. And so we thought that would be a useful metric. And also something we haven't really mentioned is that we decided to highlight, in addition to doing some tests that are sustained over 24 hours, we also wanted to highlight the periods between locally 7 and 11 p.m. Because, again, that's when those are the peak hours that most consumers are online. And we did notice a dramatically increased demand on across all networks at that time. So.
So now the meat, what did we find? And this is what the entire report is about, but very briefly I will tell you, we found that unlike previous reports, especially including those included in the National Broadband Plan, the providers that we tested, the technologies that we tested, were closer. The advertised and actual speeds were actually closer than other percents mentioned, like 50%. So there were certainly variations across technology, and there were variations across providers, and I encourage you to look at those if you have time. But briefly, DSL-based services, on average, these are all during peak times. DSL services download speeds were 82% of advertised. For cable, it was 93%. And for fiber technology, the only fiber technology we included was Verizon Fios, but that was 114% of advertised speeds. So we did find a difference, a significant difference between download speeds during peak time and average time, all across technologies. On average, averaged across all technologies, download speeds decreased about 7% during peak periods from the 24-hour average. On upload speeds, we found there actually wasn't that much of a difference between peak period and 24-hour average. That's potentially because upload speed is an emerging issue, or people are using cloud services certainly more than they used to. People are uploading photos and pictures more than they used to, but may not be, or certainly not doing it as much as they download things. So we found that there was only a 0.7% difference between peak period and 24-hour average. So for burst speed techniques that Deborah spoke about just a second ago did significantly increase the speed performance by as much as 52% during peak periods. So that's that short test of between 0 and 5 seconds. There was a 52% difference between during a peak period for those technologies. Latency, which is an issue again that we are still struggling to communicate to consumers. So maybe that's one thing that you all can help us with. But we found that latency increased by about 6.5% during peak periods and was lowest across the board in across all speed tiers in fiber services. And one interesting finding that we had was that for web browsing, performance did increase with higher speeds. So as consumers purchase higher speed services, they are experiencing some greater benefit. But our test showed that at about 10 megabits per second, at about that speed tier, the higher speed doesn't necessarily help for simple web browsing. It may, and and from our discussions with providers and our discussions with applications developers, it may certainly make a difference for high definition video, but not for basic web browsing like our tests showed. As Deborah mentioned earlier, all of this is available online. Everything we did, we threw up on the web page. I heard you, Deborah, and we didn't. One thing that we did that we don't have much time to mention today is the Consumer Bureau created an additional set of documents as a consumer guide. So it's the title of that, it's the third one down. It's called Broadband Service for the Home, a Consumer's Guide. And that takes a number of tip sheets that we've developed over the years and the findings from the Sam Knows report and puts it together in a document that we hope helps consumers ask the right questions when they're looking for broadband service. And we certainly welcome any thoughts and comments that you may have on that. So without much more talking, are there any questions? Yes.
Rick, and keep your hand up there until they see you. And when we have multiple questions like this, it would be helpful if you could put your cards up on end like this, so then I can identify you around the room, call on you appropriately. And we have so many questions that if you could keep your questions really short, that would help. I think the cards that we have up right now will be it. Thank you. Rick?
Hello? 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 Hello?
There you go.
Rick Chesson with the National Cable and Telecommunications Association. I haven't introduced myself, but one of the concerns we had from early on was this 50% figure that came out in the broadband plan, and at the time we said it was a highly dubious number, but it kept being repeated, and we said, wait for the Sam Knows report to come out. It's going to scientifically prove that that's an incorrect, and it's just confusing consumers. And it turns out, and as Joel said, it was a wonderful collaborative process that at the end did show that basically consumers were receiving what was advertised. So it's I guess, a little bit of consternation that we're still seeing this 50% figure in a big chart in the presentation, and I'm wondering if there's a reason to keep repeating that, which has now clearly been proven wrong, and should we just move on and say, consumers are getting what's been advertised, and we don't need to, if you keep putting this number out there, I'm just worried it creates that confusion with consumers that, hold it, I thought the FCC is saying they only get 50%. In the chart number 3, this is from the broadband plan, and this was the figure that's been contested and over the last couple of years, and just wonder why it's still being repeated if it's been proven wrong.
Rick, we totally take your point. And I think, I hope I was clear that that was the best available data at the time. And to be fair, in the process of putting together the broadband plan, we asked for other data, and this was what we got. This is what we had. I think it's good to show this this figure in the context of where we are now. I mean, what we found, and Sam Knows, you're right. Sam Knows proves that consumers are actually getting much better than what we.
But the implication is we started at 50%, and then it's increased over time. When in fact, I think that 50% number was never valid, and so the implication is that something has changed when I think, according to the data,
I think
it really hasn't.
That's a reasonable interpretation. I'm not sure that we see it that way, and I'm sure we're open to, we want to be careful how we talk about this too, and we don't want to confuse consumers, and we don't want to imply that, there were massive investments in the network in the last year, because
there were.
Well, there were, but it's not our intention to suggest that that this difference is due, that it is a difference over time, or that these are apples and apples. These measurements are apples and oranges, and we like to think of the whole process as this was not the best data that we could have. And so we put money into doing Sam Knows. The ISPs put money into doing Sam Knows. I hope we can come to, we can get some talking points that we can all agree around and ultimately help consumers, because we don't want to confuse them any more than you do.
Well, and I would just add too that I think one of the reasons that we included a technical appendix with this methodology that we developed with Sam Knows is that we hope that ISPs can adopt some kind of testing of their own to increase this transparency, so that each ISP has numbers of their own that's like, look, this is, we use the FCC's, we adopted the FCC's methodology, here's what we're actually delivering to you, here's what we advertise. And so I think it sort of sets up for a good success story.
So, I'm sorry, just which is it? I understand that the data from the third slide was from 2009, and the data from slide 9 is the basis of the study. So are you saying that the data from slide 9 is correct and slide 3 needs to be revised? Or are you saying that if you take the data from slide 9 and you average it out, slide 3 is still correct?
No, I wouldn't frame it in that way. I would say the slide 3 is a testing methodology that is imperfect, but it was the best we had at the time, and is part of the reason that the FCC undertook the Sam Knows effort. So, and then slide 9 is the gold standard.
Okay,
now.
So can you take the data from slide 9 and revise the generic summary on slide 3?
Yes, and in the broadband measurement report, there are 11 graphs that do just that.
Okay, but then are you going to stop using the data on slide 3? I think that's what Rick's point is.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I think the point of slide 3 was to show why we did the test in the first place. We can't pretend like we never said it. The FCC cannot pretend as though this does not exist in the National Broadband Plan, and I think our going forward, we wouldn't, to set the stage, we need to acknowledge that there was consumer confusion and that data told us one thing, and that is why we undertook the Sam Knows effort.
Okay, because I just would say, I understand you put out something before and things changed, but from a consumer perspective, it's more helpful if you say the initial data the FCC had has turned out, to be, you can find a nice way to say it, but because honestly, if Rick hadn't pointed it out, I would have gone with half the people that people get speeds that are half of what are advertised. And what you're saying in the back of the report is that there's somewhere around 90% plus, so kudos to NCTA and others. But honestly, I wouldn't have caught it.
And I should say, this slide is not in the report. Our presentation today is about the whole process of putting together the broadband measurement report. We acknowledge in the broadband measurement report that this data is no longer valid, that this data is no longer useful to consumers, and the only charts available are charts like that give the data like on slide 9. But I accept that's a completely valid point that this is the first presentation we've done on Sam Knows, so this is good feedback for us. Right.
Yeah, Linda's point is there's two different data points there on page 3. I don't think anyone's disputing that consumers are still a little in the dark about what their actual speed is. That wasn't what I think Rick was questioning. It was the other part of that data on the page. Can we move now to Claude? And please, we are running really late on time, so let's make our point really questions and very quick. Thank you, Claude.
We all set with the microphone? Got it? All right, I want to first thank you both for your report. And as far as the disability community is involved, I wanted to ask about the number of people with disabilities that were included in your testing.
As far as I know, and Ellen, correct me if I'm wrong, that wasn't something that was recorded. I think partly because what we were doing was just trying to measure the technology rather than the consumer experience of broadband. So obviously the results could potentially affect the disability community differently. Upload speed might be more important, for instance, but it wasn't a measurement in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't see your first name from here, but hey. Tracy. My eyes are heavy.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah. You sound like that commercial. I have a quick question about, you say that download speeds decreased 7% during peak hours and that latency also decreased during that same time period. So does the end result for the consumer mean that their experience is 14% decreased?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but in part because those metrics aren't additive. So what the 6.5% latency increase means there was a 6.5% increase in milliseconds of lag that the consumer experienced. So I think it would be fair to say that because of latency and because of the increase in latency and because of the decreased download performance, that the consumer experience is worse than it would have been if just one of those were true. Is that helpful?
I guess.
Okay.
Okay, quickly, Mark.
I'd be the first to admit that I have not read your report, but have you given any thought, or is there a need to do something that's going to measure the usage device that's telling a consumer how many megabits they're consuming from a period of time so that they could do their tracking relative to the caps that the ISP may have on their service?
That is certainly an interesting aspect to round 2 that we should consider.
And Irene.
Do you know if you had any periods of bad weather? I've noticed that if there's bad weather and everybody stays home, it's even worse than the nights between 7 and 11. And so I wondered if, as you were collecting the data, if you had a way to track that as well.
No, I think federal holidays, bad weather. Unfortunately, we didn't. And we also, to clarify, although we had boxes, measuring devices in 49 states, we didn't have enough boxes to have regional data. So all of these statistics are national, and obviously we would love to be able to drill down and get more regional data. Hope maybe in the future.
Will you be doing this with wireless? Because as someone who only has wireless available, and Sunday night I needed to upload a YouTube video for a business purpose, and it was a 90-second piece, and it took me 45 minutes at 11 p.m. So when you look at as people are comparing, and that's one of the big ones that's out there, I mean, I think you need to know what the differences are.
And we'd love to. We'd love to do wireless, and really the limiting factor right now is funding. And we're working on a similar effort with wireless.
Thank you both very much. We appreciate your report. Jamie Susskind has been very patient, and waiting for us to get to this Lifeline link-up update, so I'm going to call her to the table. Jamie, thank you for joining us. Jamie is an attorney advisor with the Lifeline team in the Wireline Competition Bureau. And if you're wondering why we're having all these reports, we're getting all this food for thought so that when we do establish our working groups, we'll be ready to think about all these issues that we've heard about today. So thank you very much, Jamie, for coming today.
Do I need to wave my arms for this? Okay. Good morning or afternoon, whatever the case may be. Thanks for inviting me here to speak with all of you today. As Debbie indicated, I'm an attorney advisor in the Wireline Bureau. I work only on universal service issues, and right now I'm primarily focused on Lifeline link-up issues. So today I'd just like to give you a brief overview of the Commission's recent efforts to reform and modernize the Lifeline and link-up programs. I'll try to be as brief as I can because I see they're setting up food for you guys and you'd probably rather eat than listen to me drone on about this all afternoon. So first, let me give you a background about how we got to where we are today, starting to reform the program. So last year, in May 2010, the Commission issued an order that referred several issues with respect to Lifeline and link-up to the Federal State Joint Board on Universal Service. More specifically, we asked that the Joint Board review the Commission's Lifeline and link-up rules in 3 specific areas. Number 1 being eligibility for Lifeline and link-up. Number 2 being the rules concerning ongoing verification of consumer eligibility for Lifeline and link-up. And number 3, the outreach, what are pretty much just guidelines now, not rules for outreach, and informing consumers about Lifeline and link-up. And I know that you guys had filed some comments on those, and we read them, and we sincerely appreciated the efforts with response to that. And so in November 2010, the Joint Board responded to the referral order and issued several recommendations of things that they thought that we could do in these 3 areas and others to improve the Lifeline and link-up rules as they are today. I'd like to just give you a brief overview about those. So specifically, with respect to eligibility, they recommended that we encourage automatic enrollment as a best practice for all states. With respect to verification, they recommended that we require that ETCs, eligible telecommunications carriers, submit the data results of their verification sampling to the Commission, to the states, and USAC, and make those results available to the public. I know personally for me, I think that's an important one because when the Commission tries to look at the data from the surveys that are performed, there's a lot of gaps, and it's hard for us to generalize from those if we don't have the data from all over. Also with verification, the Joint Board recommended that we adopt uniform minimum verification procedures and sampling criteria to apply to ETCs in all states, but also to allow that states add their own criteria, either different or additional on top of that, as long as those procedures that they're doing are at least as effective in detecting waste, fraud, and abuse as whatever federal procedures that we put into place. And lastly, with respect to outreach, the Joint Board recommended that we adopt some mandatory outreach guidelines that would apply to ETCs in all states, as opposed to the guidance, current non-binding rules that we have in place right now. In addition, the Joint Board recommended that the Commission seek comment on several issues, including eligibility, whether to increase the current eligibility threshold for income eligibility from 135% of the federal poverty guidelines to 150%. Also, the costs and benefits of adopting some minimum uniform eligibility criteria, which would mean that a lot of states have their own programs that you can qualify, and there's a lot of variance between how consumers can qualify in one state to another state, and we wanted to think about whether there's some sort of threshold we wanted to set and say, these programs will qualify you, and then states you can perhaps supplement with more appropriate procedures for your own state. With respect to verification, the Joint Board recommended that we seek comment on the costs and benefits of creating a national database or perhaps a regional database to perform the certification and verification functions for consumer eligibility. And then they also recommended that we seek comment on some other issues, including whether to expand Lifeline and link up to broadband, and whether there should be a minimum monthly rate charged to all Lifeline consumers, which they asked in lieu of the free service plans that are out there that several carriers are offering now. So in March of this year, the Commission issued an NPRM notice of proposed rulemaking with respect to the Lifeline and Link-Up programs. The NPRM considers all of the Joint Board's recommendations and also proposed immediate reforms to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse from the program, including some proposals to address duplicate claims, to limit or eliminate toll limitation service and link-up, and de-enroll customers for non-usage. We propose to clarify consumer eligibility rules, including establishing a one per residence rule. We propose to improve program administration in several ways, including establishing a national database and uniform eligibility and verification criteria. And we also propose several ways and sought comment on several ways to modernize the program to align it with the changes in technology and market dynamics, including creation of a broadband pilot program to better evaluate how Lifeline can support broadband adoption by low-income households. And so I'd like to speak a little bit about our current status. More recently, the Commission has released 2 items that we think will help us to advance our program reform efforts. The first one, which probably a number of you are familiar with, is that on June 21st of this year, we put out what we're calling the Lifeline Duplicates Order as a shorthand, in order to address potential waste in the program by preventing duplicate program payments for multiple Lifeline-supported services by consumers to the same individual. It doesn't address the one per household issues or the one per residence issue, as that's kind of a whole separate Pandora's box that we're still dealing with, but this was just focused on, one consumer getting 1, 2, 3 Lifeline-supported services. So in particular, this duplicates order adopts 2 changes for our program rules. Number 1, we specify that one consumer cannot get more than a single Lifeline discount at a time. And number 2, we adopted a de-enrollment process by which ETCs are required to de-enroll subscribers who are found to be receiving multiple benefits in violation of our program rules within 5 business days of the ETC getting a notification from USAC, the Universal Service Administrative Company, that the consumer has not selected the ETC after a minimum 30-day notice period. Now that's kind of confusing, so I'll try to explain how that works. So in this order, the Commission directed my bureau, the Wireline Bureau, to work with USAC to implement an administrative process that would help to detect and resolve duplicate claims. And I should say as an aside that we intend this to be an interim process. We're certainly still considering the record with respect to the duplicates issue, database, non-database. We're trying to think of all the solutions here. So this was more of an immediate solution for the near term while we still consider all of that. So the way that this would work is we've been working hand in hand with USAC. USAC is performing what are called IDVs, or in-depth data validations of certain ETCs in certain states, states that do not actually currently check for duplicate claims. I won't go through the whole list, but if you have questions about it, I'm certainly happy to specify, who's being checked and what the criteria was for that. So once a claim for duplicate, or a duplicate claim is found, then what happens is that USAC, contracted through a third-party vendor, sends a letter to the consumer, which informs them that they're found to be receiving duplicate Lifeline subsidies. It tells them which carriers they're getting them from, and it gives them a number that they can contact to select one of those providers to stay as their current provider. The letter gives them 35 days to do this. There's a lot of follow-up that's provided. 10 days after the letter, a reminder postcard is sent to the consumers. And then I believe it's actually 10 days later if the consumer still doesn't make a selection and they haven't been tracked as responding, then a robocall, an interactive robocall, is also placed to the consumer, in which case they can actually select the carrier while they're on the call. I think there's actually another option where they can ask to speak to a live person, so if they have questions, they can do that as well. So far, this process has gone for 2 states, Tennessee and Florida, and I actually can't tell you specifically, has the postcard gone out? I do know the letters have gone out, so I guess we could track out 10 days, and I think the postcards will have gone out, but I can't tell you necessarily specifically what day we're on in the process. And so if at the end the consumer makes no selection, which they are given the option to do in the letter, then they're assigned to a default carrier, which is kind of a random assignment based on the number of duplicates that are found. So, you know, it would be a random selection of 2 is going to be a 50-50 chance that you're going to be assigned to one carrier or the other. And our Bureau has been working very closely with CGB, especially, I guess they call it CAOD, their outreach division, to ensure that carriers and consumers are both made well aware of this process, and that consumers are well aware of, you know, the steps that they need to take so they don't lose their lifeline service during this process. We've been coordinating on things like posters, PSAs, trying to think of what else, but several different things, contacting the relevant state groups like NARUC and NSUCA, just trying to make sure that everybody is well informed about this process and that nobody's losing their discount without the, you know, option to select the carrier of their choice. So another document that we put out recently that we also think is going to help us in our efforts to reform and modernize the program is another public notice, which is a follow-up to our NPRM. We put this out on August 5th, and the purpose was to ask some follow-up questions about issues that we felt needed some further development in the record. In particular, the broadband pilots issue, we had some additional questions on that, which we expect a lot of people will have some feedback. The 1 per residential address, which again, we expect a lot of feedback on that because we got a lot of feedback in the first place. We had some additional questions about verification, particularly the sampling procedures that we had proposed. And lastly, with respect to link-up, questions about eliminating or limiting the discount that's currently available, trying to tailor the definition of link-up for the modern era. So comments on the public notice are due on August 26th, and we have replies due on September 2nd. As always, we would welcome your feedback on that. I know you guys had commented in the past with respect to the joint board on, I believe, the broadband pilots and the 1 per household, 1 per residence issues. So again, we would welcome your feedback on any of that. So moving forward over the next several months, our next steps are, for my team, are evaluating the comments that come in with respect to the public notice. We're currently working on reviewing the record on all issues, not just those 4. And we're working on developing an order that we hope will come out in the 4th quarter of this year. So the order will consider the joint board's recommendations, and also will consider the proposals that we put forth in the March NPRM. And we're happy to you know, meet with any members of this group to talk about any of these issues still. Even though the comment period has technically closed, we're happy to engage in calls or happy to meet with you in person to discuss this or receive written presentations. That's perfectly fine. So that's it for right now, and if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. We have a quick question from Andrea.
Hi, Jamie. This is.
Hi. Want to raise your hand?
With regard to the outreach that you're doing in Tennessee and Florida right now, what languages is the information being provided in?
It's being provided in English and also a Spanish translation of the letter. I don't know if the postcard has a Spanish translation. I want to say it does, but don't quote me on that.
And the robocalls are the same? Do you know?
I don't know for a fact, but I can find out if that would help.
And then in addition to that, are there any, outside of the information coming directly from your offices, are you working with any community-based organizations in addition to that to help get the information out? And I'm asking because when we did a lot of on-the-ground work around the DTV transition, for example, in New Mexico, we found that it wasn't until some of the information actually came from sort of like trusted community organizations that people actually understood the information, or felt they could ask questions, and so that was, I'm just asking.
So the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau has been really taking the lead on reaching out to the community organizations. One thing that they did is they go to conferences fairly often, and so I know representatives from CAOD, they went to several community organizations conferences to inform them about what was going on. We helped to create kind of like a tip sheet that they could distribute, and so I think that they sent that out to some relevant community organizations. The PSAs also, I think, are being sent to some of them, And so we've also been trying to coordinate kind of through the states to go to those organizations.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Linda Sherry, and I remind everyone just to identify yourself once your mic is on. Linda, and wait till your mic is on.
Is the mic on now?
Yes.
Okay. Quick question about the duplicates. It seems
Sure.
to me that when you were talking about that duplication, I was like, all kinds of bells were ringing in my mind. It seems like that's a company's problem, not a consumer problem. I mean, is that when a consumer switches and still is on the books of the other company, or what the heck's going on with that?
I could say there's any number of issues. I mean, yeah, so our rules, yeah, it's ultimately a company's problem under our rules, but we're sort of looking at it, I think, as, I guess, a program-wide problem. I mean, the fund has increased a lot, and we can argue over whether that's an issue or not an issue, and I know there's people that have different views on it, but so it's kind of looked at as we want to ensure that the maximum number of people who are eligible can still keep getting the benefits, and I guess there's kind of a view that if there's waste in the program because some people are, you know, not telling a carrier that they're no longer eligible or they moved or whatever happened, you know, then that sort of prevents other people from getting benefits if for some reason we have to take any actions to, you know, tailor where the benefits are going.
Okay, could I just ask a quick
Sure.
follow-up? So some duplication is allowed in the program in some states. Say, for instance, if you
Mhm.
have a family member that needs a TTY plus your household has a landline, that's not what you're talking about, right? You're talking about
No.
duplication of what sort exactly? That's
What they're trying to track is just if one person is getting 2 Lifeline supported services, and I don't actually know how that would work with a TTY, and I don't know that we've engaged in those conversations, but I mean, what they can find out is like they can go through the ETC's subscriber list and say like this person is registered from Assurance Wireless and this person is registered through TrackPhone, and it's the same person at the same address with the same name.
Okay.
And so without more, but the ETCs have actually been talking to the consumers that are getting the letters, and they're given, you know, the ETC's information is given out to the consumer, so the consumer has an opportunity to call back and say, you know, my situation is different. This isn't actually me trying to get 2 benefits. This is, you know, whatever the situation is. Like, you know, you have my name wrong. You know, I have this special circumstance that requires it, and then we can look into it further.
Thank you.
And I see more cards are going up, which is great. Just also bear in mind as we get into these issues in some of our working groups, I imagine that FCC staff will make themselves available to help us with questions that we might have. So I saw Scott's card go up, and
Mitzi, I just had
Mitzi
a quick follow-up on the same issue, on the duplication. Because what I'm trying to figure out is if your NPRM is suggesting that, or asking for comments on expanding Lifeline service to broadband, you are not envisioning having the Commission's rule enforced so that you can only get the subsidy for broadband or for telephone, not for both. So are you saying in the duplication is the issue that it's the same service and you're getting 2 subsidies as opposed to you're getting subsidies for 2 different services?
I guess I have to clarify. Are you asking, can you not get, are we trying to say like you can't get wireline and wireless? Is that what you're asking? Because right now, I mean, broadband isn't.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand is you're saying you have a commission rule, which is the duplicate order. Right. And I guess maybe I don't understand what is the duplication. Because is the commission saying you could only get a subsidy for one type of service, either telephone wireline or telephone wireless, and in which case, if the program was expanded to broadband, you would have to choose so you get one subsidy? Or is the commission's rule simply saying you can't double dip and get a subsidy for the same service from multiple carriers?
I see. So what it is saying now is you would have to choose wireless or wireline. So you just can't get to like Lifeline. We wouldn't necessarily, I don't think that, Yeah, I mean, we would limit. You could get one wireless or one wireline. I can't speak to what would happen when we transition or if we transition over to broadband. I think those are kind of logistical issues that we would, want further comment on. So I think we would need to think about how that would work and, if we did it, like the types of plans that would be supported and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Scott?
Thanks, Debbie. I just wanted to...
Scott, hand, and then Mike, and then identify yourself.
Thanks, Debbie.
Order.
Sure. I'm Scott Bergman. I haven't had a chance to introduce myself yet, but I work for CTIA, the Wireless Association, and I thought Linda asked two really good questions that are probably good areas for this group to come back to at time. And the first was, are companies abusing the system? And I think that's a great question, and one that I didn't know the answer to when I first started looking at this issue, but the answer is no. And that's because when a given subscriber signs up for more than one Lifeline service, they sign a self-certification that they don't have it from anyone else. And so the second company has no way of knowing whether they've signed a similar certification for another company. In part that's for good reason, because there are privacy laws. So company, 2 can't call company 1 and say, hey, does so-and-so have service there? So it's a great question. I did want to clarify that it's not a problem of abuse by companies, and it's one of the reasons that as the FCC looks at redesigning the program and updating the program, industry has encouraged them to think about centralized ways to keep track of this information so that you don't end up in these sort of situations again. And much of the interim process that you just heard about is to try to develop that sort of system. So I think that's it's an important point. And you raised another issue about eligibility, which I think is an important one as well too, which is how do you limit who should have Lifeline service? Should it be one per individual? Should it be one per household, one per residence? And that raises a lot of, I think, complicated questions, right, about people in shared residential settings, which happens in a whole variety of different contexts. But as we think about that, we want to think about that from the consumer perspective and also from the implementation perspective too, so that we don't end up creating a lot of the same problems that we've seen in the past. So I think this is a great area for industry, consumers to work together to try and achieve some of those goals.
Thanks, Scott. Very helpful. Yes. And our last question.
Thanks. Darlene Wong from National Consumer Law Center. Hi, Jamie. So you have in your notes here, and you mentioned that one of the things you and FCC are thinking about is the design and implementation of a Lifeline link-up broadband pilot program to see if those discounts can effectively support broadband adoption by low-income households. It's sort of a question and a comment, but one of the things I found that has been a barrier for enrollment in the low-income discount on just the regular landlines and actually on the prepaid wireless now is that once outreach to eligible consumers has been achieved, enrollment is stymied because the provider's staff that is being called to process those enrollments unfortunately are not always familiar with the provider's process. The other thing I've seen is enrollment forms that frankly invite applicant error. And when applicants, the information that is being asked to be provided often is very easy information to provide, just basic address identification information. However, the forms that are being sent out to the consumers to fill out may be sent out in multiple stages, and each time a consumer may mistakenly or miss something on a form that is not clear, that is an opportunity for delay in the enrollment process, which is also putting that consumer at risk of abandoning the enrollment process. So sort of a question and a comment I have is, to what extent are you looking at the existing problems in the wireline enrollment and to inform your pilot program on broadband? And I raise that because I wouldn't want that kind of barrier to then be seen as an indication of disinterest in broadband.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that that's definitely one of our main starting points. And I mean, with respect to the pilots right now, I think that, everything is pretty much on the table. So, as I said, we issued the public notice, and we'd really love to get some more feedback from everyone, consumer groups, ETCs and whatnot, and anything like that, those suggestions, that can be put out there for things that we need to specifically look for going forward, we definitely will. As with respect to like the specific enrollment forms now, I know that some members of staff have actually been working with ETCs to review their forms to make sure that they're not confusing, and in some instances have been asking for rewording and bigger text and things like that. So certainly it's an issue that we're aware of, and we are trying as best we can to look into it. And like I said, we would welcome that sort of feedback, in response to the public notice. And I know your group has filed some helpful feedback to us in the past. So anything like that we can look at specifically would be really useful for us.
Jamie, thank you so much. So I also want to thank our staff this morning for being the flexible communications commission, because we have just completely changed everybody's schedule this morning who came to talk to us. So now what we're going to do is John Adams is here to talk about cramming. But what we're going to do is we're going to get our lunch, come right back to the table, and we'll have John's presentation. So the lunches are all marked. You'll see, just pick up a box. They're all marked as to what they are. There are drinks there as well, and then come back and we'll ask John to join us at the table. Please, if you could, the lunches are only for CAC members and our interpreters today. So sorry for the guests around the room.
I'm fine, actually, at the moment. Thanks.
Asked to say that.
All right, good. No, I'm gonna pass, thanks. Yeah, I'm sure, thanks. No, a soda's fine. Yeah, I don't care.
Well, I don't know, Betty. Someone might have gone to the ladies' room. I'd give it a little while longer. If she's, don't, I would just leave it there. Yeah, Betty? I would just wait. I can only tell if I sometimes that onion is very finely chopped in.
Next meeting, let's talk about it. We'll get what you need. Okay, thank you
Betty,
very much.
I would wait just a bit because someone might have gone to the men's room or the ladies' room.
I just wanted to make sure everybody, before I walk away from the table. Ah, okay. You're welcome. Oh, you're way ahead of me. Thank you.
So if we could have our CAC members back at the table,
Yes, so John can.
so we can get John, so
Finish
we can
his
have
day
John
here.
started. He's waited so patiently. But we are still missing a few people,
Yeah,
so
no.
we'll,
You could forge ahead.
Yes, there are two of us.
There's John B. and then there's John Adams. This is, you're the B, right?
Scott and Mary and Donna. See, now I'm going to call names. Well, thank you, John, for waiting so patiently and watching us eat our lunch here. John Adams is with the Policy Division of the CGB, the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau, and he's going to talk to us about it. And that's where our committee lives. That's right. That's where we're housed. And an issue that the Bureau Chief Joel Gurin mentioned, and that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, cramming, that the Bureau is very concerned about on behalf of consumers. We welcome you, John, to come and talk to us about it today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You can get your mic on there.
Okay.
Hand up there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I think it's on now.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I've already been sworn off of any bad cramming jokes during lunch while everyone's eating, so we'll stop with that.
We're doing our version of cramming.
Yes. This is not a bad version though. But in any event, this was supposed to be about what's up with cramming, and really there's a couple of things that I'd like to chat with you about as briefly as I can. The first is the notice of proposed rulemaking that the Commission issued on July the 12th of this year. And the other is some things that are going on in the Senate Commerce Committee. Obviously, I'm not involved with those things at the in the Senate, but I can give you some information and distill some of the public information that's been put forth on that. And I think those are really the two main fronts where things are occurring with cramming at the moment. Before I get into the substance, I do want to mention the Commission's ex parte rules. Since the NPRM has been issued, we are in the comment period. So anything substantive that is said, I guess, to the Commission may fall within the ex parte rules. But feel free to ask all the questions you want. But I would ask or encourage everyone, if you have a strong opinion, we'd love to see it in the comments, just to avoid any ex parte issues. Okay, first, the cramming NPRM. As I said, it was released on July 12th of this year. Initial comments are due 60 days after publication in the Federal Register. Reply comments are due 90 days. Later, we expect that to be in the Federal Register soon, and by that I mean within the next week or so. I'm kind of disappointed it's taken as long as it has to get it out, but that's just the way it is at the moment. First off, cramming, although most everyone is probably familiar with that. Just very quickly, it can be generically described as placing unauthorized charges on a telephone bill. Usually it's a third-party charge, and that's really the main focus of the NPRM, but it also can be a carrier charge, and oftentimes the charges are fraudulent. If you're keeping up with any of the things that the Federal Trade Commission is doing in suing some of the crammers, some of the facts that have been uncovered in that litigation are absolutely amazing to me anyway. The NPRM proposes rules that would amend the Commission's truth in billing rules, which already are designed in part to address cramming. We propose basically 3 new requirements. All 3 requirements would apply to wireline carriers. One of those requirements would apply to CMRS, which is Commercial Mobile Radio Service, which generically could be referred to as wireline telephones or wireless telephone service. That really reflects the complaint numbers that we have. About 82% of the cramming complaints the Commission receives relate to wireline service, and about 16% relates to CMRS or wireless. So the NPRM took the approach of focusing on wireline because the complaints tell us that's where the primary problem is. Then there were also a whole laundry list of other issues for comment that we'll talk about. Okay, first off, the specific requirements that have been proposed for wireline carriers. And that is if a carrier offers customers the ability to block third-party charges from appearing on their phone bill, the carrier must inform the consumers of that. That notice has to be included on the bill, on the website, and must be provided at the point of sale, whatever that is. For a wireline company, that's most likely going to be a telephone call to a customer service representative. It may be a brick and mortar store, but usually not. It also may be on the internet as well. It's our understanding that many wireline carriers already offer blocking services, but consumers are largely unaware of it. And it's also our understanding that the carriers really don't inform consumers of those blocking services until after the consumer complains about having been crammed. So the purpose of this rule is to simply make consumers aware that these services are available. And it also addresses another issue that we've discovered, that many consumers are simply unaware that third-party charges can even appear on their phone bill. So unlike with a credit card, where people tend to look closely to see whether there's a charge that looks out of the ordinary, consumers really don't look on their phone bills that much to see whether they got charged for horoscopes or diet plans or anything else. So hopefully this rule will help consumers to understand that this is an issue, that they do need to look at their phone bills. There were a number of questions we asked for comment on this. I'm just going to hit a couple of the high points. One of the things we asked was formatting. How should the notice be formatted to make it apparent to a reasonable consumer? And that also includes accessibility issues, different languages, people with various, like a vision impairment or something like that. How do we make this notice apparent? We also asked about fees, whether wireline companies should be prohibited from charging an additional fee for providing blocking services. And then other. There were several other questions, but I think those are probably 2 of the things that may be of interest to most everyone. Second requirement for wireline companies, and that is to place third-party charges in a distinct section of the bill separate from carrier charges. The truth in billing rules already require charges to be separated by carrier, but there's nothing in the rules that really address how to address charges by someone who is not a carrier. And oftentimes the third parties are not carriers, or at least the services are not carrier services. The goal here is to make it easier for consumers to identify the third-party charges and to know that they're being billed for something if in fact they haven't ordered it, don't want it, don't know anything about it. Some of the questions that we asked in regard to this proposed requirement is whether there should be a separate listing of third-party charges on the first page of the phone bill. I mentioned some of the Federal Trade Commission litigation that's gone on, and in one of those cases, the judge actually noted in the order that many of the consumers, the victims of the crammers who are the defendants in that case, didn't go beyond the first page of their bill. They look at the first page, how much is due, what's the date it's due. They don't look beyond that. So that was one of the things that kind of caught our eye, and we thought, well, let's ask about putting highlighting these charges on the first page of the bill as well. We also asked about other ways to highlight these charges to make it more apparent to consumers that, hey, you know, you're getting charged for a diet plan on your phone bill. Is that something you really asked for and authorized to be billed there? The third thing that I want to highlight, we asked about additional descriptions of the biller. You know, how to make it clear to someone that this is not, you know, Verizon, for example, is not charging you for a diet plan. This is, you know, some other company. Okay, the third requirement applies to both wireline and CMRS, or wireless telephone service, and that is to notify consumers that complaints can be filed with the FCC if they have complaints about their service, and also to provide the FCC's complaint contact information, which would include at a minimum the telephone number and the FCC's website address. And that information would have to be put on bills and on the carrier's websites. The carrier's websites would also have to include a hot link to the FCC's webpage for filing complaints. And this rule is really a result of something we learned from a GAO report, or General Accountability Office report, that many telephone consumers just don't know where or even how to go about filing a complaint if they do in fact have one. So we thought this was a fairly straightforward way of addressing that issue. Okay, that does it for the three requirements that were proposed in the NPRM. There were a whole laundry list of other issues for comment. I'll try to run through those very quickly. The first was we asked whether we should apply the same rules to wireline, wireless, interconnected VoIP service, or internet phone service. You know, if it's voice telephone service, should the same rules apply? We asked whether we should disclose contact information for the third-party billers. Right now, the Truth in Billing rules do not require that. They permit the billing telephone companies to do that, but they don't require it to be done. So we asked whether we should actually require that information to be provided. Whether we should require wireline companies to block third-party charges upon customer request. As I said, we understand that many wireline companies do offer blocking, but not all. So the question is, should that now become a requirement? And the question that I mentioned before about whether there should be a prohibition on an additional fee for that would apply here as well. Another question we asked is whether wireline carriers should disclose when they do not offer blocking of third-party charges. That would at least let consumers know, again, it would advise consumers that third-party charges may appear on their phone bills, and maybe, you know, consumers might apply some moral suasion or something like that to companies that don't offer the blocking. Another issue that we'll talk more about when we talk about the Senate activity, and that is to prohibit all third-party charges on wireline telephone bills. We had some comments from earlier in the proceeding, including from the Federal Trade Commission, that that's the way you got to go. Obviously, not everyone agrees with that, but we put it out there for comment. We did not actually propose doing that, but we were seeking comment on it. Another issue was screening third parties for prior violations of state and federal law before agreeing to bill for them. So a telephone company who wants to bill for a particular third party would have to perform some level of due diligence into the investigation into the background. Is this somebody who has a history of cramming, or do they have a history of other kinds of violations? Improve state and federal coordination. That's really an open-ended issue. Some of the things that we asked about was better information sharing, getting information about state enforcement on cramming, any legislation that's out there. I know that Virginia and Vermont have passed legislation in each of those states that restrict the ability of phone companies to place third-party charges on their bills. So we're trying to find out whether there's anything more out there, and also what enforcement action states are taking. We also asked from the states to provide us new and updated information about the extent of cramming. There seems to be a difference of opinion, and I'm not sure that our complaint data accurately reflects really truly how much cramming is occurring. One may argue that a very small percentage of people actually bother to complain after they've been crammed, but we want good data on that. Okay, then kind of a technical legal issue that we asked for comment on. The truth in billing rules refer to charges from a service provider. That potentially could be considered a loophole to the extent that a charge is for something that doesn't look like it's from a service provider. Maybe it's not a service or something like that. So we asked for comment about whether we should define service or define service provider in the truth in billing rules, or even to use a different term within the truth in billing rules to make sure that we close any loophole that exists. And then, of course, the final question was, accessibility issues. Anything that we've asked for comment on, how do we make sure that everything works for everyone and everyone can benefit from whatever rules finally are adopted. So that's pretty much it for the NPRM. The other thing is the Senate Commerce Committee also is addressing this issue. A hearing was held on July the 13th of this year. Very briefly during that hearing, I'll just try to summarize a little bit. Chairman Rockefeller stated his intent to introduce a bill to prohibit third-party charges on telephone bills. As far as I know, he hasn't actually done that yet, but he did indicate during the hearing that he intended to do that. There were some questions raised about the efficacy or the effectiveness of existing voluntary industry guidelines versus like some of the state prohibitions in Virginia and Vermont. I think generally the industry, while admitting that there was a cramming problem, favored self-policing and updating industry guidelines to address the issues as an evolving problem, rather than legislation or more rules. Several of the attorneys general who were there argued, of course, for regulation or supported some sort of prohibition similar to those that were adopted in Virginia and Vermont. The Senate Commerce Committee staff also completed a report that formed the basis for Chairman Rockefeller's assertion that he intended to introduce legislation. There were some key findings in that report. These key findings come right out of the committee's press release, so these are the things that the committee itself views as being the key findings. First, third-party billing is a billion-dollar industry. There's actually some numbers in the report. It makes for interesting reading, regardless of what your view of cramming is. There's some interesting statistics in there. The committee also concluded that most third-party charges appear to be fraudulent, at least on wireline bills. They concluded that telephone companies profit from cramming as a result of charging a fee for putting the charges on the telephone bill. The committee found that the cramming affects the entire wireline customer base, or nearly the entire wireline customer base in some fashion. It also found that many third-party vendors who are putting these charges on phone bills are illegitimate and are created solely to exploit third-party billing. Another finding was that telephone companies are aware that cramming is a major problem on their bills, and that telephone customers reported negative experiences while seeking assistance from the telephone companies. And then the final finding was that industry anti-cramming efforts largely have failed. Without saying whether, the commission, I can't speak for the commission, but without whether saying anything about the merits of those findings, those are in fact what the committee found and put out as their key findings. If you want to look at the variety of materials, including the report from the Commerce Committee staff, you can get that at commerce.senate.gov/public. And there are links to a variety of things, including the staff report, some press releases, and I believe you can also actually watch video of the hearing itself. Okay, questions?
Shirley?
Yes, I'm Shirley Rooker with Call for Action. You made the statement that you weren't really sure what the scope of slamming. Then if we aren't certain how big a problem it is, why are we doing such drastic things to address it? Is it a gnat, or is it a gigantic hornet flying at us? I don't really understand. Cramming. No, I mean, I'm talking about, I was using a simile of an insect attacking you. But it seems that we're doing such a lot of things about addressing the issue of slamming. Now, at Call for Action, we do hear from people who have been slammed, but we don't find that usually, two things, we don't find that they usually pay the bill, and secondly, we have not had a great experience of them having difficulty getting it removed from their telephone bill. So I guess I'm just saying is we don't know the extent of the problem. It seems to me like there's an awful lot of drastic stuff being considered here because, for one thing, an awful lot of people, I believe, use third-party billing. You're going to stop me from calling the New York Times consumer crossword puzzle line to get answers. What am I going to do?
Well, I can honestly say I never considered that particular service. But no, the complaints that the commission has received, when we did an analysis, cramming is the #1 issue that we receive complaints about. So that certainly brought it to our attention. Also, I don't know whether you're aware, but the Senate Commerce Committee has been looking at this for a while, and there's been a lot of press about that in advance of the hearing. But really, I think the driving force was looking at what are the issues based on the complaints that we've received that consumers are facing, and cramming was the #1 issue. So,
put that in perspective.
Okay. I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but it's a significant percentage. It's actually in the NPRM of what the actual numbers of complaints are. And then there was also an estimate that was in the NPRM that somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 million customers each year are crammed. Now, that's another thing that we asked about, you know, how valid is that number? But given the information that was available to us at the time, that was what we were able to come up with. That's a fairly significant portion of the population. So, you know, I really think those two things were the driving forces behind attacking this problem. And it may be that the information we'll get back is that, hey, cramming isn't nearly as big an issue as what we thought it is. We may find out that it's a bigger issue than what we thought. But that's why we asked.
Can I just follow up?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
You made the comment that you believe that most billing was cramming, most third-party billing. Can you substantiate that? I mean, I have a sense that people use that there are a lot of third-party billings that come through that are quite legitimate, that people sign up for services and things that they want. So can you put it in perspective for me?
Well, that was a finding of the Senate Commerce Committee staff. So beyond saying that they asserted that, you know,
Really?
I can't really speak to it. That was not something that came from us.
Linda, did you have your card? Okay. So Linda, Sherry, and then, is it Michael? Yes, and then Michael. Linda?
Yeah, I just wanted, John, given what you've said about the extent of the problem as your complaints show that it's a problem, do you believe that the FCC already has the authority to ban third-party billing on landline phones?
I think it would be very unlikely that the commission would have asked the question if it didn't believe it had some authority to do that. Now, one of the questions that was asked in the NPRM was, what exactly is the scope of the commission's authority, including on that particular issue? So, again, I think it's fair to say that the commission thinks that there's a pretty good likelihood that it has the authority to do it, or it wouldn't have asked the question. That's certainly not a final conclusion, of course.
Michael? And remember to identify yourself after the mic goes on.
With the Utility Consumers Action Network. From our organization's perspective, I can certainly say we consider cramming to be that giant hornet coming at you. It's probably the #1 complaint we receive from our consumers. And at least in California, where the carriers have reporting requirements on them, you can see that carriers do receive a significant number. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't remember them, but they do receive a significant number of cramming complaints, and certainly cramming can be as small as a few cents to, you know, tens of dollars. Usually, it usually doesn't get into triple digits or anything like that. But from just that consumer perspective of, well, it was my 10 cents, I'd like to keep it. That's where we end up coming from to where we see it as a significant problem. And I don't want to go into too much comment because I really don't want to have to file. I'll save it for the comments we do file later on in the proceeding.
Thanks, Michael. Lisa? And then Paul.
This is Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association. This is just a quick question from, do the proposed rules ask whether the bill comes through as hard copy or if it comes online? Does it make any difference, or do the rules specify that?
There's no distinction in terms of what the requirements would be. There was some question raised in the NPRM, though. How do you do that in an electronic bill versus a paper bill? You know, that sort of thing. But the requirement would apply across the board.
And Paul?
Paul Schrader, American Foundation for the Blind. Glad the accessible format questions are being asked. We'll certainly try to take a look at this proposal, which I actually hadn't been aware of. So, you mentioned covering CMRS. I mean, is the wireless industry covered or not in this rule? I wasn't quite clear on that. And secondly, I note my friends from CTA are just down the table from me here, but I wonder if part of that is that nobody can understand a wireless bill. So I'm wondering, is cramming an issue on wireless bills, or is it simply not happening in that industry? I wonder if maybe the Senate Commerce Committee has addressed that more than the FCC has.
Okay. Well, the complaints that the FCC has received about cramming break down at about 82% for wireline service and 16% for wireless. So from that perspective, it appeared to us that it was a much bigger problem with wireline than with wireless. And that's the reason why the Commission proposed 3 new requirements for wireline and only 1 new requirement for wireless. And the one requirement that would apply to both is to notify, I'm drawing a complete blank. You all had lunch. I'm on low blood sugar here. Right. The FCC contact information. That information would have to be provided to consumers, on bills and on carrier websites, that sort of thing. And a side effect of that may be that once consumers learn more about where and how to file complaints, that the complaint numbers will shift. And it will demonstrate or potentially demonstrate that cramming is or is not a bigger problem with wireless than what we perceive it to be at right now.
I take, to your knowledge, then, that's not been a topic at the Commerce Committee either, or that's not been an investigation that's been undertaken?
The Commerce Committee has focused almost exclusively on wireline, and the Senator Rockefeller's assertion that of intent to introduce legislation, that legislation would apply only to wireline, and that's really the focus of their investigation.
John, Stephen just popped his card up, and Scott popped his card up. So 2 quick questions here. Stephen?
Hi, Steve Posios, American Consumer Institute. Just a quick comment. It would seem to me, and maybe this is a little bit along what Shirley was mentioning, it would seem to me that there needs to be some upfront analysis, sort of the bill harvest, to understand what is on the bill, what's the nature and the volume of the third-party billing that's going on, and the probability that these things represent cramming. I think exploring sort of the nature of that seems to be an important aspect in order to understand what remedy is necessary. And I'm not completely convinced that that's been done. I'll go back and look at the Senate report, though, just to see what it is. But that's just what kind of popped up in my head. These might be good remedies and solutions for what we have here. I just don't understand the size of the problem at this point, and understanding that might lead to different remedies.
Yeah. Well, just briefly, the Senate report does have some numbers in it, and the Commission also has asked for information in the NPRM about how big is this, what's the volume annually of third-party charges, and also ask for information about how many of those charges are disputed, what's the percentage, how much gets refunded, that sort of thing, to try to get a handle on those specific issues.
Scott?
Can you hear me okay? Am I quite on?
Yes, you're
There
on.
we go. Oh, great. Well, I just wanted to chime in with another thought. And this is not necessarily cramming specific, but just kind of a billing question Paul raised there as well too. And I just was going to remind folks that you'll often hear CTIA encourage folks to tread lightly in the context of standardized billing, and of course that's because coming from the wireless industry, right? It's the industry that's developed all sorts of new innovative pricing plans over the years, right? Whether it's free nights and weekends, whether it's buckets of minutes, calling circles, unlimited buckets. So would just urge a kind of word of caution there, as we think certainly wireless carriers are striving to make their bills understandable, and there's a lot of competition, as you all know, to try and make sure that wireless customers get the best service possible, including customer service. But I wanted to remind folks about all the different sorts of pricing plans and different offerings that are out there, and urge that, as I said, as a word of caution when one thinks about trying to standardize bills, that we don't make sure to cut off some of those innovative service offerings.
Okay, good discussion, excellent discussion, and I know we'll be talking a lot more about this. So thank you very much, John, for your information. Okay, Scott, it is about 1 o'clock. We now have the potential to be back on schedule. My only concern, Scott, is that we have a line of folks who haven't yet introduced themselves, and we're about 60% into our meeting, and I really would like to do that. So if you don't mind, if we could go to Michael and start with you. Sorry to catch you mid-chew there, Michael, but I would like us to do that, because some of you, of course, have asked questions, but it would really be helpful to do that. So, sure. Michael?
All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure they could see me from that angle. Sorry, let me move that a little closer. I have a low voice and it doesn't always pick up on microphones. I am Michael Scott with the Utilities Consumers Action Network. We're a San Diego-based consumer group where our main priority is helping consumers resolve their utility-related disputes, whether it's with the energy company, the telecom companies, or the water companies, and then where we can, we just help consumers with their general complaints with companies. Beyond that, and what I do is I'm a staff attorney there, and I work with a lot of our regulatory filings before the State Public Utilities Commission and, of course, the Federal Communication Commission on consumer protections mainly, and ensuring strong consumer rules that help them. We also have a privacy rights project, because we work technically the Privacy Rights Clearinghouse, which many of you may be familiar with Beth Givens is part of our organization. And our most recent project is New Media Rights, which helps consumers who are also content creators understand how to navigate the difficulties of posting content on the internet that can sometimes arise with copyright issues and the like. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Indra Chalk from T-Mobile. I'm an attorney in our federal regulatory group, and I'm standing in today for Louisa Lanchetti, who's the official member of this group. T-Mobile has been a member of this group before in years past and is happy to be back again. We're especially interested in all of the consumer transparency agenda items that we've been talking about today, and some other ones. Bill shock. We're also interested in the broadband performance and speed issues, as well as universal service issues and accessibility issues. So we're happy to be back on the group again and look forward to working with everyone.
No. Mic check. Mic check. Hi, everyone. Claude Stout, and I'm representing Deaf and Hard of Hearing Consumer Advocacy Network. I am chair of that organization, and the organization includes about 20 different national organizations that advocate for deaf and hard of hearing consumers all over America. We represent 36 million deaf and hard of hearing people all over the country. DHH CAN is really pleased to be able to serve here in our second term, and we always pride ourselves on developing really close, positive working relationships and collaborations between industry, government, federal or state or local governments, and consumer groups. For the past 12 years, this Consumer Advisory Council has really helped to foster those types of partnerships between those consumer groups, industry, and governmental or regulatory bodies. And I want you to know that the disability community looks forward to working with all of you on our issues that are high up on our list of priorities. One of those which we've already heard about this morning, the CVAA, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. I look forward to working with all of you on that, as well as the National Broadband Plan. And people with disabilities, particularly people with hearing disabilities, want to be part of the planning process so that we can get the same experience and the same benefit as our hearing citizen counterparts. That's access to video technology, access to internet and interconnected network technology. And we, of course, look forward to working with you on this and a number of other issues over the next 2 years.
Great, thanks, Scott. Lisa.
I'm on. Okay. I'm Lisa Hamlin. I'm with Hearing Loss Association of America. I'm the Director of Public Policy there. I am not an attorney, but worked a long time on advocacy issues, both at Hearing Loss Association and other organizations. Hearing Loss Association is an organization, it's a membership organization. It's been around 30 years, more than 30 years now, 501c3. And we've got chapters all over the country. We have about over 200 chapters now. We work on all kinds of communication access issues, whether it's captioning, hearing aid compatible phones, whether it has to do with also one thing that hasn't been mentioned, though it's real important that the Commission's been working on that we're real interested in, is emergency preparedness issues, making sure that we get access. I was interested to find, I went to Chicago to see my hearing brother and sister-in-law, and I said, you know, one issue for us is not being able to text during an emergency. And he said, you can't text. And this is a person who's hearing and had no idea that you can't send a text message in. I think it's an issue that goes beyond people with disabilities, but certainly people who are deaf and hard of hearing need to get access in an emergency in other ways, and I'm happy to see the Commission working on that. We want to help those things along. And so, I want to echo everybody else said, I'm very happy to be here again. Hearing Loss Association has been on the Commission at least twice before, and we're happy to have, it's one of my favorite committees, actually. It's been a very good working committee, so I'm happy and pleased to meet the new people here, and as Claude said, to work with you as well.
Thanks, Lise. As I mentioned, I'm Scott Bergman with CTIA. I'd also thank Scott and Debbie for including CTIA in the committee. We're thrilled to be here. CTIA has served on the Consumer Advisory Committee before. It's my first time. I know there's some new members. So for those of you who don't know CTIA, I'll just say a quick word about CTIA. We represent the wireless industry, and so many of you probably think of some of our larger members. We have 4 national carriers that provide voice and mobile broadband service. But there's also 8 regional providers and hundreds of small providers across the country, and CTIA represents many of those, as well as the manufacturers of the equipment that are being used to roll out 3G and 4G services across the country. So we've had incredible success. We're leading the world in rolling out mobile broadband services and in mobile broadband adoption. So CTIA represents those manufacturers, as well as the manufacturers of wireless devices, so smartphones, tablets, all of the cool devices that folks are adopting, and you'll see some of those in the Technology Experience Center, I think, coming up next. So we represent those folks, as well as the developers of things like the operating systems that run many of the wireless devices that you use right now. And there are a number of very high-profile competing operating systems out there, and applications developers as well, too. So many of you who have visited the various different application stores, and there are 26 of them in the U.S., know that the U.S. has become the center, the focus point for development of applications in the world. So it's a very exciting time in the U.S. wireless industry, and all those folks come under the umbrella of CTIA, and we represent them before Congress, and so worked with many of you on the development of the CVAA. as well as here at the FCC, we're working on disabilities access issues, 911 issues, universal service, consumer empowerment issues, really sort of across the regulatory board. So in addition to those issues, CTIA does a lot of work coordinating the industry's voluntary efforts to make information available to consumers. So that ranges from a wireless consumer code that was adopted 10 years ago and is updated from time to time. CTIA just last year developed 2 new consumer checklists. One of the things we heard coming out of the Consumer Empowerment NOI was both joy and frustration at all of the different wireless options that are out there. So we developed 2 one-page checklists to help consumers figure out exactly what are the key aspects of the services that they're considering. But beyond those things, we've worked with the industry to develop best practices for things like location-based services. We have an Access Wireless website, which is devoted to accessible devices. We have safe driving programs that are focused on green initiatives like recycling your old wireless devices, as well as programs like Text to Baby, which provides information to expectant parents about their health and medical needs, and Amber Alerts as well too. Not to mention things like the Commercial Mobile Alert Service, which is designed to provide real-time information for folks about emergencies and public safety crises that are out there. So the wireless industry is keenly focused on customer satisfaction, and I think as a result, CTI is very, very interested in consumer issues. So we're thrilled to be here to learn from you all, try to be a resource as well too, and we're looking forward to the working with you on the agenda.
I'm Steve Posiask. I'm president of the American Consumer Institute. It's a pleasure to be here to participate on the committee. The Institute is a 501c3 educational research institute. Essentially, we do research, consumer-based research. We do research on a variety of issues, education, insurance, healthcare, finance, and among other things, information technology, which is one reason why I'm here. We've heard a little bit earlier today about some of the economic challenges that we're facing with high employment and slow growth. And I believe that the information technology sector is inextricably linked to the health of the economy. And we see it through many of the things that we look at, both on a personal or micro level and as well as the macro level. We see the benefits of telecommunications and other communication services and manufacturing, and how it relates to the growth of the industry, productivity, GDP. Various studies have shown how this has contributed as much as $500 billion of consumer welfare benefits, and that's my primary interest here today. There's also many studies that have talked about the benefits of this in reducing energy through telecommuting, e-materialization, distance learning, and so on. We can just go on and on about this, but I think the chairman mentioned earlier about the issue involving inflation in the industry and in the economy. And I can tell you this: if we stripped away all of the services and equipment of the IT industry from the consumer market basket, as the consumer price index would be 1% higher if it weren't for this industry. This industry adds a whole lot of benefit to consumers, and that's my primary interest today. I would just close that what our focus is really in looking at research and quantitative analysis and working towards what we see as like workable policy solutions that improve consumer welfare or consumer benefits. In that regard, it's a pleasure to be here to participate on the committee. Thank you. And I look forward to contributing to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cecilia Garcia. I'm the executive director of the Benton Foundation, and I want to thank Scott and Deborah for inviting us back. The Benton Foundation has been part of the CAC for a number of years. Charles Benton preceded me as the representative, and he certainly is here in spirit. The Benton Foundation has been around for about 30 years. We're in our 30th anniversary year. We have worked on policies in media and telecommunications that promote and serve the public interest. Now our focus is really on universal service reform, particularly Lifeline Link-Up. We're very interested in looking at the transition to broadband for Lifeline Link-Up. We'd like very much to see what lessons can be learned from the broadband technology opportunity grantees, especially those around sustainable broadband adoption. What can we learn from those to inform this process as the FCC moves to modernize Lifeline Link-Up? So that's very important for us. We're also looking at privacy issues. As we work so hard to add more people to the internet, to become consumers of the internet, we also are very cognizant that we have to work very hard to protect privacy. So that is a new area, not a new area, kind of a reinvigorated area for the foundation that we'll be looking at this year as well. We had worked very hard to have the FCC adopt a national broadband plan. Now that the broadband plan has been adopted, we're doing as much as we can to help track the implementation of that, and that falls under our information services division. I say division, it's really one person who works very, very hard, who puts out our communications headline service that's free to people every day, or that comes out every day. He also has put together, his name is Kevin Taglin, by the way. He also has put together a national broadband tracker, and I honestly can say I did read the entire broadband plan because I'm helping him track the recommendations implementation. We also have, as part of that service, an aggregation of news reports on the major mergers that we're facing today. So AT&T, T-Mobile. You can look on our website and find an aggregation of the latest news articles and reporting on that merger, and of course now Google and Motorola. So Benton has been involved with these projects for a long time. We really have we gain a lot of benefit from being part of this, because from the work of all of your organizations, it really helps inform our work here in Washington. So thank you very much.
Rick Chesson with the National Cable and Telecommunications Association, and CTA represents large, medium, and small cable systems around the country, as well as cable programming services. I'm really excited to be a part of this group. In particular, I had a lot of face time with this group in its last iteration while I was at the FCC working with Commissioner Copps, then interim Chairman Copps, on issues like the DTV transition, where this committee really played an important role and constructive role in coming up with recommendations and input that the full commission actually adopted, many of which the full commission actually adopted and were implemented in how to get consumers to understand what was happening and to take the effective action that they needed. So I know that this group can do wonderful things. And I look forward to working on all of the issues everybody's talked about, including USF accessibility, broadband, including especially adoption, is something that we're very interested in working on, and obviously that's a multi-pronged problem that includes things like media literacy, but it's something that I think there's much work to be done on. So look forward to working with everybody. Thanks.
Oh, here you go. Slide that microphone. Paul Schrader with the American Foundation for the Blind. Glad to be back. I was actually on the first committee, and then Scott decided I misbehaved too much and wouldn't let me back. It's been 10 years, and I've been in the doghouse a long time. I think I've paid my dues, and Scott's, yeah, I'm on probation. Scott's keeping a close eye, so to speak. So the American Foundation for the Blind, and I should also mention I'm one of the co-founders and leaders, to the extent that we have them, of COAT. We're all leaders in COAT. We're just one of those great consumer organizations, the Coalition of Organizations for Accessible Technology that worked on the 21st Century Bill. that's been referenced a couple times. American Foundation for the Blind, we like to say we're not really a membership organization, so we can represent anyone we want, and that's good. We have 25 million constituents, people with vision loss generally, and that includes a lot of people who don't necessarily think of themselves as having vision loss, but who are often confused and puzzled by a lot of things that are happening in technology because they can't see it that well. So that's in their view, they think that that they're failing to understand the technology. In our view, we think the technology is failing them because it is not incorporating appropriate accessibility and addressing those needs. And I really probably will spend a lot of time speaking on behalf of that large group of people that often gets overlooked, and that's the group that has a fair amount of vision maybe, but does experience vision loss and often experiences challenges as a result of that in using technology. Of course, I've also already indicated today that I think we very much are challenged by the fact that there is very sporadic access to the information and communications technology revolution for people across the board experiencing vision loss. That access which is available is very costly, and so we look forward to trying to address those topics. The other thing I would say is that people with disabilities, and certainly people with vision loss, have interests and needs in many of the areas of this committee, and so while we'll talk about things like the 21st Century Communications Bill and video description and captioning and such, we also of course want to talk about cramming and broadband speeds and some of the other issues, because obviously our constituents do care and do have issues in those areas as well, and so we certainly take common cause. I'm looking forward to sharing that info that comes from this committee's work much more broadly with my community. We have websites in the AFB orbit that focus on the needs of seniors and on the needs of families experiencing vision loss, and I'm looking forward to providing a lot more consumer information to that group. Again, things like what we've talked about here today and what we'll talk about in the future, so that they can be better consumers of communications technology.
Great. Thank you, Paul. So there's still one person to go around the table, and that's me. I didn't get a chance to do more than just introduce my name and affiliation. So on this committee, I serve to represent the National Consumers League, an organization that I'm very proud to serve on the board of directors with. The National Consumers League is actually the oldest nation's consumer organization, and actually I like to say that it's not necessarily old, but it's actually the longest serving advocate on behalf of consumers, over 100 years old, and it works on a number of different consumer issues, including telecommunications issues, and a very strong advocate. I'm joined today by a member of NCL staff, John Braille, who is here in the observer chair, in the guest chair, and he works very hard here at the FCC and on the Hill, working on so many different issues on behalf of consumers. So I'm very happy to serve on their behalf before this committee. So thank you all for sharing. Hearing all the issues that you're working on, I know that we're going to have very active working groups. So it's going to be a great Consumer Advisory Committee. Now, if I can ask our next presenters to join us at the table.
Ron Cunningham,
Ron. Great.
Ron Cunningham and Raphael Fernandez.
So we are now moving over to our show and tell. This is sort of our this is our show and tell period here. I like to say our mini CES here. They're going to talk to us about the Technology Experience Center that the FCC has now, which I didn't realize was here until Scott and I talked about the opportunity that we would have to all experience this, but an opportunity for sort of a show and tell about new devices. And I think part of the reason why I was really interested in our all checking this out is because I'm a firm believer that it's very difficult for us to talk about consumers and their telecommunications services unless we are all well aware of what's happening with technology and get an opportunity to know what the devices are like that consumers are experiencing. So I thank you both for letting us share in this today.
I just want to talk to you. First of all, your mic stand Raise your hand. There
Oh.
you go. Wave it in the air manly. Smile.
Man, a little more manly.
No, manly. I said not manly.
Oh.
Manly.
Oh, manly.
Oh, boy.
Manly. Good smile.
All right, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you today. I want to talk to you a little bit about the FCC Technology Experience Center. It's a center that's here located in headquarters that's been established to provide the employees and invited guests, particularly the employees, to enhance their knowledge with the technology of today. Being that it's such a fast pace in the change, it gives them hands-on, where they can come in and they can pick up devices, they can experience the functionality of it, what it does. And in addition to that, we like to educate them a bit on things like what type of devices they are. Not so much as just a cell phone with certain features, but what network the cell phone uses, if it's a 3D technology, the differences in the 3D technology, because there are differences in the technology. It's not a standardized thing currently, but we find that there are differences, and I personally see that there are differences that are health differences. It's something that, well, first of all, being here and being here with you, I'm looking forward to you all being a help to me and giving me some direction and some focus on servicing all communities, because that's what the center is basically here for, to service all the communities, not just certain individuals. We would like to afterwards invite the majority or all of you down to take a look at the center and see what devices are there and the capabilities of those devices. That's pretty much about all of what I want to say at this particular time. The rest of it is you coming down and experiencing and seeing what's there, what devices are there. Again, the functionality of those devices, and I'm looking for you to give me some input. That's my biggest thing is I'm looking for you to give me some input, because again, we want to be able to serve all of the communities with the center. Have you all come down and just experience what's there to be experienced. You want to add anything?
I guess just an addendum to the center. We're planning on like a 2-track presentation. We'll have demos. This is all hypothetical. So we'll have demos that'll last like maybe a week or a couple of days, demonstrating some type of new technology from respective telecom entity. Also, we'll have theme demos that'll last like about a month. One will be assistive technology, which it's not today, but it's in the works, which would show technologies helping hearing and sight impaired people. Like this gentleman here, Mr. Schroeder, said it's kind of hard to find right now. I'm doing some research, we're trying to do some research on it. But, and as Ron said, as much input as we can get, the better from you guys, from everyone else. So when the theme does come down the pike and we set up, we'll have all sorts of technologies that we can have to educate all the visitors. Whether it's like public home, what is it, home safety?
Public safety.
Public safety on September, or assistive technology, or educational technology. So that's the big picture of the center. It's still in its infantile stage. So it's about a year old. Yeah. That's about it for right now.
Yeah, Linda?
I had a question about it. If you're getting technologies from companies to display to the staff of the FCC, what kind of efforts are you making to make sure that all technologies are represented across all issuers and providers?
As we talk with the different companies and all, we place emphasis on these areas. We're still. Oh, sure. We're placing emphasis on exactly what you've mentioned. As we talk to the vendors and the different companies and all, we're fairly new. I mean, it took some time to get this whole thing established, and it's a slow process, to be honest with you. But those are things that we are addressing. But again, it's gonna take some input from you all, because I mean, I think the lady in the green here mentioned when she was speaking about how one who does not have well, maybe not suffer from or have the disability, if I'm wording this right. I mean, I don't want to, but you tend to take things for granted that, and you don't see it in views that someone else may see it. So, you know, it's good input from someone else.
Dorothy?
Related to technology and giving feedback and things like that, there's one comment I would like to make. Oftentimes, the companies who are making the products are not providing enough information to the salespeople on how to make their equipment accessible to the person who's interested in buying it. For example, if you want to buy some kind of equipment and technology and you ask the salesperson about accessibility features, they don't know how to explain it, where to look for it, how to show it to you and demonstrating it. So when there's new technology out there, or any kind of technology, it's very important for the person who's selling the equipment to understand how to use the accessibility features on the equipment. Otherwise, the consumers had frustrations in trying to figure out how to use the accessibility features. So I just wanted to offer that comment. Thank you.
Yes, please.
You're absolutely right. Those are things that we find too when we talk with the different vendors and companies, which is why we've established a steering committee, and we would on that steering committee, it's still new. We've only had one meeting so far, but we want to also include all communities on that committee to help with things like what you've just mentioned. That's a very good point that you raised.
I just have one additional question for you, and that's as we look at this center, would it be helpful at all for this committee to consider ways at some point that this center could be used by the general public? Is that one of the goals as well? Is there an external use for the center? In other words, are you going to be bringing groups in? Is there some sort of public education purpose for the center as well, or is it just all internal?
Well, currently it's primarily been said that it's for the FCC employees and invited guests. There has been outside groups who have come into the center, not unannounced, but announced. But there has also been talk about it being open to the public. The one obstacle that we overcome is security. But yes, it would be good, and we look forward to that.
Two other quick questions, Lisa, Masuko.
This is Lisa Hamlin again. I'm also wondering, you're setting up this center for employees, but I'm also wondering if the purchasers of federal equipment are also going to get information from you. For example, I just learned recently that some televisions are now being sold that do not have audio output. So for somebody with a hearing loss, that's a problem, and that's a problem for all consumers with hearing loss. But for federal employees, it's supposed to be 508 compliant, and I'm wondering if you're going to share what you learn with the purchasers of equipment for federal employees.
Yes, we would like to, but that's not a bridge that we've come to yet, unfortunately. I want to be honest with you, but I really appreciate you bringing that point up. That's something that needs to be addressed. And what I mean when I say address is the way in order to get it out to you. Because we've thought of all kinds of things, believe me. I mean, in sitting in and dealing with the different vendors and different situations, but we have to find a way to get those things out. We've thought about doing things on the web. I don't know how beneficial that would be to everyone, but it's a start. But again, like I mentioned, we're open for suggestions. I mean, we take them all because we would like to service all the communities. We don't want anybody to be left out.
I'm going to take a guess here that in these devices, one of the things that may be helpful is to provide an easy way for people to access reviews about the product, whether you use QR codes and you link to, there's many people in this room who have done a lot of product reviews, and having an easy way to access those. So either you've got monitors in the room so you can access the web, you have QR codes where you can use smartphones to pull up specific things to each particular device. You can have paper printouts. Also, in Montgomery County, we are engaged in a pilot program about tablets, and one of the things that we're looking at doing are creating at least internal blogs that are simple ways so that where you have employees who are using those devices, and I guess most of them are under 35, they can post, I had a problem getting Flash Player on here, here's the workaround that I had, or I noticed that when I try to send things, and even people on this committee who have things like, yes, but the functionality of it when I try to use it for these things, set-top boxes, I can't change the font size, the closed captioning, those kinds of things that are on there, would be a way to leverage that center and to spread things around. The other thing, which I think is maybe beyond your bailiwick, but it did draw on the point about the information. One of the things is I noticed is that, like, when we did the DTV, the digital broadcast transition, there was an enormous amount of information that was generated about the problems of closed captioning and the various needs to be able to change placement of the closed captions on the boxes, particularly low-end boxes, the font size, the color, those things. None, to my knowledge, of that information that the commission collected has been assembled and then released to inform the commission in their other proceedings. And that would be very helpful to us, that if the commission could really sort of function as the person who's aggregating that data that they collect, even if it's in a different proceeding, you don't have to relearn the same things, the same issues you can come up. And so that would be another helpful thing for us.
Sure, quick. I just wanted to give a resource. Raphael, you mentioned the challenge in finding information about accessible products, things like that. And at least within the wireless space, I wanted to highlight for everyone accesswireless.org, which is a website that CTIA has put together, which has all sorts of information on devices, carriers. The website itself is built to be as accessible as possible, but there's a great tool on there. It's the Gary tool. It's Global Accessibility Reporting Initiative, which lets folks search for phones that are tailored to meet specific accessibility issues. So it's a great website that is out there. As I mentioned, it's newly designed. We'd certainly love your feedback on it. There's been a big effort over the last year to make it more useful, but we're always looking for ideas on how to improve it, and we'd love to have you all steer your constituencies towards the website to try to take advantage of the information that's there. And then, of course, any suggestions you have on how to improve it, we'd love to have those too. Thanks, Debbie.
Thank you. Okay. I'll check with them separately. Okay, so now we're going to do our trip down. You're going to lead the group, right? Yes, ma'am. And everyone around the room is invited to do this. Can we fit everybody in there at one time?
You may want to break it into groups.
Do we need to do that?
You don't have time. You've got everybody in this.
All right, let's give.
Does everybody want to go? Is the issue, I guess. That might help to know.
Is everybody going to go to the? Anyone staying behind? Is there anyone who's staying behind? Just let us know. Okay, you've seen it. We've got a couple staying behind. Let's see if we all make it. If not, if you're not going to fit, just come on back in here and we'll cycle a few people out.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't. We have a half hour for this. We need to be back in the room at 2:10 to start our next session. So if it's full, cycle out at about 10-15 minutes. Thank you, Ron.
Great. Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Raphael. Great.
So you and I will talk. Let me just ask any questions. Sure. clock's right on me right now, but I do have my clock on my cell phone, but I think it's about 2. It is 2:18.
Yeah, I've got 2:18, yeah, too.
But we're missing a few people. It will take a moment, I'm sure, to get back in the room.
Should I start? Because she's a donor.
And if I leave out anything, I'll definitely, chime in.
Yeah, please, vice versa.
Yeah.
If I leave out something, you'll chime in.
Yep.
We'll do a little tag team.
We'll do the tag team, but you
We'll
can
do the
start
tag
the
team
show.
thing. Okay, I'll
You
start.
start the
Should I
show
start?
with the big picture. Well,
We're missing
Who we're
Rick.
missing?
We're missing Rick Chasson. We're missing. We're missing the T-Mobile. T-Mobile's coming right now. Okay. Rebecca Ledoux. I don't know where she went. Andrea. Andrea's missing. Quahada. We're missing. Andrea. Oh, here's Rick.
Oh,
So
okay.
I can't tell who
People
else
are
is-
returning.
Someone from the corner, but I think we'll start.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to get started now. You see how things work? We're just about back on schedule.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's amazing, Scott. I don't know how that happens. Well, I hope you all enjoyed going through the tech center. I was thinking that we might try and integrate that into each of our meetings because I've heard that they continually update their devices over there, as they should. So it might be interesting to just take a walk through and see what's new and different there when we meet. Okay, now we are really starting to get to the nuts and bolts of the CAC. And we're going to talk about how we get our work done here. This is a important part of what we do here is how we go forward and how we structure ourselves. So we have these meetings where we come to the FCC at least 3 times a year. And Scott, in about an hour, and we'll talk about when we will meet next. But in between those meetings, when we come to the FCC, we have our subgroups, or our working groups, we call them, that meet and really get the work of the Consumer Advisory Committee done. So, we can't all sit around this big group and get the work done. So we divide ourselves up, and we divide into working groups, and the working groups meet in between our large Consumer Advisory Committee meetings to talk about specific issues, to draft recommendations that we then present to the large CAC. And that's how the work gets done. As you will recall from when you applied, one of the requirements of being on the CAC is that you do participate in at least one working group. There's no limit as to how many working groups you can participate in. So if you're really interested in one topic, but you're also interested in another one, that's fine. You can be in both. You could be in all of them if you have time. There's no limit. It's just your own personal time. Some working groups meet more often than others. It's just up to whatever issues are going on at that time. There will be at least a chair of each working group. Some working groups may have co-chairs. And of course, they mostly meet by conference call, although sometimes we have had the core group meet in person and then everybody else join by phone. It's just whatever works best. There's no particular requirement. As Dorothy was asking before, okay, what happens? So what's the process? Well, the working groups work on drafting recommendations that we want to present to the FCC. And so the drafting process happens in these working groups, and then the recommendations are presented to the full CAC. Before that, they have to be noticed, as Ann had mentioned, the General Counsel's office mentioned, they have to be publicly noticed, and that has to happen 15 days in advance, or at least the topic that we are going to vote on has to be put in the public notice, and Scott will take care of that. And then we have to vote as a CAC on those recommendations. And then after that, if they are approved, they are then sent. Scott and I take care of sending them to all the commission offices if they are part of a proceeding, if it's part of a NPRM or an ex parte, then I will actually file, just like you would, I file it on the electronic filing system on behalf of the CAC, and then copy it to the staff as well on the 8th floor. So that's what happens to our recommendations.
And could I just add one?
Sure.
Am I on here? And then I also send recommendations to the relevant FCC staff who are actually working on the particular issue.
Right, right. So that's what the expectation is about the work that happens with the CAC. Going forward, we're having this meeting in the middle of August, which I know we initially thought, yikes, August is a tough time to pull the group together. But we wanted to have a meeting as quickly as possible because obviously we want to get started. We also want to try and have a conference call of the full CAC at the end of September. And we have a couple of dates to propose for that. And the purpose of that meeting will be to hopefully have the working groups have at least one, perhaps two meetings before that date to talk about some of the priority issues that your working group wants to address, get some of that thinking out there, perhaps even tee up a couple of specific issues that you might even want to do recommendations on, and then report back to the full CAC at this end of September conference call. So it would be sort of an organizational meeting on the issues. This, I think, will help us all get organized going forward. And then we will be planning another full CAC meeting, and we'll talk about that sometime in early November. So that's the plan. So, you'll see we got these points of time when the CAC meets, and in between is when the working groups meet and get the work done. I think I'm ready to turn things over to you now, Scott, to talk about the working groups.
All right.
Yes,
Right.
I did mention that. You can do that. All the working groups can do that by conference call.
And the working group, this is Scott, and the working groups will also have established an email discussion list. And I'm sure you all know how these work. You send one email to a robot here at the FCC, and the message gets then relayed to all the people in your working group, along with any attachments and that sort of thing. The plan would be that after we discuss what the working groups ought to be, and we have some ideas to start that discussion in a moment, that tomorrow or Friday I would then send out an email to everyone. And by the way, we have a master CAC email discussion list too that you're able to post to and send messages to the whole group if you wanted to. I'll send out instructions about all that as well. But at any rate, the plan would be that once we get an idea of the appropriate working groups, that I would send out a list of those by tomorrow or Friday. You'd have then a week from this coming Friday then to get back and let us know, which of the working groups you'd like to join, whether you would like to be a leader of one of those groups, and that does involve some time commitment. I'm here to help you support your activities, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And also, if you dream up, a new working group that you'd like to propose that we undertake. The working groups are not cut in stone. We can develop a new one if we need to, if circumstances warrant. So it's a pretty fluid process. This committee is an incredibly self-directed group of people. The commission sometimes asks us specifically for advice, like they did on the smart consumer disclosures piece last year on digital TV. We had a specific request. But for the most part, the issues that you all consider are bottomed up, if you will, from the working groups to the full committee. All right, possible working groups. And one thing that we'd like, once the working groups are established, and by the way, let me get back to that schedule, you would get back to us a week from this Friday about your preferences. Debbie then would have a week to make appointments and to appoint chairs to the group. And clearly everybody can't be all on one working group. That wouldn't work. Our experience is that if the group gets to be too large, it generally has to split in order to be effective. Okay, so around Labor Day, then the working group should be in place, and then we would have this report back conversation call the end of September. All right, what would the, sort of for the sake of the rest of our discussion this afternoon, what working groups might we talk about? And again, someone asked me today whether all the issues you heard about today were things that CAC needs to tackle. Clearly, no. That probably would be much more work than we could possibly do. The idea was to give you a flavor of what was hot, what was going on in the Bureau, and what some of the things you might like to tackle. And we do have some history on some of these issues. You heard it mentioned that we did have comments filed in the USF joint board proceeding, for example, and you might choose to build on those and submit comments. At any rate, I digress. Back to the possible working groups. One would be, one or possibly two, given the breadth of the issues under this umbrella, would be broadband USF. All the stuff that you would clearly imagine. Somebody said the other day, there are so many people thinking in this building about broadband that your head hurts. A second group would be our disability issues group. Again, a little careful about that one because we don't want to step on the toes of the statutorily created group under the CVAA. There are two advisory committees that have specific responsibilities there. But clearly there are lots of other disability issues to address. We in fact have one that I'll talk about in the public comment period that would need to get referred to that working group to find out whether the CAC wants to take it on. The third working group would be, and we're trying to figure out a jazzy name for this one, it would be the Consumer Empowerment Agenda Group or something like that. Again, you all can think about it. Better minds than mine can come up, or Debbie's can come up with a good name. And this would be what you would normally think of. We called it consumer protection last time around. And this is where all the cramming and consumer disclosure and general consumer issues would fall. The fourth or fifth, depending upon whether we have one or two on the broadband USF side, group would be media issues. And this would be a new committee for us. We have done some media issues in the past. You heard about them mentioned. Benton was a leader in that effort. Previous committees on public interest obligations of broadcasters and some children's television stuff. Now we have a lot more media power represented on the committee, and we thought that perhaps then you might want to develop some issues along those lines. Maybe something that Commissioner Kopp's mentioned this morning might be of interest. We leave that to you to brainstorm and hopefully come back to us. And we hope that all these groups would come back to us with, okay, we've sort of brainstormed the possibilities. Here's what we'd like to do. Present it to the full committee And we do operate by a very relaxed parliamentary procedure here. We try to do things by consensus. When we vote on recommendations, if somebody is unhappy, wants to dissent, they can do that on the record. So we try to make it as easy as possible to get a product out the door. So those would be the working groups. As I alluded to earlier, there's lots of support for those working groups. Money, no, but I can help arrange conference calls, closed caption conference relay services should you require that. Help with distribution of documents. Of course, you'll have the listservs. But again, the meeting is pretty much left to that working group. And as was mentioned earlier today by Ann from the Office of General Counsel, the working group may decide that it wants to invite somebody from the outside to provide some technical assistance or advice. That person would not be a working group member, but would be asked sort of on an ad hoc basis to provide help, assistance on whatever issue you were considering. Only the actual CAC members in the working group would actually have a vote and could move a recommendation forward to the full committee. Oh, Debbie, did I cover the turf?
I think you've covered it well. You know, I can just say it, but I'm anxious to get everybody's input on the topics that you've presented. You know, I was listening to, as people went around the room and introduced themselves and talked a little bit about some of the issues, that I did hear a number of people talk about broadband adoption and universal service as we went around the room. So I think that those are two probably big topics, and I think that they probably also are two, even though there is a broadband component to universal service, they probably are two separate ones. I think broadband
Again, we don't want the groups
so
to get to be so big that, A, you have trouble scheduling meetings and getting everybody together, and it just, in our experience, hasn't worked out very well.
Yeah, I just recall one where we had just broadband as a topic, and everything sort of fell into it, and it was just about the entire CAC.
Yeah,
you remember that, right?
Yeah, which also just doesn't work. So,
so comments from everyone, and now I
Please.
think because we are in a general discussion period, if you could put your cards up, and I'll just go around. Mark.
Mark DeFalco, the Appalachian Regional Commission. I agree. I think you're spot on in terms of, you know, probably the biggest issues. I guess two things come to my mind. Number one, with the broadband and USF, it seems some of these topics could become very broad. And let me give you an example of what I was thinking. The concept of using universal service funds to support broadband, good idea. The concept of the fact that may require a dramatic increase in the size of the universal service fund, whole separate issue. It might be easy to get people to agree or to discuss the first, but as you get into the second, that's a whole other issue. So that was my first thing that came to my mind. The second thing that comes to my mind is regarding USF, the commission is very close to issuing an order. And does it make sense to really start getting into topics that are going to be resolved before we even get a chance to give them input? Because they're probably going to, I mean, from what I'm hearing, this, you know, Scott might know more about this than I do, but from what I'm hearing, and Commissioner Kopp said just earlier today, he thinks in early fall the commission is going to issue their USF ICC order. So at that point, you know, I don't know what the value is in providing input and comments, because the issue is going to be resolved to one degree or another.
But that's a high cost portion of the fund.
Correct.
So,
correct.
you know, there's
but they're all related. That goes back to the first comment, Deborah. They're all related.
I'd almost be willing to bet, though, that it will not be the only
I would agree.
that will be on the horizon on that subject. So we may have another bite at the apple if in fact, they do act that quickly and I will be the first to admit to you I don't have any inside knowledge about that.
Dorothy?
Dorothy speaking. You have to excuse me if I'm a little bit off the point here. I'm new on the committee, so I'm still green. But I have two possible ideas, and maybe they're not appropriate for this committee, but I would like to bring it up while we are here. I know Scott said to send him emails for ideas, but I wanted to share with all of you here. First of all, my concerns are about the senior citizens who are not skilled with technology, and they need equal access to communication. I don't know if the FCC or the CAC can take up that issue, but I would like to see a way for the older people who did not grow up with technology have equal access to communication. Maybe not cell phones, maybe they have disabilities who cannot allow them to use cell phones, or maybe they can't read Braille, or many different issues related to their access to communication. And maybe they can't learn the sophisticated technology. So encourage the technology company to develop something that's simple, easy for them to use. The second comment I would like to address, remember, I come from a group of people with a special needs. We have a disability with a combination of hearing loss and vision loss together. And we have unique needs. We are a unique group of people with a wide variety of degrees of hearing loss and vision loss. And there's no one solution for the problems or the situations because we all have different needs. And the trainers who train on how to use technology, many of the trainers in the United States do not have the skills and the knowledge and awareness to train individuals who have a combination of hearing loss and vision loss on how to use the technology. And this is an issue that keeps coming up again and again. And with new technology coming out, the trainers who know how to use the technology don't know how to work with these individuals, so who are deaf-blind. So I don't know if the CAC can take up this issue, but I thought I'd bring it up anyway. So those are the two comments I would like to make. Thank you.
So, so Dorothy, thanks for bringing up two important issues, and I just want to respond to the first one on the seniors issue, because it just so happens it's an issue that's near and dear to my heart, and we don't have our AARP representative here today, but of course an issue of great importance to them as well. And I think in looking at that, an issue that crosses probably into several of the working groups, not sure how we highlight that with perhaps so few representatives of that specific concern, but an important one, and maybe one that those of us who do care in particular about that concern need to highlight. But it's a broadband adoption issue, it's a digital literacy issue, it's an accessibility issue. So, you know, there are several different issues that fall into that category. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
I agree, and maybe one of the things that can be done, this is Scott speaking again, is the Disability Working Group, for example, could discuss this further and figure out, is there something, maybe not the whole enchilada, but something, a sub-issue that would be something that could be addressed effectively to help access for seniors, and that might be a way of kind of getting our arms around something that's incredibly big.
And also, I think it's something that probably if we have a broadband group that deals with adoption issues, should also take a look at.
Hopefully
as well.
There'll be some cross-fertilization there, and if there needs to be, That's something, that's why we have all these interconnected listservs and so forth. You can send messages to each other, and I can help facilitate that if you need to get expertise that's not within the immediate working group. We're not going to create more silos here. We don't need more silos.
Any other thoughts about these working groups? Yeah.
Depending on how many people you have signed up on the broadband adoption, what may be useful is to differentiate. So one's particularly focused on access or ones that are focused on either people with disabilities, certain age groups, language, by location, just something. I mean, it's always good to sort of get cross communication, but depending on what you want the working group to do, that might be a way to just differentiate, because there were several people in the room who were interested in that. It might be particularly like low-income programs versus trying to promote rural, agricultural-based, whatever it may be.
Again, Mitsuko, if you could help us think that through in terms of how to divide it. The committee does have some history. And as I mentioned earlier, Benton led a group that looked at the USF low-income programs and did a lot of work on the joint order comments. And, you know, maybe, and I'm not suggesting what you do by any means, it's not my role, but maybe that's something that needs to be refreshed and put back in the mix at some point in time.
Well, I mean, I would tell you, I guess, two things on that. One is October 17th and 18th in Silver Spring, Maryland, as part of the One Maryland project, we are actually trying to have a broadband adoption 2-day program in which we sort of highlight. One of the things that I've sort of learned is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are lots of programs out there. There are some that are location-based. Libraries offering programs, schools offering programs. There are other ones that may be targeted to specific groups, so these are for seniors. These are youth media type programs. There are some that are targeted by topic, so these are financial literacy programs, and so you've got that gamut. And I'm happy to send anybody information about that as we develop it. The other is that there are things where one of the things we're trying to do is to partner with private providers. So, for example, if we have a provider who's willing to provide somebody with a low-cost, temporary, sort of a discounted rate, and we pair that with training so that you not only have access, but you actually learn different uses. So that might be one component. Like specifically, we're looking to develop public-private partnerships, and we want to find ways to pair people who have service to offer with people who have training component. The other way to do it is where you have people who are looking to develop those specific training programs. And a third would be, I will say that in all of the programs that I've seen, what I have not seen is any type of common understanding of what we're talking about. So when you say, well, we want you to be digitally literate, does that mean you have to know how to send email? Does that mean you need to know how social media, your Twitter and Facebook, should you know how to post something to YouTube? Does it have, you can just look at a variety of those. And the last one we were sort of looking at was, if we looked at what the largest employers are in the state who hire entry-level workers, so for example, say Target, Best Buy, what are the skills, the digital literacy skills that you would want people to be able to come in knowing that then I could build on and provide training? So in that gamut, it may be that the way that you separate out the programs are public-private partnerships, workforce development, programs that are focused on specific populations, and programs that are designed to be performed at specific locations. So locations, people, economic development, and public-private partnerships.
Thanks.
That's interesting. Any other comments?
Yeah, we've got several around the
Good.
room. Fernando?
Thanks, Debbie. I think the layout of the proposed groups, the way that Scott framed them, made a lot of sense in this. The suggestion, however, that broadband is a very comprehensive topic is also an important one to take into account. And I think dividing broadband and USF, even though they have overlap, is a good idea to start out in terms of polling the committee as to interest, because I think otherwise the assignments might get confusing. So that was my only suggestion, is that that topic area perhaps should start out being divided into two. If that doesn't overwhelm staff with too many working groups, I think that it's a good idea to do it that way.
Okay, thanks. Michael?
Yes, Mike. Yes, Michael Scott with UCAN. Well, I keep hearing about broadband being talked about separately, and I think it could honestly be a part of each individual committee, the same way wireline and wireless services would probably be talked about in terms of each individual committee, whether it's USF issues, disability issues, or even consumer empowerment issues. I mean, an issue brought up earlier today was billing with broadband and billing with bundled services, and those topics could certainly be in there. So rather than separating out broadband as this all-encompassing, all different type of service, it may be useful, at least for the purposes of this committee, to look at broadband as a subset of those general topics of USF and consumer empowerment and even media issues and disability issues.
I think you're absolutely right, Michael. That's absolutely true. And so, the many faces of broadband, we might say, because broadband is everything. As you started out by saying, broadband is everything and everywhere. There are some huge broadband issues that don't sort of fit within those other categories, such as broadband adoption, which is absolutely huge. And for example, the speed issue, broadband speed study, another one of looking at broadband speed, which I know is very, very important to the Bureau. So there are a couple that may not exactly fit into some of those other areas that a more broader kind of broadband group might want to consider.
And just, yes, I'm intrigued by the thought of having broadband as being included in all these working groups. I'm not sure exactly yet how quite to do it effectively. I remember a number of years ago we had the idea that, gee whiz, disability issues ought to be integral to all. Claude's laughing, I think, over there. He remembers this. That it ought to be integral to all the working groups. But that ended up not working very well. It still needed some, a concentrated focus by people who were very steeped in those issues. I don't know. It's an interesting thought, though.
And if I can complicate it just a little bit more, we keep talking about broadband, but we're not distinguishing between wired and wireless for broadband at the moment, and that'll certainly be an issue.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. You're absolutely right about that. Yep. Good point. Continuing with Claude.
I've got 2 points that I'd like to make. The first is, when you determine the number of working groups, I'd ask that you try to have the FCC support you with a research person that's assigned to each of those groups. We've had those support representatives before, and I would love to see that again. It would also help, particularly for the example, the broadband working group, if we have one resource person from inside the FCC, a person who can help guide their work, the resource person who can tell them the work that's already been done on the committee here, that's already been done on the commission, that can help them locate resources and information, policy, regulation, rules that have been issued, and someone that can help guide the working group in their discussion. So over time, we can see that their discussions would become more productive. I think it would help us be more efficient and be a time saver there, so that we can get to those really important issues that haven't been addressed. And I also strongly recommend that you think about having the FCC, think about getting that resource person for each working group. My second recommendation, and it seems like from what you've said, Scott and Debbie, it looks like the FCC is not providing the CAC a major theme. I think you might recall, I think it was 2-3 years ago or so, to help address a number of issues with the analog to digital transition, the national broadband plan. There were certain themes, but it looks like this year we're not working under a broad theme or with one major issue. So I just wanted to check to make sure that that was correct and see if there was any clarification on that.
Yeah, that's.
I think that's correct.
True.
I think that's correct, Claude.
Cecilia? And then Paul.
Yes, Cecilia Garcia from Benton. I'd just like to advocate for keeping broadband as a separate issue. One of the things that we haven't talked about here, but that's really critical to certainly realizing some of the benefits of the National Broadband Plan, is the whole issue of regulatory authority, reclassification. We haven't talked about that, but dividing broadband across the board doesn't give us the opportunity to even weigh in on that.
Okay, thank you. And Paul.
Paul Schrader, AFB. I'm not sure how best to do this, but I'm wondering if one of the ways we might get at these cross-cutting issues is to have some sort of ad hoc, short-term kinds of efforts. I was really struck and agreed with Dorothy's point about seniors, and I would broaden it to say the undersubscribed in general, who we don't talk about very much. And yet I think there's some things that we/the commission could be doing. Some of that falls into USF and low-income support. Some of that falls into efforts to spur adoption. Some of that falls into disability access. And some of it doesn't really fall into any of those categories. And I'm thinking that maybe what we need is a short-term effort to try to figure out what we can do across our committee and then across the FCC to help with that. Not that it's a rulemaking or anything of those sorts, but really an area where I think there are just market opportunities that could be exploited with some help and maybe the good thinking around this group and the consumer involvement. The other thing I would say that, since I haven't really seen much focus on equipment issues other than in disability access. It's not traditionally been an area of much focus for the FCC, somewhat, but there was a lot of focus on equipment during the digital TV transition, and whether consumers would have products that available to them at a price point they could afford, would want, and could use. And so I think, and maybe this falls into my one of the reasons why I think there's under-subscription problems. There's affordability issues, but I also think there's complexity issues and challenges in using equipment and finding equipment that actually meets someone's needs. And again, I don't think this is an area where mandates maybe are the right answer, but I think this is an area where there's an opportunity to explore the challenges that face consumers in the very real, everyday problem of accessing communications technologies. And I think we're kidding ourselves if we don't think it is a real challenge, and it's not just about seniors. There are, believe it or not, young people who are challenged by equipment and don't really know how to fully use and take advantage of the capabilities that are available to them.
All good points, Paul. Thank you. Those are great points, and I agree with everything you said. I'm not exactly sure how we put that into this working group structure. I think we need to, and I'm not sure exactly how we do that, but let's think about how we do that.
This is Scott again. And the other issue, I think, and Cecilia touched upon it too, is a jurisdictional one. Remember, we are an advisory committee, or you are, an advisory committee of the FCC, and although a lot of this is very important stuff, we've also got to figure out, where the FCC actually does have jurisdiction to be able to act on some of these issues. And I think that's a conversation that is ongoing here, because a lot of these big picture items, from my understanding, do involve issues of jurisdiction.
I agree on the regulatory, and also the equipment may be a good group. The other is actually in the complaints. As a local government, and
Which we'll hear about shortly.
yes, but just on that one particular point, one of the things particularly is, as a local government, we largely enforce federal rules. There are no federal rules for broadband. There are no federal standards. The federal standards for cable complaints have not been updated since 1992. There are no performance standards for digital cable, even though the majority of people receive those. We've had several conversations at the staff level, and frankly, the discussion has been everything in the commission is so absorbed by broadband that there really isn't a lot of will to do a lot of other things. And so potentially, it's all well and good that the FCC takes these complaints and does these things, but when people call to complain and there's really whatever practice they're doing, it doesn't actually violate any rule. It makes it difficult to actually get a meaningful result. And frankly, the fact that we have consumers who get a triple play of services, and for them to find out, well, there is one set of rules that if your cable operator overbills you, that we could enforce, but if your cable operator overbills you for broadband service, there aren't actually federal rules that exist in that area. So to the extent that this commission can help give a little kick towards having an interest group that's around the complaint and the actual rules that the FCC has in place would be really useful.
Lisa.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association. Let me just make a quick comment too. Every time somebody speaks off mic, I cannot hear them because I'm in the loop. So please, if you're going to make a comment, wait to have the mic, because I'm losing some of the stuff here. What I was going to comment on, something we didn't do last time, but I'm wondering if, because we're talking about these cross needs and the fact that some of these committees can reach to other committees, is that maybe we should consider, I know Scott gets all the information, but maybe we should consider the leaders, first of all, defining what the committee does. Is broadband going to just look at what adoption, or is it going to look at other pieces of broadband? Because obviously broadband is a huge topic. What are we going to look at? So let's make a definition of what is it the committee is going to actually do. And then the leaders from the group talk to each other and say, okay, this is what we're looking at. This is what our last meeting was about. And these are the kind of things that we're looking at. And then the other leader from another committee can say, hey, maybe you should be looking at this other aspect also. This reaches to the disability access, or maybe we should bring it up. In other words, talk enough to each other before we present recommendations to the full committee so that we understand where the cross issues are and what we should be considering in our groups. And the other thing I was going to mention, the issues, the regulatory issues, I think that's where Claude's comment really is on point. Having somebody in the committees keep us on track in terms of, is there an NOI that I wasn't aware of? Is there something else happening that we should be considering when we're deliberating as a working group?
Sure. Yeah.
The mic,
Darlene,
please.
Hi, Darlene Wong, National Consumer Law Center. Just had my card up for a while, so thanks. I just wanted to say that I was hearing some comments that I agreed with, and I thought it might be a reasonable approach to, yes, have a maybe a larger broadband group that does look at some of the more overarching, larger, big picture policy issues. And then when you have the specific groups like, the disability issues and consumer empowerment issues, I would hope that those groups and the folks on those groups, wouldn't be foreclosed from discussing broadband as a subset in terms of what they're interested in. So I just wanted to clarify that might be a possible approach. And then I also agree with the addition of perhaps leaders for each group, making that process more seamless also with communication between leaders of the group.
Yeah, those are great suggestions. Those are great suggestions, and I do think there's lots we can do to help facilitate the communications between working groups. Part of the reason for doing that conference call at the end of September is to have a quick communication about what the working groups are thinking at the front end before we move forward, so that everybody can hear what the topics are that each of the working groups is talking about. And we'll see how that goes. But I also think it would be helpful for the chairs to communicate about what they're thinking. And also, if we have a big working group, like a broadband working group, there's no rule about having subgroups. If you want to break up into task force or sub working groups or subcommittees, so to speak, that's a possibility as well. I think we've done that in past years. So there's all different ways to do this. This is our committee, and we can figure out the structure to make it work best. Any other final thoughts? If you have any additional thoughts, the process doesn't end. Irene?
I think we all need to recognize that we can't do everything. And I think one thing I learned from the last 2-year cycle was that biting off more than we can really address makes it hard to get anything accomplished. And so I hope that as we get into these groups, we'll look at some specifics and kind of try to nail down what we think we're going to do. What we have 2 years, 18 months, but effectively, time goes by really fast. And so we may have to make some changes as orders we don't expect to come out or whatever, but I know we care about and want to address a much greater realm than is realistic in the constraints that we work within. And so I would encourage us to try to figure out what our priorities are and target more effectively versus expand bigger.
Thanks, Irene. Good. Well, feel free to offer additional thoughts on email. And Scott will be getting out. You want to?
Right. And you can do that very quickly. If you want to send an email to the entire group, just address it to CAC 2009 at CAC 2009 at info.fcc.gov.
2011 already taken.
Oh, well.
Touche, Paul.
We may update that. I use the old template to get the master list going faster than to have a whole new one created.
You want to know the truth, Paul? It took 2 years to update the 207 to the 209. So it may take a little while, but we'll eventually get 2011. But it may not be till 2012.
I'll see if the IT people can change the name, if it'll make you feel better. But in the meantime, like tonight, if you have an urgent feeling that you want to share with the group, it's CAC 2009 at info.fcc.gov.
So, Scott, do we want to quickly talk about dates now, just in case anyone has to leave before we unlock the door? So, the conference call that we were talking about for our, which will be about 1 to 1.5 hours. So we're not talking about a huge time commitment. We're working under huge scheduling constraints here, so we don't like to give people limited choice, but we're looking at the last week of September because we do want to give you enough time once you get the working groups assigned and the chairs assigned. We want to give you at least a few weeks to have your calls. So we're looking at the last week of September. The end of the week, we have Jewish holidays, so we're looking at the beginning of that week. So it's likely that the conference call will be either Monday, September 26th, or Tuesday, September 27th. So Scott will work on scheduling for that first conference call. It's also likely that it will be at least 12 noon because we do have members that are in other time zones and on the West Coast. So
It'll be the afternoon call.
So it'll be an afternoon call.
This is Scott again. Probably most likely it's worked better later in the afternoon rather than earlier in the afternoon.
Right.
For everybody.
Yep. And then we are looking at our next full CAC meeting, and that's another one that's hugely difficult to coordinate because Scott has to get the availability of this meeting room, and that is very tough. So Scott did some checking to see what dates were available. And again, we want to give the working groups enough time after that September meeting to be able to get together, follow up on your topics and your ideas that you will be presenting in September, and then go back and do a little bit of work, and then give Scott the 15 days to notice. So, we're talking about a lot of challenges. We don't want to run into Thanksgiving and the holidays, so we're talking about early November. Scott has checked things out and has come up with an available date for this meeting room of November 4th, which is a Friday, which sometimes works out a little bit better for a lot of our CAC members. So Friday, November 4th is the date that we're currently looking at for our next CAC meeting. And because we'll be doing a November meeting, we probably then would schedule our next CAC meeting in early 2012. And Scott will be starting to look at some dates for that pretty soon.
This is Scott again. We traditionally do 3 plenary meetings of the full committee every year. That's what we were budgeted for. But then we can have these interim conference call meetings if there is a particular need or we need to finish up on something, that kind of thing. We do that by a shorter conference call. But the full day meetings are 3 meetings per year.
And when we do have the conference call, Scott will find some space here at the commission so that those who are in town can come here because it is a public meeting, and if anyone wants to come and observe the meeting, they can do that in person. So that will happen as well. So those of you who are in town, we can actually get together and have a room here at the FCC and meet in person.
Correct.
Okay, so let's go back to our schedule. And so this is a really great topic. I am so pleased, as Scott knows, I was very anxious to have this on the agenda. I think it's really important for us, regardless of what issue we're talking about, to know a little bit about what consumers are concerned about, what are the trends about consumer complaints. So Renee Moore is here, Consumer Information Analyst with the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. So thank you so much, Renee, for joining us.
Thank you for having us. Beside me, I have Harrison Cox as well.
And if you could just pull the mic a little bit closer.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to get to my slides real quick.
Okay.
Sorry.
These are
Yes,
in the packet.
they're in the packet. And they were sent electronically to you, the latest and greatest version this morning. Yeah. Okay.
I don't see them on here.
They're not on there?
No. No, I have mine.
Because I think I saw it. Are you getting to the main?
I have to get out of this.
Oh, yeah, get out of that.
One moment of technical difficulties here.
Sorry. I need to close this one too. This is somebody else's,
is a PDA check
Okay,
moment.
I see it now.
Good.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Renee Moore. I'm a Consumer Information Analyst with the Consumer Inquiries and Complaints Division, where we serve as the front line for the Commission through outreach and education, as well as through our Consumer Call Center, which is responsible for handling consumer complaints and inquiries. Inquiries and complaints ranging from TCPA violations to billing and service-related issues to broadcast and decency complaints. Consumers have the option of making contact with the Commission in one of many ways. We receive complaints and inquiries via phone, fax, email, postal mail, or via the web. Based on the consumer's issues, consumers have the option of filing a complaint using one of several complaint forms. We have a total of about 16 forms. Each complaint form is broken down by specific types. As you can see on the screen, there are 8 1088 forms. We have the 1088A through the 1088H, which are the forms that are used for TCP violations such as junk fax, do not call, pre-recorded messages, abandoned calls, or war dialing. We also have 6 2000 complaint forms, the 2000A through the 2000F, which are our informal complaint forms, where we handle complaints regarding like billing and privacy related issues, service quality issues, disability access complaints, emergency or public safety related complaints. And we also have a form within that 2000 where we handle all other complaints not covered by the A through E. There's also a complaint form which is used for complaints regarding unauthorized switching of consumers, long-distance service providers, and a form for indecency complaints, for complaints regarding indecent or obscene TV or radio broadcasts, which is the 475B. Once complaints are received in a division, they're assigned, analyzed, coded, and processed by our consumer advocacy and mediation specialists. Just to give you an idea of the volume of complaints that we receive in the division, in 2009 we received over 480,000 complaints. The slide shows a breakdown of the total number of complaints received for each form type that I mentioned previously. We've also received over 546,000 email and phone inquiries. And in addition to that, the Commission has been responsible for obtaining over $3.9 million in credits on behalf of the consumer. In 2009, some of the main complaint topics that we dealt with were the DTV transition, TCPA-related complaints, billing-related complaints, and deceptive or misleading advertisement complaints. In 2010, we received 251,000 complaints, and we're responsible for recovering of over $4.5 million for the consumer as a result of our complaints process or mediation by our specialists. During that time, we also handled more than 376,000 phone and email inquiry complaints. Some of our top complaint categories in 2010 were indecency-related complaints, TCPA-related complaints, and billing-related issues. Thus far in 2011, which is not listed here as of yet, we've received over 160,000 complaints, more than 130,000 inquiries, and obtained nearly $3 million in credits for the consumer. Reporting. Each quarter, we release a quarterly report which shows the top informal complaints and inquiries received in the division by category. For both the complaints and the inquiries, the top 4 reported categories are cable and satellite services, radio and television broadcasting, wireless telecommunications, and wireline telecommunications. On the slide below each category are a few examples of the subject matters that fall within those 4 categories. For more information, for your information, all released quarterly reports are available for your review on our website at www.fcc.gov. Just to give you a little bit more specific information about our quarterly stats, the next slide shows actual stats from the first through the fourth quarter of 2010 and shows the top subject areas for complaints and inquiries processed by the Bureau. You may notice that from quarter to quarter there are some spikes and fluctuations in the totals, which could be a result of hot initiatives, outreach efforts, or email campaigns, or things that consumers saw on TV or heard on the radio that spike calls or complaints. Again, this data is also available on our website. And I really have a short presentation, so if you have any questions about the data or the complaint process, me and Harrison Cox are open for questioning. Yes.
He's coming. Yeah, hold on one second. He's coming. Do it again.
I was just curious if you could describe how the trend in complaints gets communicated to perhaps other divisions of the staff, and just elaborate a little bit more on that information sharing and how it gets translated into action or perhaps legal action.
We do a series of internal reports which kind of tracks the trends and what subject codes we see a spike in or fluctuations in. And based on those reports, they go to the policy division, the front office, and then they do rulemakings based on the information that we provide.
Yeah. So based on that, what we saw, that chart there, do you have categories within that match up with some of the consumer empowerment issues that the FCC is addressing? So do you divide it up by, I saw a reference to slamming, for example. Do you have cramming? Do you have the mystery fees, the bill shock? Are those things, do you divide it up by that as well?
They all fall within one of these categories. I just listed the most frequently top used ones on the spreadsheet, but yeah, they do fall within these 4 categories. There you go.
Is there some way that we could see how they divide up?
I don't have a slide of how they line up right now.
But you have that information?
Yes, I do have that information. If you want me to provide it to you later, I can send that information around to the group.
That would be great.
I want to respond to the young lady there. We are in the informal complaint division, and what we do once we receive the complaint, we serve it to the carrier. And if the carrier responds and the consumer is still not happy with the response, then we tell them they have to file a formal complaint, which goes to another division.
One of my colleagues here was just wondering, is that information that you just mentioned, is that also on the website, on the FCC's website? That
information, yes.
But by the breakdown on issues as well?
No, the only breakdown of issues that we share with the public are the quarterly reports, and those are of the top categories, right? Yeah.
Follow-up question on that. So, of the informal complaints that you get in, and then you send to the carriers, and then if people aren't happy, they come back with a formal complaint. What percentage of informal complaints eventually turn into formal complaints and aren't resolved?
Well, before they turn into formal complaints, we can do what's called a mediation to the carrier, between the consumer and the carrier. We do a mediation and see if we can resolve the issue before it has to go to the formal complaint process. Formal complaints, what percentage would you say, Harrison? Probably less than 10%. 10%. Yeah, less than 10% of the complaints go to the formal complaint process.
Montgomery County, Maryland. So, thanks to the Commission's hotspot, I'm looking at the actual report that you have listed on your website, the quarterly reports. And I guess here's a couple comments. One is, these reports have at least a 6-month lag. You just released this in August, and you have the report data that runs through December of last year. So, closing that gap would be useful and help provide more timely information. That might be a decision above your pay grade, but if you want to pass that along.
We're working on the first and second quarters of 2011. They did a series of revamping of the whole report, so
okay.
Those are soon to come.
So along those lines, one thing is this information that you have in here in the complaint stat that show the total numbers, that is not reported in the breakout charts that you have online because you only list the top issues.
Right.
And where they don't match up, for example, we heard this morning about wireless complaints, cramming, which was primarily a wireline issue, and the question was raised about how big a problem it is. There are 701 complaints for the quarter listed on there in your inquiries. There is nothing reported in your complaints processed by your division, which I can only assume means it didn't make it to the top spot, but that makes it difficult if you can't match up what's coming in with what ends up being processed, and you don't have any sense of, well, how big a problem is this within the scheme of things. And what you're saying here and I guess these are not cumulative numbers, is that in wireline you had somewhere close to over 90,000 complaints, and cramming was, if you take 4 times 7, 2,800. The question we had this morning was, well, how is this a big complaint? And we had Michael, say that it was, but you've got data that's not showing that.
Those are the inquiries, but anyway, I don't know where the 700
number. I have a different. Which one do you have? Which is the year? In any event, having reports in which you list all the inquiries with a breakdown and all the complaints with a breakdown would be a useful start, because then you could actually get some sense of the scope and you'll know how to follow up. Right. So I would say to do that as opposed to the most popular ones as an executive summary is fine, but the report itself should probably include those things. And if I've missed it, I apologize.
No, you haven't missed it. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah, point taken. I'll make a note of it.
So if we could get access to that information, that would be of great help for us, I think, too, to understand some of these issues that we're grappling with. Stephen? Irene, I'm sorry. Did you have a question? You have a question?
Yeah. Yes. Steve Posiansk with the American Consumer Institute. Just a quick look at the numbers, and that's why I think it is important that we get more information on this so we can kind of get into it. Some of us really like data. Like I'm just looking at this, and one impression I get when I look at the credits and the receipts is just basically it amounts to like $8 a complaint. And I see that there's an informal process and a mediation, and then a formal process. It seems like this is a very labor-intensive effort that you put on. But so I would like to see the data just so we can kind of understand what makes that up. Thank you.
Irene?
When I have worked on data like this, I've often, the numbers are there, but then I also get, feelings about trends and that kind of thing. As you think about how things have changed over the last period of time, from say 5 years ago, what differences do you feel like you've seen in terms of what people complain about, when they complain, how they complain? Are there kind of trends that you're aware of?
Yes, there are trends that we're aware of. For 2009, like I said, during the DTV transition, because that was a hot topic, we saw a large spike in the numbers for that particular period, and then it died down some. in 2010. In 2010, the HOT initiative was bill shock. So based on what rulemakings or what outreach is done, kind of triggers the numbers and.
It also depends on what they see on TV, because we have a lot on Family Guy or Janet Jackson or whatever. So it depends on what's going on.
But you don't have any ideas for us of kind of where things might be heading and something that we ought to be paying attention to based on what you've seen?
No, there's nothing in advance. It's just whenever it happens, then we get the information.
Scott. Mike and hand.
Thanks, Debbie. Sure, sorry.
Mike, hand,
Scott Dargan with
identify.
CTI. We certainly support the request to have some more data there. We certainly, in the wireless context, we've asked to have differentiation between TCPA complaints and other billing complaints. Those are traditionally lumped together, even though I think the data is collected that separates them out. And obviously, there are different entities that are involved there. So the wireless carriers are not typically involved in the TCPA complaints, yet I think about 70% of the complaints under the wireless billing category are TCPA related. And information on inquiries versus complaints is always helpful as well too. Yeah. When you talked about trends showing an increase in bill shock, I think that was primarily inquiries as I understand it. I think fourth quarter there were roughly about 400 complaints that were filed, so that's about one for every million wireless subscribers. So that's very helpful as well too.
Okay. Well, Renee, I think you learned a little bit about our Consumer Advisory Committee. Really appreciate your coming today, and thank you so much for the information.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Let's see, we have
Tom Beers.
Tom Beers?
If he's here.
Come onto the table.
Ah, there's the man.
We're overloading you all with information here.
Thank you so much. Thanks for waiting.
We'll see.
Kind of got off schedule.
It's really interesting.
That was really interesting.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. We wanted to just let you know about the emergency alert system and a November test coming up. We have Tom Beers, Chief Policy Division of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. So thank you so much for joining us today for a quick update.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be invited to do this. I see some familiar faces, but Scott tells me, somewhat, I'm a little bit surprised at this, that I may be the first person from my bureau to be making a presentation to this group, and it's not that I consider that unfortunate, but I'm really glad to be here because of the message I'm carrying today, and also a more basic message than the emergency alert system that I'm going to be talking about, but just get to know my group, and I'd like to get to know you, because a lot of what we do in the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau is developing policy and superintending programs that are of very direct benefit and interest to consumers, and we do a lot of things that I think would be of interest to you all. So I'd very much like to make this a two-way street, a continuing two-way street. I brought along today a couple of folks from my division. Greg Cook, who is my Associate Division Chief in the Public Safety, Homeland Security, Policy, and Licensing Division. And Greg is actually leading the charge on our testing initiatives, including the EAS. Am I coming across on this microphone? Is that everything going all right? Okay. And back here in the row behind me, I have Zenji Nakazawa. Zenji, raise your hand just a little bit. Who's one of my deputy chiefs, and Eric Ehrenreich, who is a senior attorney, an honors attorney actually in my division. And Eric in particular does a lot of work with the emergency alert system, and also our ongoing efforts to implement the commercial mobile alert system, otherwise known as PLAN. Scott Bergman knows a little bit about that, and he's smiling right now, which is good to see somebody smile. So we're going to talk a little bit about that too. But first of all, I can tell you, I didn't bring any slides around. I figured I'd be one of the last people in the afternoon after a long day's program, and the last thing you needed to be assailed with was more information that, you know, was coming at the end of a long day. So I'd like you to think of and remember two things at this point pursuant to my presentation. One is a date, November 9th of this year, which is a Wednesday, and which is going to be 5 days after apparently your next in-house meeting here, and a time, 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is the day and the time on which the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, along with the FCC and the National Weather Service, are going to conduct the first national test of the emergency alert system. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why that's important and why we're conducting the test and how we'd like to get some help from you in socializing this event and getting the word out about this event to some of the groups that you all represent, especially folks who are here from disability communities and other communities that participate in this conference. We'd like you to help us get the word out about what is going to take place on November 9th. So what's the emergency alert system? Well, everybody here in this room, assuming you're an American and have been here for as long as you've been alive, knows about the emergency alert system, and some of you are as old as I am and you remember its predecessor, the emergency broadcast system, because you get these annoying announcements over the radio and television if you're watching or listening. This is a test of the emergency alert system in consultation with federal authorities and blah, 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 blah. We're going to interrupt your viewing or your listening and give you this annoying message so we can make sure that this emergency alert system works. Well, we have in place, the FCC has in place rules that require emergency alert system participants, and that's broadcasters, cable TV folks, direct broadcast satellite folks, video programming folks. We have requirements that on a weekly and a monthly basis, they test their equipment and their readiness to participate in this system. And this is the system that usually and regularly advises you of mostly weather alerts, typically, right? If a severe storm is blowing through the region and you're in the path of a tornado, the bottom line is the emergency alert system oftentimes is triggered and you receive warnings about developing weather crises. Well, the emergency alert system and its predecessor, the emergency broadcast system, were originally designed to essentially handle national emergencies. And the structure of the organization, the architecture of this thing, is something we describe as a cascade. FEMA's at the top of what you could almost think of also as a Christmas tree. FEMA's at the top, and in the case of a national emergency, FEMA would handle the implementation of a message from the President of the United States broadcast to the country, and it would be delivered first to a series of 50-plus primary entry point stations, broadcasters, who are identified around the country. They would transmit that message. Some folks, consumers, would hear the message from those broadcasters. Other broadcasters would be tuned in to those broadcasters and would then pass the message down the tree, as well as passing the message to cable operators, direct broadcast satellite folks, and all the rest. So you get this message if you're listening to the radio or watching television. You get this message as a result of this cascade. Well, here's the funny thing. This thing has been in place through its predecessor, the emergency broadcast system, since the middle 1960s. It's never been tested from the top down. Okay? Luckily, fortunately, we've never had a national emergency that has required us to trigger the emergency alert system or its predecessor from the top down, but you never know when that sort of thing is going to happen. And recently, we've had any number of regional catastrophes, weather-related, that have happened, that indicate that maybe we should test it to make sure that the system works. Also, recently, we've seen what happened in Japan, didn't we? I mean, that's in real recent memory, this last spring, and how tremendously violent the tsunamis that hit wide areas of that country were, and frankly, how well the Japanese alerting systems responded and let people know what was going on. So the bottom line is the commission, this commission, back in, was it January, Greg? Back in January, adopted rules that require the emergency alert system participants to conduct, with FEMA, the FCC, and the National Weather Service, national tests of the emergency alert system. That's what's going to happen in November. Now, why do we need your help getting the word out about this? The bottom line is we want people to understand that it's coming. We want people to know that it's going to happen, and we obviously want to prevent any kind of misinformation or panic at the time. The national alert will take about approximately 3 to 5 minutes. If you're watching television or listening to the radio, you will hear an audio message that says this is a test. But because this is a national triggering of the event for this test, the visual code that comes across the television screen is going to reflect that this is truly a national emergency. So the bottom line is we have concern that certain communities are going to find it difficult, perhaps, to get notice at the time of the test that this is a test. And we're working with FEMA and with the broadcasters, Ann Bobeck is here, nice to see Ann, and the cable guys, to try to make sure that there is visual messaging going on during the presentation of this test. But we don't know whether that's going to actually happen everywhere. Part of the reason for this test is to determine just exactly how well the system works. So what we would like from all of you, if you would join with us in partnership to let your members know, help us get the word out that this test is coming on November 9th. We have information published at our website that's very easy to get to, and we'll walk people through just exactly what the particulars are of the test, what to expect, etc. But that just about the time the General Hospital or something else, the remaining soaps is being aired, for about 10 minutes on the afternoon of November 9th, if you're on the eastern coast of the United States, it's going to be in the afternoon, you're going to have your programming interrupted. And we chose November 9th because we'd be close to the end of the hurricane season, so chances are this test wouldn't, interfere with a regular and ordinary or extraordinary notice of a real hurricane developing. And we're at the very beginning of what could be the developing winter storm season. So hopefully we've got a window that's open here where we can test this system without running the risk that we're going to be bumping into real, say, weather situations or conditions. If there is a real weather emergency, obviously that would take precedence, and we'd take appropriate steps to reschedule the test. But if you could help us get the word out, get information out about the test, and just let folks know in your communities that this is coming and to expect it, it would be tremendously useful to us, to FEMA, to the National Weather Service, and frankly, to the communities you live in. We think the test will be a very good indicator, will produce some very good markers for us to be able to evaluate the system's usefulness, and that it'll be a very good exercise. Pursuant to our rules, we envision these national tests to be no more than, or no more regularly than, yearly events. But we do expect that we're going to have regular national tests just to make sure that the EAS is up and ready and functioning according to its promise. Now, I should say that the EAS, as I described it to you, is a very traditional communications type system for delivering emergency alerts. you might say it's state-of-the-art technology for the 1960s. Emergency alerting is also moving into the 21st century very, very fast. And we are, at this point in time, in the middle of a rulemaking that is designed to upgrade, encourage the upgrade of the emergency alert system to 21st century signaling technologies, working with FEMA and its rollout of what it calls its IPAWS delivery system. And the upgrade of the EAS into this new HTML type-based alerting system is proceeding such that we will have the first chapter of that implementation hit sometime in the spring of next year. The FEMA delivery system is also something with which the commercial mobile alerting system, by which you will get alerts through your through cell phones and other personal communications devices. That will also connect through those systems. So I also would like you and urge you to pay attention to what we're doing in our rulemakings, and understand that we're going to have some very interesting conversations at the Commission here later this year and early next year about developing new technologies and the EAS and other alerting systems, and the benefits that those new technologies will bring to hearing impaired Americans, sight impaired Americans, Americans who don't speak English as a primary language, a whole host of issues that alerting has not traditionally been able to address well will be transformed once a fully next generation alerting architecture is in place, and we're marching toward those goals. So those are my comments here. I'd love to entertain any questions from you all, and urge you to keep in touch with us through the website and personally contacting us for whatever.
Yeah. Keep your hand up, so I think you're on.
All right, am I? All right.
Nope.
Not yet.
Yeah, there you are.
There we go. Okay, could you do all of us a big favor and actually send a link to all of us through? We just gave out a group email address. If you could send a link with information about the test that's upcoming, I think that would be a great way to expedite getting the information out to everybody.
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, that'd be great. I know that Scott
up and ready to go.
Deborah have the email.
And I thought, Joel, I thought you might be able to answer the question that I was going to ask, which whether or not there would be public service announcements prior to the test about this test, so that people would get sort of a heads up about it.
We're working with the broadcast community and with the cable community and others to encourage that, and we've always worked well with those participant groups, and we expect that we will have that sort of program in place.
I know
but
that we'd run them. The whole broadcast community would run them.
Yeah.
Because we don't want anybody to be, as you were saying, the biggest concern here is they just hear part of it, or they come to it a little bit late and they get a little bit confused. We want to try to educate as many people as possible so that doesn't happen.
And as far as working with your own groups, the bottom line is this is probably too early to get people really, keyed up for this test, because we're still almost 3 months out, but we're on. We're, I think, literally 84 days out from the test right now. So that isn't a lot of time, but on the other hand, I think it's really going to be important for the last 30 days before the test that folks get the word out as to what's coming.
Is it here? Am I on? Clayton Lewis. Can you say something about the assessment aspect of the test? How are you going to tell whether it's working? What sort of data will be gathered?
Well, we've got actually a data gathering program that we're in the process of developing right now, which is going to allow the participating stations to register with us information about what they received, when they received it, if they did not receive it, vis-a-vis their position in this chain. They're going to be reporting that information to us in advance of the test, during the test, and after the test. And we're going to have a period of about, give them after the test. How many days? 45 days after the test. But we're going to have a wide range and panoply of data sets to analyze, just to try to figure out where the weak links are, if there are weak links here. And I've got to tell you, I want to really be honest with this group. Oftentimes, these events are structured to be kind of, show exercises to make sure that everything looks good, and we're really viewing this as a diagnostic opportunity. We expect that certain things will not work because we're talking about thousands of EAS participants in this operation, and that's valuable, and that's fair, and that's real, and that's what we should be looking for. We should be looking for ways to improve the system based on a rigorous application of analytic address to the data points, and I think for that reason we're going to learn some useful information that we can put to good use afterwards.
Okay, I have several hands here. Rick, I saw your hand before, and Lisa, and Rebecca.
Just a quick clarifying question. I think you said that the audio would say that this is only a test, but the information on the screen would not. So my question was, what will the screen say the emergency is, and what will it tell people they should be doing?
What if in the event of an actual emergency and you're watching television as opposed to listening to the radio? If you're listening to the radio, you're going to get an audio feed that announces, this is, stay tuned for an emergency message, or this is a test of the emergency alert system. If you're watching on television, you're going to get that audio announcement. But you also typically get a crawl at the bottom of your television screen that gives you certain information. That information will not necessarily announce in that crawl that this is a test, because we're using a live event code. The only way we can test this nationally is to use the actual code for a national emergency to get all of the system elements to trigger, okay? Pardon me? What will the screen say? Well, what we're working with vis-a-vis the broadcasters and with cable folks is to have actually a backdrop slide that would say this is a test or something like that. But it's not clear that we're going to be able to do that in every case with all element or service element providers because of technical limitations. We are working to make sure that that is, that's implemented as much as possible, but also even where we successfully implement technologies, some technologies can fail during the event. So there's no absolute guarantee that there's going to be a visual. There's no actual guarantee that there's going to be an audio, for that matter, right? I mean, again, that's part of what we're going to learn here, and that is, a reason to take this test very seriously and to get out as much information in advance so folks understand that when they have a disruption to their regular programming, the programming disruption is in the context of a test exercise, not an actual emergency exercise.
Lisa.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association. Both Claude and I work with people who are deaf or hard of hearing, so not having the audio be able to tell them is going to tell people who are watching what's going on is going to be hugely important to our communities. So if the link that was suggested gives us the information, what I want to know is who do I contact, how to get the right information to my groups is from you guys, whether it's a link or whether there's a contact person that I should get the information that I need to, that I then disseminate out. I'd want to have that probably soon so we can set up and it's going to have to be repeated. For my group, if you send it out once a week before, it's not going to get everybody. So that's why we really appreciate the time in advance. We'll send it out a few times to as many people as we can.
Great, absolutely.
And the second question I had was about the test in spring. My understanding, I actually heard from NOAA that, and I don't know if it's the same thing you're talking about, there's a second testing in spring in New York that's going to have text messaging. Is that what you were referring to? No, it's a different one?
That's actually, that's testing in connection with the rollout of the commercial mobile alert system, which is the cellular and handheld. That's a system that will operate in tandem with these other systems. I mean, essentially, the ultimate goal here is to have a number of different overlapping systems that provide emergency information to American consumers through multiple media. So you're not dependent on, radio broadcasters or cable TV providers or, or cellular companies who manage networks, et cetera. You've got choice, and depending on whatever medium you're using, eventually, hopefully, you'll get alerts. We're just in the process of working through that. That's what the concept of next generation means in its full implication. But as I say, we're on the cutting edge, moving forward on that. Everything is not moving forward at once, but we're going to see some real progress in the realization of a commercial mobile alert system next spring.
And I would add that when it's ready, we'd love to spread that news out to our consumers as well.
That's going to be a little bit more complicated because the ready part differs from company to company, the way the law is structured and the way it was implemented, but we'd love to work with you to make sure that you've got basic information to get out so that people start learning about this as soon as the system starts being deployed.
Okay. I'm sorry, Rebecca.
Yes. This is Rebecca Ledoux. Being on the Emergency Access Advisory Committee, I knew about the alert system, and I'm happy to hear the full explanation.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah. And can we make this, we have to wind up, so yes, quick, thank you.
So, Mitzi Herrera from Montgomery County, we've actually been working with the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Advisors because we regularly try to review some of those reports about the local testing of cable systems. We don't really handle satellite. But I guess for us would be, are you looking at reviewing these, at the local level, these operators are supposed to be performing monthly reports. So do you have any baseline data? We know at the local level this is what it should be working, so you could compare when you get to the national level. And the other concern we have is it sounds like what you're saying is that the reporting is sort of done on a voluntary basis. And so are you concerned at all that where you have problems, they may not want to voluntarily report that they had a problem with the test?
Okay. First of all, the reporting is not voluntary. It's mandatory at all of those at all of those stages. And we're in the process of developing a real-time portal-based reporting system, so we'll be able to make that reporting really easy for folks at each stage of the data reporting requirement. As far as a baseline for comparison purposes, remember that the weekly and the monthly tests that are mandated now essentially require the participants to test their equipment. So as far as having a national baseline, we don't have anything at this point. This test will help us establish a national baseline going forward. But it's conceivable that equipment that works when tested individually or in a limited context won't work when it's tested as part of a multi-thousand element system. And that's another really good reason for doing a national test, and frankly, for doing national tests on a reasonably regular basis. On the other hand, we're very much aware of how much disruption this will cause, both to consumers who will be inconvenienced by the test and to the participants who, these tests do represent real costs. So we don't really think that we should conduct these tests more than once a year. But we do think for that very reason it's important to conduct these tests as national tests from now on.
I would just add that I would say from a consumer perspective that it is a very insignificant, 2 to 3 minutes once a year to test an alerting system. It's not it may seem to you that you're testing them, but a lot of people are used to them. And they recognize that they're important. And for people who live in places where you have routine testing of your civil defense to tell you that there's tsunamis or hurricanes and things, they're important. and people typically don't mind that much of the interruption.
Would you call my mother and tell her that? Because I get at least 3 phone calls a year from my mother. You know, back in, a year ago it was, why are you interrupting Oprah? And I know you're responsible, but thank you for that. I'd like to think that was true. But.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we bring Jeff Blackwell? Are you here? Another patient, flexible FCC staff member. Thank you, Jeff.
Last time he was here, we didn't do him justice. It was 5 minutes on a bad telephone.
Well, right, that's right. You were on the phone, remotely joining us.
Yeah, I was dialing in from Indian country.
Indian country. Now you're here.
So I don't need this.
Jeff is Chief of the Office of Native Affairs and Policy here at the FCC. We're really pleased to have you join us. Sorry it's the end of our day, but you've got practically a full room, which is great.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. I'd like to say I was at the commission priorly when we constituted the Consumer Advisory Committee for the first time. And it's a pleasure. Never thought I'd be sitting here again before you from this side, but it's quite a pleasure to be here. And thank you, Scott, for the invitation, and thank you, Chairperson Berlin. The Office of Native Affairs and Policy was created just about 1 year ago. Last Friday was our 1-year anniversary. And we are the office within the commission charged with developing and driving a commission-wide agenda and ensuring that Native voices are heard and taken into account in all of the relevant proceedings at the commission. So the way that the office really sort of came about being is as a recommendation in the National Broadband Plan. When the commission opened dockets to create the broadband plan, the tribal governments gave the commission about 40 different recommendations, and all of them were taken. And one of them was my position. Another was the creation of the office. Not long after the office was created, the Chairman Janikowski, agreed to one of the office's big requests, was for the commission to hold an open commission meeting focusing solely on tribal issues. So on March 3rd, we launched several proceedings related to tribal lands. I'm happy to say that when we created the office last August, we actually rolled the office out in Indian country, and we worked with tribal governments and providers and tribal businesses and community representatives and consumers to surface as many issues as we could and then place them into the dockets that we started on March 3rd. The reason why there is an Office of Native Affairs and Policy at the FCC is not just because tribal governments are the third sovereign in the United States, but also because nationwide we have about a 99% telephone penetration rate. On tribal lands, we have about a 69% telephone penetration rate. Nationwide, about 65% of the nation has broadband. On tribal lands, it is estimated that somewhere less than 10% have broadband. I was just looking at some of the stats in our most recent 706 report, the broadband subscribership data report. 5.9% of those on tribal land subscribe to broadband above 3 meg, and compared to 32% nationwide, and 21% subscribe to 768K, compared to 56% nationwide. So based on those stats alone, our office certainly has its work cut out for itself. We are the interface of the Commission with tribal nations. There are 565 American Indian and Alaska Native governments, some found in the most remote regions of the United States. And part of our job is working across this entire agency. We've been involved since our creation in August. We've been involved in virtually every major rulemaking that the Commission has undertaken. Whereas the Commission 10 years ago used to see tribal matters as a very small, singular type of issue. Now tribal issues are viewed through the lens of everything that's going on at the Commission. So we are quite busy. Typically at other federal agencies, you see maybe 1 or 2 people in an office of tribal affairs. When fully staffed, our office will have at least 7 full-time employees. There are 4 attorneys, including myself, and 3 consultation policy specialists. So when we last spoke, we had just sort of started up the office. We were just getting rolling. I dialed in from, I think it was on a reservation in Nevada, and we were cutting in and out. But I also know the value of serving on an advisory committee to the commission. I served on the Diversity Advisory Committee for 2 years. So we very much look forward, both in the Office of Native Affairs and in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau and across the commission, to the input that this advisory committee will have. So I wanted to give you an update on one of the most recent, very quickly tell you about what we launched on March 3rd. And I'm happy to answer, try to answer whatever questions I can. There are some questions I cannot answer, and then there are some questions I can't answer yet. But then also tell you about a recent eligible telecommunications carrier designation, which represents an important precedent here at the FCC. So on March 3rd, the Commission launched 3 separate proceedings. One is a further notice of proposed rulemaking creating a priority for tribal nations in radio licensing for tribes that wish to, tribal governments or tribal entities that wish to provide services on their own lands. And we are looking at extending the tribal priority to other forms of radio broadcast licensing, other radio broadcast licenses, not just non-commercial educational, but also commercial licenses. Secondly, the Commission launched a broad notice of proposed rulemaking on several different ways to create and spur new deployment and development in wireless services on tribal lands, several different wireless spectrum licensing options, including build-out requirements, new secondary markets negotiations provisions, potential build or divest proposals as well. And thirdly, the Commission launched what the Chairman affectionately referred to as an omnibus notice of inquiry that for bureaus that were not positioned or the issues did not set up to initiate a proceeding or rulemaking, we worked with them to place their issues into a notice of inquiry so that this Commission can much better understand the state of affairs in Indian country and begin to better address the challenges of deploying services on tribal lands. It is much more than just a factor of remoteness and challenging population demographics and poverty. But there are genuine differences to deploying on tribal lands as federal enclaves, genuine challenges. So that notice of inquiry asks a number of different questions, including the extension of the FCC's concept of a Native Nations priority. One of the things that this Commission has learned over the last decade is that in order to best address the lack of telecom services on tribal land, one must, whatever the business model is that contemplates it, one must genuinely engage the representative of those consumers who are there, the tribal government. That it is through working with those tribal governments to aggregate demand, to reach their consumers, to affect land title, that genuine solutions can be found. We look at the possibility of, the Commission asks a number of questions about the possibility of creating a new broadband, a Native Nations broadband fund, a fund to support broadband development specifically on tribal lands. We ask a number of questions. The Commission initiated this inquiry to ask a number of questions about what might be unique and challenging around adoption on tribal lands or deployment models on tribal lands. We also took a look at whether or not the Commission can create a uniform definition of tribal lands. There are many different ways in which the native peoples of the United States own and inhabit land. It is not all just reservations. We look at the eligible telecommunications carrier designation process for tribal lands and whether or not there should be additional procedures in that process for carriers seeking designation on tribal lands. We look at specific 911, disability related, satellite related, and various other types of issues. It really was an omnibus notice of inquiry and has received a great deal of interest across the industry and throughout Indian country, and formulates the basis for our consultation with tribal nations. The Office of Native Affairs and Policy is also involved in several adjudicatory and individual petition matters before the Commission as well. And one that is a significant milestone for the Commission and for Indian country was the recent designation of the first wireless tribally owned telephone company, the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe Telecom Incorporated. That particular carrier designation presented the Commission for the first time with the question of whether or not a tribe could be designated to receive universal service support wholly within its own reservation. That question had not been presented to the Commission before, and unanimously the Commission agreed that it should. And it represents a very important precedent for both for that service and that industry and the Universal Service Fund and for Indian country. So I'm familiar with occasionally batting cleanup. I know you guys have had a very busy day. I know what it means to sit and be involved in an advisory committee. It looks like this is going to be a very lively and committed group. It is good to see that my home county of Montgomery County is represented. I remember Marilyn Praisner being very active in her time on this advisory committee. And so I am yours for any questions that you may have.
I have one quick question for you, Jeff. Does the penetration rate that you mentioned, does that include for wireless, I'm sorry, for broadband, does that include mobile broadband as well?
We do not have, we don't have a perfect, clear picture of where mobile broadband is on tribal lands. We know that anecdotally from many different tribes, we know that there are, 3G is available, in border towns and on highways. We also know that it is not uniform. It can be there can be quite a bit of difference between what the tribes in Oklahoma experience versus the villages in Alaska. So once one comes up with a number for the entire nation, one almost has to immediately begin to explain why that doesn't work for, as they say in Indian countries, the tribes are often say, one size fits none. So you can't generalize. We have to because there are 565 tribal nations, but there are so many different geopolitical situations, so many different terrain situations, so many different historical situations that it's quite a challenge from one to another. There are some tribes for which wireless is the only alternative. There are others that simply, perhaps because of their cultural situation, the way that they over time created townships or more communally habitated, they can consider fiber to the home even. So there it is. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. It has been a great day. Thank you so much, Jeff, first of all. We ran a little over today. That's unusual, but I appreciate everyone's patience to stick with us. And we are at the end of our program. There's one more item of the day. We do have a public comment period. Is there anyone in the room who would like to offer any public comment to the CAC? Okay, Scott?
This is Scott. And we do solicit comments from the public, both oral and in writing. We received one regarding the Commission's new broadcast exemption under our captioning rules. And I would propose, unless there are any objections, that we forward that material to our forthcoming to-be-established disability working group for further consideration in the event that a recommendation is warranted.
That sounds like a good idea. Scott, thanks. I think we can just by consensus agree to that. Thank you. Well, we have our dates in the works. We have working group suggestions. We have a plan for emails to go out. I think we've done our business. We've heard a lot of information today. Does anyone have any final comments to offer?
Do we need to do a motion to adjourn?
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved
by
and
acclamation.
seconded, and yes, we all agree to do that. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you at the next one. Thanks.
Thanks very much, everybody. Take care.
Good job.
Okay.